Tour rolls with the PGA. And we are glad to be here today. We've got a lot going on, some recaps. Bubba is here. Rick is here. Adler will join us shortly. And a brand new show is on tap today. It is Letters from the Audience today with RBU, and I have been highlighting and organizing those for the guys so they can kind of see what is out there today. The topics and the questions from y'all are pretty good. A lot of it is behind-the-scenes business stuff, and a lot of it is former best-of moments, some of the other stories behind those moments. So a lot happening there with RBU this week. Look forward to hearing that and watching that. You can do the same if you are a podcaster that you love to listen to podcasts when you're rolling down the road. It's easy to do. Just listen and look for Rick and Bubba University wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe and listen. And it's also a video version of it that Adler puts together as well. We make it really easy for you. We send that out on Saturday mornings on all our social media at Rick and Bubba, both an audio and video link. So be looking for that. Well, we've got Fix Mama's Mouth. The final 3 are up on the website. You can vote, and we will reveal the winner on Monday right after Mother's Day with Dr. Dudney. All right, well, let's bring everybody in. To my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Oh, boys. How are y'all?
Good.
Man, I'm good.
Everybody's good.
I enjoyed yesterday. It was
yeah,
fun. It was fun to get back out there.
Always a good time.
Cool.
Had that nice little breeze.
Cool, but it was,
Well, it was warm, but that breeze made us think it was a lot cooler than it was.
Yeah, it just remained where we live extremely overcast.
I'll tell you what it was. It was comfortable.
Uh-huh.
I never thought, man, I'm hot. Never thought I'm cold.
Right.
It was just perfect.
It was. I hate to say, it's kind of weird. It was almost like more humid and warm before the sun came up, and then it started cooling off a little bit. It's kind of weird, but the sun didn't really break through, and so it was a very enjoyable day. Bubba was just in talking about his group and about how, I mean, it was hot. Don't understand. I mean, we're in the southeast, so it's going to be a little warm, but he was like, man, I think the weather might have been as nice as it's ever been. Last year, the sun was just baking us, man. It was mostly sunny and warm. Good night. But yesterday, it was very pleasant. And so we'll have full recaps of that. We'll enjoy some video, audio of some of the best moments. I know Adler put together the Saban interview yesterday, published that. That's out for your enjoyment, a whole lot more. But, yeah, yesterday was just a lot of fun. It was. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. It was great.
I have to ask Greg a question that you don't know about Helms, but he asked if I could help go find some golf clubs for him. He said he's ready.
I'm back in it.
He did it again.
I'm back in it. Y'all wait till next year.
Here we go.
I'm not even going to comment.
Here we go.
I'm going to get measured.
It's called fitted.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
You're not getting a tux.
Oh.
Although I think they call it fitted, too.
I think they do. I don't know.
Yep, he's going to get some clubs. Says he's ready.
No,
Ready to go.
it
He
was
said
funny.
he's going to start getting in his weekly dog fight. Watch out.
Let me get my. Give me some spikes.
I actually stuck around. Y'all know this, but I actually stuck around yesterday, and I never get to do that.
I'm an ambassador.
I had a butt. Now, how's that make me an ambassador?
I don't know. He just does.
I scream social.
I had a friend of ours, Tracy calls.
I heard of it.
We hadn't caught up in a while, and
I got time.
we had kind of planned on doing this, and honestly, I forgot about it.
Friend.
And he had texted me earlier that morning and was like, "Hey, you still good to hang out after?" And I said, "Yeah, I may have to run Greg back to the studio, but I think I'm good. Come back." And so anyway, you ended up riding back with Speedy, and that
He was
helped
mad
me.
about it. Thanks.
So we were able to hang out, and I sat out there till it was 1:15, 1:30 yesterday, and
Tied one on.
just no, I didn't. I had the opportunity a few times and made a good decision on that.
Sure.
But just sat right over 9, saw Bubba come through, and
Hey, Bubba.
Got a lot of audio video of him yesterday that we'll have of him on the course.
But I said all this. So Tracy and I were talking about he plays a ton of golf, and he's actually a member at Greystone.
Oh,
and he said there's another mutual friend of ours that's also a member out there now, and so we were talking, and he was like, well, when are you going to come play with us and whatever? I said, Tracy, you know how when people make the joke that they'd have to knock dust off their clubs, like I actually have dust on my clubs. Like I don't think that I have have hit a golf ball in 2 years. And I said, listen, I get I was obsessed with it, and I get I played 3 days a week and all that. But I said the last 2 years with tennis and the back issues and all the things that I was having, I just like they're sitting on the shelf in the garage, and I have not touched them. Like Braden touched them a couple of times because he was grabbing a couple things out of it. But I said, he said, well, I need you to do me a favor. Go home, take them off the shelf, put one in your hand, see how it feels, knock the dust off of them. In about 2 weeks, you're going to play with us. And I said,
let's go.
Okay, done.
2 weeks.
Done. So yesterday when I got home, first thing I did, I grabbed them off the shelf, and I got one, and they did have dust on them, by the way.
Wipe 'em
Oh,
down.
yeah.
And so
Probably dry rotted hand.
A little dust on the
grips.
bottle.
So it's so that was because I was like, I don't even know what's in this bag anymore. Because at one point I told Braden, I said, listen, anything you need out of there, because he plays a ton of golf. I said, anything you need out of there, you get. And so
You don't even have any balls.
luckily everything was still in there.
Oh.
And there was a few golf balls in there too.
Okay.
So didn't see many tees. But
You run through them.
but anyway, so I don't know that I will jump back into that world. Certainly won't do it like I did, obsessed with it, but I may go play a round or two
There you go.
in the next couple
Well,
months
well,
just to get back out there and hang out with buddies.
Yeah, well, Greg's going to get him a new set, and here we go.
Yep, I'll be there with you.
Here we go. That's always, if you don't know about it, it's a running joke we have amongst the staff is that, really Rick too, but when the Burgess boys get around golf, they kind of go, hey, this might be kind of fun. And you kind of get into it a little bit, and then that fades when you leave and you forget about it, and then the next year rolls around, and then he says it again.
Yeah,
so that's the running
there's
joke.
really no reason for that pattern not to continue.
No, it has to continue. And one day, and I even stopped you in a break, a couple of days ago, when you were like giving Greg a great idea, a good way to do things, and I've done that too. Hey, let's go to the range. Let's have fun after the show one day. Then you can run on home. And I just stopped you. And I said, buddy, I love you too much for you to waste energy. You just need to stop because he's going to have all kinds of scenarios and great ideas.
Yeah.
And he's just not going to do it.
That's fine.
It's just like contacts. Are you wearing contacts right now?
No.
Okay. You just gave that up, didn't you?
Pain in the butt.
Yeah.
I couldn't get them out. I got tired of having to call my daughter to come to my house and get my contacts out.
Y'all hearing that?
I mean,
Do you think do you sometimes get mad at yourself? I do this. I'm like, well, if I would have just stayed with that, now it'd be easy.
Oh, yeah.
But you just gave up
No,
too
I don't
quick.
feel that way.
You don't feel that way?
I don't think I'd ever got it.
Greg.
All right, so lots of stories from the course. I know a lot of you, because you've been emailing us. Some that had my cell phone number have been texting us. Video of Bubba on the course. His group apparently finished pretty well. We're trying to get some confirmation on the Drummond Celebrity Pro-Am yesterday to see who came in first, second, and third. And Bubba's group was on up there, but there's confusion on who was in the group, what their final score was, and so we're trying to get all that done. But
How about that breakfast?
stories from the course are going to be very, very funny today. And the breakfast was top notch.
Oh, yeah.
I
went back twice.
and those that are in there serving and making it, they're always so nice.
They
man.
really are.
They are, and they even come out to our table. Hey, y'all want anything?
Yeah.
Because they know sometimes we're locked down, except for you. You go in there and
That's
hang out.
right.
Yeah.
It's my highlight.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Alabama Road Trips, they're back with a new road trip for you to win. It's a 2-day guided trip for two to go kayak bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover. You'll get a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, $500 worth of spending money towards your ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package, and more. Head to alabamaroadtrips.org. Sign up for a chance to win the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package. Once again, sign up for a chance to win at alabamaroadtrips.org. Set immigration policies aside for a moment. New diseases are entering through U.S. borders. Now, you remember medication shortages during COVID? Do you remember not being able to see your doctor? Well, you can get out in front of this with a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. This is not, I repeat, not first aid. It's like having urgent care in your home with essential prescriptions and strong antibiotics for infections of all types, plus a Dr. Easy guide. Order your kit and get 15% off at twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. If you owe back tax taxes. Fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we are rolling. We have weather coming through different markets of the show. Always listen to your local affiliates of how you get your weather. They'll update you, maybe even interrupt the show at times. I have family actually in the Huntsville market, and I know they've been getting hit pretty hard up in Tennessee as well. Just pay attention, be alert. Anytime you've got adult kids, that are on location and in different cities or whatever. I mean, they're adults, but you still kind of fly cover and kind of see what's going on. And years ago, I set weather warnings for like where my parents live and
I was
stuff.
going to say, I fly cover for my parents too. I know Dad's sitting in front of the TV and got his weather radio and all that, but I still call them. What's wrong? You stopped.
Okay, never. I'm sorry.
Speedy didn't have any kind of.
Speaking of my dad, he was just texting me something, and so I was like, "Oh no!" But I understand there's some damage and stuff in that area, and so I think Reese said his job site's even delayed today, so it has to be pretty bad for that. So anyway, just make sure you take listening to your local affiliates; they'll update you on how your weather is in your market. And in the southeast, buddy, it'll come and go in a second, and then you'll look around. It's like, where'd it go? But it leaves behind a lot of damage. All right, so we've been talking about yesterday. We've been talking about the golf and stuff, and we won't wear that out because that's going to be picked up top of the hour. But still, lots of stories from the course and stuff. I love y'all's perspective because there were times, I know, Helmsy, that you got to kind of sit back, catch up with some friends and just watch the scene of the show and how it was unfolding.
It's always a weird day for me because I do the kickoff hour.
Yeah.
And then there's about a 2.5 hour period where I kind of just hang out because there's so many guests and all these things. And last year it was a little different because you were going to play. And so Greg and I were having to shuffle guests around, and I'm always uncomfortable with that.
I know.
And you do a great job with that piece. And so you were here, didn't play this year, so I was just kind of hanging out and having a good time. And then when 8:30 rolls around, when Bubba goes out, then I jump back in. And so it was nice to catch up with some people, but also just kind of sit back and enjoy what was going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I always liked it because you kind of get that, 30,000 view. Okay, let me see how things are going, but when needed, go into action. But you were also able to kind of watch and see some of the stuff because it's a blur.
Yeah,
I know for me, I'm like, I try
you
to
look up
it.
and it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it started right out of the gate where there was confusion on some guests, but we'll make it work. And then but you're always relying on people showing up and
it's
being
hard,
there.
Even for them to hit all the spots at the perfect time.
Oh, yeah, and they have our clock. They know when we do our breaks, when we go to break, commercial break. We have a couple of breaks that kind of float, so you can kind of, within a 2 to 3 minute span on the quarter breaks, you can kind of float a little bit. But the top and bottom, they're hard breaks, so we have to hit it by the second. And they know that. But they're still they're still subject to when the person gets there. And like Kirby was like 20 minutes late, so we flipped him and I think Tuberville.
Yeah.
And then, hey, thank goodness, Riley Green doesn't even know how much he helped us because Riley Green was early.
Yeah.
And I forget who it was that was late. Anyway, we swapped them. Riley was standing right in front of us. We said, hey, could you go right now? Because if not, it just gets backlogged and you miss people or whatever. And speaking of missing people, Charles Barkley was a no-show. And
not for just us, the entire tournament.
And
he was supposed to be with us, and wherever he was.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Evidently, his crew was even waiting on him.
Yeah,
like at the airport.
Right. So
he never showed up.
And I don't know because I don't follow the NBA playoffs that much, but I think it went off I think they were still on the air at like 2 a.m. or something.
My goodness.
My only, I guess I'm assuming here, which I know we can break that down, but is that he got home late, overslept or something. But his staff met him at the hangar ready to go, and there was no Charles. So for those of you that were wanting to know about it, they were as confused as y'all were. But anyway.
He's always does a good job, interacts with the crowds well, and gets everybody fired up.
Yeah, and we've had the pleasure, either myself or Bubba, to play with him a lot, and he even talks about this. The tradition is not a chore for him. He's like, I really enjoy this.
He loves the sport. He
Yeah.
loves people.
Yeah.
He really does. And listen, he's one of those guys when you hear, like if you're standing around and observing, all of a sudden you hear his voice, you smile.
Oh, he draws a crowd.
You just put a smile on your face. You're just so excited that he's there.
I know.
he's a lot
You're
of
right. Coverage starts at 10:30 a.m. Central Time on the Golf Channel today and tomorrow, then 4 to 6 Saturday, Sunday. Weather permitting, I don't know what the situation is. I know we have some weather coming through our market, but I'm getting word that there's tornado damage in Huntsville. Trying to get, I got crews family member around there, so hopefully everything is good. I think they are. They're texting me, so I guess they're okay. But I know the golf tournament could be a little delayed or put on pause for some period of time today.
Speaking of family, weird day for us, and I didn't realize this was even the case until yesterday. Braden's last day of school.
Yesterday?
Today.
Today. I'm sorry.
His
Okay.
last day of high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's hard to believe. Isn't it?
My
So
goodness.
Amanda texted him yesterday, and it was a group text between us three, and she said, can't believe today is your last day of school. And he responded and said, well, I've got to take an exam tomorrow.
Right.
So today is officially his final day.
You said you didn't realize
I
it.
didn't know. I mean,
didn't
it's
know?
so early, too.
Yeah,
It's
I
like it's May the 9th. And for seniors, I get that they
Can finish early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's had it made the last year. Still don't understand why he can't get to school on time sometimes because he doesn't have to go in till like 9:30.
Wow.
Yeah, he's had it made this year. So he has when you get to be a senior, if you've done what you're supposed to do and all that, which that was a chore,
Yeah.
but he made it, did it, and
That was a big goal for, I know, my boys was to get exempt for some stuff.
Yeah.
Where you are and how you finish.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a.
So he don't have to be there every day till 9:30.
That's
So
it.
for some reason he still can't make it on time. But it's because I'll get messages saying he's late or checked out, and I'm like, well, or checked in late or not there, absent. And I'm like, how's that happen, man? 9:30. Like, come on.
Come on.
I know you were up with Charles Barkley at 2 a.m.
Right.
watching NBA, but
Yeah.
you still, I mean,
You're
that's
killing me.
You're killing me here. But no, it's I'm proud of him. He's got his last day of school today, so I know he's
Okay.
excited about
Well,
that.
Congratulations, Braden.
How about that?
How about
Well, I feel old.
I
Yeah,
know.
I
Do
Do y'all remember y'all's last day of high school? I don't.
No.
Not really.
I don't.
No.
No.
I used to, but that's faded.
Maybe I remember like my last few weeks, but I don't remember my last day. Man, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. I'm just sitting here. I'm sorry. I was just sitting here hung in a stare thinking about it.
I remember
can't really
graduation,
remember.
but I just don't remember
Yeah.
my last official day. Now.
Right. Just everything. It's everything at that point. You feel like it's happening so fast, and you get to be an adult, and you look back and you go, really, it wasn't. But everybody, I guess, it's their own perspective of where they are. And for him, I bet you life is flying.
It is,
and
yeah.
things are going on, and
Yeah.
they don't realize it. But
Yeah.
wow. Well, congratulations, bud. It's fun to have seen him grow up, running around now, graduating high school. You kidding me?
I know. It's
Good
amazing.
night. All right, we'll take a break. You're going to have you're
I got
old,
mixed emotions because I'm sad, but at the same time, I'm happy we're getting.
You're old enough now. You're going to be able to say, "I have a high school graduate."
How about that?
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly clean homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a fast protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. That's why they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make the mattresses and ship them straight from their facility right to your door for free. Nothing to lose, folks, with a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Save up to 30% off your mattress order. This offer won't last long.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start.
It's 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with us and making us part of your day. It was great seeing some of you that were out at Greystone Golf and Country Club for the 2024 Regions Tradition, a major on the Champions Tour in the PGA. Hearing from y'all going, y'all don't realize the kickoff hour, I'm with you guys. That's how I start my day. And we thank y'all for that. And we get emails and stuff. Now, some of you tell us we're losers, but most of you enjoy it, and we appreciate it. And thank y'all for that feedback. Real quick update. So, you remember I was telling y'all that JC had Greta Van Fleet tickets in Huntsville. So, he said anytime one of your boys FaceTimes you go, uh-oh, because that's not normal. So I see, and I'm like, oh boy, here we go. So I answer and, hey man, hey, well, and you know, you always try to gauge the voice to know, you know, and if I hear the voice where something's wrong, I just stop them. I go, don't tell me the story, just tell me what's wrong, and then we can get to the story later. But that wasn't that call. He was just frustrated. They were in line, and he said, Dad, I promise you, I feel like the line's a quarter of a mile trying to get in. He goes, and I probably, my judgment's wrong on this, but I'll just say this: we have a long way to go. And he said, then all of a sudden, my eyes fixed on, it looked like people were walking back towards us.
Uh-oh.
And it was, you know, I mean, it was 6 o'clock or something like that. Some of them walking briskly and others just kind of walking. And I see that, he said, and this is him talking, I see that people are interacting with each other. Mm-hmm. And he's like, what's going on? Is there an event? Has something happened or whatever?
Yeah. Did Charles Barkley show up at the wrong location?
Yeah. I mean, you know what happened?
Clubs are.
And then all of a sudden, word starts getting canceled.
Oh,
it's postponed.
Gracious.
It ain't happening tonight. They've postponed it to tomorrow night because of weather, severe weather coming in, which was probably the right call. You would have liked for them to be a little bit more proactive because. I mean, the local meteorologists and stuff were saying, hey, later tonight, this was yesterday, it is going to act up. And it was at the amphitheater there, so it was an outside event.
Oh, okay.
So that's kind of why all this happened. So there was a little disappointment in them because they were all fired up about it and just to see what the lead singer was like and all that. Matter of fact, he even went thrift store shopping. Do your boys? I mean, yours are. I know you.
No,
Greg, yours
Braden
has
doesn't
family.
shop for anything.
Well, they'll thrift shop in a second. And he called and he had his.
I wish my wife and daughters would thrift shop.
Well, I don't know.
Stay out of Lululemon.
Hey, let me just tell you right now, Reese and JC, they'll come home with. That's a nice shirt. Where'd you get that? Oh, thrift store.
Yeah.
But he had picked him up what he claimed was an '80s shirt at the thrift store. And he was all fired up. I don't know why he chose that. So anyway, so it's postponed to tonight. If you're listening live,
will he go back
Thursday? Yeah, they're supposed to.
Okay.
And because he paid for the ticket, so he wants to go. But we'll see how that works out. But he said at first he was trying to figure out what's going on because at the time it wasn't raining. Yeah. But everybody was like, "Hey, it's coming, man." You know, and I get
and
you
it probably never did.
Right. Well,
every time you try to do that, it never worked.
I understand for an event though, you don't want to get it started and then like an hour and a half in, it's like, okay, we got to stop. Everybody clear the stadium or the amphitheater or whatever.
Lightning in the area.
Yeah.
We used to not care about, but we do now.
Yeah. So also a quick update. You know, we talked a lot about Jelly Roll walking or running the 5K. Do y'all remember that?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I do.
He done lost like 70 pounds?
Yeah. And we were at times talking about now there's no way he can do that. Well, he had said that, hey, look, I'm just trying to complete it. I'm not trying to run it.
Yeah.
You know. Well,
I get it. Believe me.
Yeah. Anyway, he did. He completed the 5K. And he said he had been training for almost a year to complete it. He said, I think the coolest thing is how many people stopped to tell us that they were motivated by it. But here he is. He finished it up. Take a listen.
Me and Bert got really emotional at the finish line. Whenever I started doing this, I couldn't walk a mile when I started trying to do this back in January. So the fact that we got 3 whatever it was done today, I feel really, really good about it. I left here feeling really motivated.
For him, he said it was a PR moment. Where, you know, he was able to complete something that he couldn't even walk a mile but when he started.
He claimed if he can find room on his face, he's going to get another tattoo to celebrate it.
So it's going to be 3.2.
3.2 right there on his cheek. If he can squeeze it in between that and the Gerber baby smoking a cigarette.
Have you ever heard him talk about his tattoo?
Oh, yeah. He said he regrets it.
Oh, yeah. He says, I can't believe I did.
Most people that go that route do regret them.
Yeah, I mean, when you got your whole head.
Yeah. But anyway, I just want to give y'all an update on that because that was, you know, we played him training. You remember he was walking and all that, and we were like, okay, there's no way.
When he getting on social media because people were bullying him about his weight.
Yeah, and then there was
people were so encouraged.
There was confusion too. Is he running or whatever? Then it was like, no, I'm going to complete. You know, I'll do whatever.
Nobody expects him to run.
Yeah. But I thought that's pretty good. I mean, you got to start somewhere.
Hey, listen, yeah.
You know, I mean, think about that. I mean. he couldn't walk a mile, and he just finished a 5K walking it. That's good. It's kind of like you with contacts. If you'd have just finished,
just finished the race,
you'd have them. I came running into y'all yesterday after Bubba's tee shot, didn't I?
You sure did. You're like a little giddy school kid running.
I think I scared one of the pros because I ran through a restricted area because it was a direct line back to y'all.
They said, thank God he had his clothes on.
Yeah. And I spooked one of the guys because he had dropped a couple of golf balls like they normally do to kind of get some reads and putt.
And here you come.
And I didn't recognize him, but I could tell he was a pro.
He scared me a little bit.
Because his caddy was standing right beside him, and I go
by.
flying by him. All they could feel was the wind.
You were going, guys.
I was screaming. I was starting to scream at y'all before y'all could hear me, and for some stupid reason, have you done that?
Yes.
Hey guys,
you want to tell it so
just
bad?
Wait.
Hey,
I mean,
just
just
wait,
wait,
you pal.
You're scaring everybody.
Calm down.
Buddy.
Nobody knows who you're talking to.
No, yeah, just kind of wait. Good
Crowd's
night.
Parting.
Anyway, so there's you an update on a couple of things we've been covering, both the concert and then Old Jelly Roll. Old Jelly Roll finished, y'all.
How about it?
Huh?
Old Jelly. The Jelly Roll.
Have y'all ever finished something that y'all, when you started, you were like, because I don't think I have a marathon in me or something like that. But you see some of these people that it's like they've never ever ran one, and they start training and they do it.
I don't see.
And so then you start looking, going, well, heck, if they can do it, I can do it.
But I will never run a marathon. Never.
Half?
I don't see any point. No.
Wow, you mad about it?
I'm mad about
You
it.
got some reason you got your hand in your pocket.
That's right.
Don't know about that.
It's a little cold.
You cold again over there?
A little cold over
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't marathon. I don't understand. I mean, like, I'm not going to run it,
Right.
okay, number one. So it's like, why would you walk it? Like, I could just do that at home if I was going to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That? What was that scenario you threw
I did
up?
a 10K, a couple years ago with Highlands College, and that, I mean, I appropriately trained for it, so that was not a big deal. And I ran the entire thing with the exception of about 6 minutes. And
every now and then you
and
catch
I thought
your breath
I felt like through that I was like, okay, that's wasn't near as bad as I thought it would be, and of course I had trained appropriately.
That's
so
the
usually
key.
when you train appropriately, things go well.
That's key.
But I don't even see myself doing that again. Like, I just didn't see any. Like, that was a requirement for Highlands College. That's the reason I did it. I wouldn't have did it. I wouldn't have done it otherwise.
I have that one 5K a year. That's about all I got in me.
Yeah.
Just one a year.
That's right. That's it.
But I don't see half marathon. I don't see any of that in my future.
Y'all.
What about that one that's like 100 miles through the mountains?
Here we go. Here's his thing again.
I wouldn't do it. We know a guy.
I thought you were
going
to get into adventure running.
I was, but I decided against it.
Did you?
Yeah. After I did it a couple times.
Right. I thought you were going to run through the mountains and through the trails and all.
Going downhill's okay, but you don't get to go downhill the whole time.
No, you don't.
A lot of uphill.
I don't see how they don't sprain their ankle.
I know.
I'm
going downhill. You know what that means? Your fish go up.
That's it.
I do like the thought of these challenges, like what we talked about yesterday, what you just asked about.
Yeah.
About the 1 mile every hour for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Wow.
And you can walk or run or whatever, but you got to do 1 mile every hour for 24 hours. If somebody was to go, hey, Helms, I'll give you $2,000 towards the women's tennis program at Jack State, then I probably might try it.
Yeah.
So Hobie apparently listened to that because he's a podcaster.
Yeah, I saw his text about halfway through it. I had to.
Yeah, he's ran multiple marathons, and he said we could definitely do that if we did it just 1 an hour.
Yeah.
He said that'd be
he's a marathon
that'd be no problem. Oh yeah. He said I think the last marathon he ran was the New York Marathon. He got a cramp halfway through it, and his knee started hurting. Trying to finish was tough.
No, I'm not doing it.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. It's 15 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour has one more segment. Then Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us. Lots of recaps from regions yesterday on the course with Bubba. All that coming, so don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Hurry! Time's running out to shop spring savings at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to spring into deals on the appliances you need. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select LG major appliances. Because Lowe's knows spring savings. Offers valid through 5/15. Selection varies by location. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790 or biglou.com.
Boot Barn honors a Western legacy built by those who persevere through resourceful determination. Ariat honors that same legacy by bringing innovative technology to classic pieces. Driven by a dedication to the craft, Ariat blends timeless Western artistry with advanced performance features for the modern cowboy and rodeo athlete. Out west, ingenuity is second to none. Ariat at Boot Barn.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. This portion of the show is brought to you by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Look, unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns their own manufacturing facility. That's big for you, the client, because each mattress is made right here in the U.S. by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. Their lineup includes 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models, a mattress for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. To find out which mattress works best for you and your body, all you have to do is take their sleep study and find out the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. They'll just, they'll ask you questions about your sleep style and blah, 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 and all this kind of good stuff. And so when the quiz is over, then you get the recommendation of what they offer.
Yeah, catered to what you like.
Yep, that's right. Then your personalized mattress is shipped straight to your door free of charge.
Boom.
We like that this company is known for their great mattresses, but also the fact that they have for this 100-night risk-free trial too. I mean, there's nothing to lose.
What you got to lose?
I mean, you got the quiz, so you know it's designed for you.
That's it.
You got the free shipping. And you got it coming right to your door, and you got the 100-night risk-free trial.
What else
That's pretty easy, buddy. They have all kinds of stuff. They're American made, and with about a 10 or 15-year warranty too, depending on the model. So check them out right now. They also are recommended by many leading chiropractors and doctors for sleep medicine as a go-to solution for your improving sleep. So check them out. Save 25% at HelixSleep.com/Bubba today. Your new mattress, as I said, will ship right to your door, and you'll save 25% on the HelixSleep.com/Bubba and get a truly amazing night's sleep. There's also a link in sponsors at RickandBubba.com as well.
What are y'all wanting to do here?
We were just going to give one quick update that Shohei Ohtani's interpreter that said he didn't do something, then he did, and then everybody was looking at Ohtani about this betting, and he did plead guilty yesterday. He said,
Ohtani's guy?
Yeah.
Is he taking the fall?
His interpreter. No, you could tell he had him a little problem there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Could be.
See, it's really sad to see. What Casting Crowns has a song about slow fade, but that slow fade into I'm gonna start dabbling in gambling or whatever, and before you know it, it's a slow fade into a really bad situation.
It just shows you how addictive it can be, because the guy had everything. His interpreter had everything that he needed. Yeah, absolutely. Have y'all ever heard of the comedian? And by the way, when I say what I'm about to say, that doesn't mean I'm endorsing somebody or asking somebody to go listen to this guy.
Kind of gone yuck.
Look,
but this guy doesn't do that, guys.
Good night.
He doesn't do that at all.
First the roast, now he's nasty. He likes
it's a little
comedians.
local. This guy is a comedian from Alabama.
What's next? Proof nudity? Dang, I missed it.
You did.
Okay.
It'd be better if you could talk.
I know.
Well, it's tough. He's struggling right
Have
now.
y'all ever heard of the comedian Derek Stroop?
No.
Nope.
He's an Alabama native. Grew up in Harvest, Alabama.
Yeah, a Brown Huntsville.
And yesterday I was scrolling through my reels
I love you throwing that in there.
on social media, and I came across this guy, and I thought, this is my kind of
time out. You just fell into it?
Yeah, it just based off some other things I guess I had watched. It thought, well, you'll like this too. Well,
Yeah, they know you like yuck.
Yeah. So it's got a lot of cussing in it. Algorithms.
Greg, it really doesn't. It's more of probably more of a Nate Bargatze feel.
Oh, well, that's a good thing. Why are you calling it?
Why are you calling it nasty?
I'm not. You jerks are. Like I went and hung out with one of my buddies yesterday at the golf course, and all y'all talked about was us drinking. You thought that's all what was going on. That's what you sat on.
Cigars too.
Well, I thought when you said I'm going to tie one on with him, I didn't know what that
Nobody
meant.
said that.
We'll knock a few back.
And they're going to drink and watch a little golf. Sorry, buddy. You've done
I'm
nothing.
going to go home and watch a dirty comedian.
I'm
drunk.
See, y'all got this guy dirty. I want to apologize.
Did you not say that you can't recommend him?
Because I don't know enough about him, Greg. I just saw some reels last night.
So we apologize.
Little hits of him doing things, and they were hilarious.
Okay, buddy, we're sorry.
And it was stuff that we grew up with.
Sorry about that.
And it was, Greg, you're going to love it. I can't wait to show. May not show you now because you're being such a jerk. But I last night I thought Speedy's going to love this, and I can't wait to show Greg.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And see, I can tell Speedy's going to love this. He'll go actually watch it. I have to actually show it to you. You won't.
But don't have me faking it.
No, but you'll never, like, if I send you something,
yes.
you won't watch it.
Yeah, I do.
Like, I have to actually have my phone and put it in front of you and hold it like a 4-year-old and go, hey, check this guy out.
Didn't send it.
But I was simply asking, and he may go down a dirty road at some point. I don't know the answer to that. That's why I'm giving the disclaimer of I just don't know.
I understand what you're saying. We're just having fun. Go ahead.
And so, but I'm telling you, I watched a couple of them, and then I put his name in. And
what's his name again?
Derek Stroop. I think I'm saying the last name right. STROUP.
Okay.
That's tough.
And, hey, I got to tell you, funny.
Okay.
Funny.
All right. So you recommend him? What?
Just wanted to know if y'all had heard of him.
No.
See, I kind of thought the guy's from Alabama. He's been doing this for a couple years.
Well, I'm sure
now.
our audience has. So email Helmsy.
Here's what I thought. I thought at least Greg would go, "Oh yeah, I know him."
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that y'all didn't say anything, but the guy's been on like Jimmy Fallon before. He's I think he lives out in Colorado now.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, he just was born here?
Yeah. Well, no, he grew up.
And
drove
like when some of the things he's talked about is like, wow, okay, I can relate.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going to show y'all. I'll have to show Greg. He did. He grew up in Alabama. Greg, Harvest, Alabama.
He stopped there to use the bathroom one time.
Yeah, one time on his way to Tennessee.
Took a picture and they put it up.
Yeah, he's looking for Buc-ee's.
This is kind of like. Here's what's funny. This is kind of like that.
No, I'm sure it's good.
Professional bass fisher Cannell. I've been telling y'all about him for years and years and years. Y'all have him on.
Nobody about
and
nobody.
I have.
You mentioned it.
I didn't hear it.
And no, y'all don't listen. There's a difference. And so it'll be like this. Like 2 years from now, when y'all doing the Rick Burgess show, and I'm over at Jacksonville, I'm gonna be listening one morning. Y'all gonna have this guy on, and y'all be like, "Man, I wish I'd have known about him for years." And I want to tell you right now, I told you about him years ago.
You know what he is? He's one of the state's best kept secrets.
I know. That and strawberries. We have a lot of strawberries.
Yeah, got Strawberry Festival.
Yep,
this weekend.
That's right. You ready for it?
Forest Hills home. Get in there and get you some Mother's Day stuff.
But you should open your mouth when you
Main
do it.
Street South. See, I got it right.
There was a guy came up yesterday.
I heard the comedian's going to be there.
He may be the guy from Huntsville.
There's a guy that came up yesterday, and he loved the show, and I loved him for it. But he needs to open his mouth. I didn't understand a word he said.
Oh, wow.
You were standing there, Greg, and we both were like, "What did he just say?" And it was just because he was mumbling the whole time.
His voice mixed in with the background noise. Some people's does that. I don't know what it is.
I don't either. I heard you take a swallow, though. Was it good?
Well, it was. It was.
All right, so we got that. We got the comedian. Everybody check it out. Email Helmsy if you know about it. And I'm just out of the loop.
I just like to know. I mean, I just that's the only reason I brought it up. I wanted to see if either of y'all have heard. I mean, heck, y'all may even. I thought, well, they may even know the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Speedy's got a lot of ties to Huntsville.
But he was funny. And I'm going to show you a couple clips.
Harvest just north of Madison.
How about that?
Yep.
I never know if Greg likes it when I do this.
Yeah.
When I will pull up a clip and just put it in front of him.
Really
Yeah. Well, we can't really play him.
Yeah.
Right.
He can go down that road.
Yeah, I know you love it.
I must. I must. I mean, I laugh at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. That's all right, buddy.
I mean, sorry.
Rick and Bubba.
When the Coosa River had froze over and they were driving like Model T cars out on it.
Yes.
Dang.
I do remember that.
That's Blizzard 93.
Speaking of us going to have lunch, and our audience, you never know how it's going to go. And this is in the Birmingham market. You know how everybody starts to talk about. I mean, you want to find out if like your school's open today. You want to find out, are you going to work today? We have been given news, and I thought, well, man, we got to get this on the air, that Nicky's West is open and you can eat there today.
How about that?
I mean, it's
that is
open
good for
news.
business.
I'm like, so, but that
Rick, they're ready to serve you.
Only our audience would go, hey, heads up, Nicky's West is operational.
Hey, guys, I know it looks bad,
Rick,
but Nicky's has got the line open.
Right.
Forget about schools and highways.
Right.
Is the tray sliding at Nicky's West?
Amen.
And
it is.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, that's a restaurant in Birmingham
too.
that is, it's very good. It is really, really good. It was.
I think Speedy's heading that way.
Well, but I mean, you know what I'm talking about? You the updates that. But our audience says, "Hey, let me."
Yeah, school closings. Hey, Nicky West open.
Yeah, hey, you're not going to school, but you can go to Nicky's West. I promise you that. So
that's good news,
schools.
We got our priorities right.
That's great news. All right, Bubba. Here's these kind of statements, and I can only hear Greg right now. I can already hear him. Here's a story today. Dinosaurs.
Oh boy.
You see this one, Bubba? Dinosaurs were wiped out by a comet that pinballed off Jupiter before slamming into Earth 66 million years ago.
Now they figured this out how?
And not an asteroid, scientists now claim.
Now, they figured this out how?
What difference does it make if it was a comet or an asteroid? Same difference.
Bubba, but it pinballed off Jupiter.
So we've checked Jupiter out, and we go, wait a minute here. We may have something. What? You have to give me more than that. You can't just say that.
Greg, astronomers discover some comets are more likely to break up near the sun. They are shoved, or pinballed, toward the sun by Jupiter, and then they break up under the heat. Tidal forces help change their direction and make them more likely to hit Earth.
Okay.
And it says, looking back over the history of the solar system, this scientific team, and I use that term loosely.
What are they looking back over it with?
Discovered that a comet's orbit coincided with the dinosaur-killing impact 66 million years ago today. Bubba, I'm throwing out just numbers and figures, and now I'm saying, well, this is one of those things where somebody says, well, in the history of the solar system, we think a comet got in an orbit that coincided with the dinosaur killing, so we think that must be what killed them. Is that a little bit of a scientific stretch?
Rick, I'm going to have to call Step Out. They can look at those orbits and run it back, and it's all fine, but look, we know we had a big meteor or comet impact just off the Yucatan Peninsula. We've seen the crater underwater, and it probably caused a big-time catastrophe here on Earth. But to say that it was pinballing through, I mean, we're really, it's a long way to connect those dots. But who knows? It may have.
Rick, that goes also when you do predictions way ahead. You can also go way far back, but nobody can disprove you.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
Well, this happened 6 million years ago.
I take issue with that 66 million. And what'd you say happened? Well, it was 66 million years ago, but here's what we think happened.
Yeah. Okay.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and sorry about that today. We had a little power outage at 2:11 in the morning, and I tell you, I come out of that CPAP, Rick, like a hind catcher looking for a pop-up.
Did you catch it?
Boy, hey, I was sleeping so good, too. Oh, man.
We tried to bring you back as a cat. Is there any
What's wrong with that?
Any success on the cat app?
I'm semi there. I didn't quite get it all
Greg,
the way. I'm still working on it. I didn't get it just right.
Come back as a buyer.
You know how everything is so habitual as long as we've been doing this? I've had your microphone potted up the entire time. Yeah, and I keep forgetting that you're to my right, not my left. Which by the time I get accustomed to this, you'll be back, and tomorrow I'll be potting up the wrong thing.
Sure.
So
are you not using the filter, the snap filter, Bubs?
Well, I was trying to.
There we go.
I can't get it to work just right.
That's good. There we go. That's good. Hey!
Hey! There it is. Hey! By the way, don't look really snowing.
It's snowing. I think it's quit.
Look, Greg, look right here. Look right here, Bubba's trying it.
I can't figure out how to get it going.
Oh, there you go. Snowing hard. Big flakes.
Hey, boy, Blizzard 93.
Look, Bubba, look, it's not going to work.
What is that?
I ain't had time to work on it. I don't know.
Okay. All right, so.
There it is. You ready to be up before that?
Look, he's even got two under it.
He got it.
So, what? All right, here's what we here's what we
well, I sent him instructions, Bubba. Follow them 1, 2, 3,
By the way,
4.
no more going out of here because we almost got locked out in the cold again.
I had my keys.
Yeah,
I
we
had
got
my keys the
keys.
whole time.
Rick, hey, let me tell you
Rick.
something. I won't say who's got the guts to do it. Don't take your keys with you and just hope that you don't forget and lock yourself
Well, you know
out.
what? He had us locked out. Speedy messed the door up.
Rick freaked out.
I said, what'd you do? And he said, well, I didn't mean to, Rick. And I said, oh, then I guess we'll have to conclude you're just a DA. if you didn't mean to, then you just, Greg, look at Bubba trying to make it work.
Wait, let me see.
Bubba, you've become some kind of creature.
There it is.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour has begun. This hour starts with the national anthem. Minutes now, past the hour. How about you? A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show is underway. And we thank you for being with us today as we unpack another one. We'll recap yesterday's live broadcast and everything that happened after the live show ended. We'll update you on all that today. We'll take your phone calls. We'll update you on the other stories happening around the world. The archive from yesterday's Bible study is available. Another powerful day in here. Hebrews chapter 2. That archive is available for you if you desire to see it or listen to it. It's on the YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. Installment number 4 in an ongoing series, Letters from the Audience. I've already taken a little sneak peek at some of your letters when we got to the office today, and some good questions, so we'll have some fun with that coming up this weekend. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've knocked out the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler, back from location. He's trying to crank out stuff that he captured yesterday for you on our YouTube channel. But the live option is back today. Welcome, tubers. So thanks to all of you that are watching on YouTube right now as well as Eddie Van Adler settles in. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in.
My mama was the wind, and my daddy was the train. Bubba, how you feel today?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
A little sore?
Maybe a little bit around the edges.
Played 18.
Nothing we can't work out here this morning.
Played 18.
Yeah, it's been a while since I played 18. 2 years, as a matter of fact.
2 years?
But I love this day because I love we get out and we get to see a lot of folks, meet a lot of people, and it's a little tough because you have to keep moving.
Yep.
And we get lectured about that quite a bit. But
sure you do.
Some folks I have seen out there for many, many years. Met a lot of new folks yesterday from all over the listening area, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it felt great. It was laid back. Even the live show, it just felt chill. It was very enjoyable.
Yes, it was. The weather was great.
We rained a little bit.
We've been out there during the show at times and froze to death. Wind was bad. We've had days it was extremely hot and muggy. Mm-hmm. And yesterday, I think for the round was probably the best weather we'd ever had. It sprinkled just a little bit on us on hole number 3 and 4.
Yeah.
But it was very, very cool.
Yeah,
and pleasant.
And it was predicted to be humid and hot.
Oh, I know. We dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
We dodged a bullet.
Now, a lot of people don't know this. We're looking at Bubba's group here, and I did not know this. If I'd known this, I would have been promoting it. I did not know that Greg Ken from the Greg Ken band.
That's good, Rick.
Greg was in Bubba's group, and
so we had quite a group, and we had caddies galore and people reading putts, and at one point it looked like we had 100 people walking down the fairway.
Yes, well, that's a big group right there. And we got an update on this group, right? Is it official yet?
No, it's not official to me.
Okay.
Now on the website, it looks like we may be in the money on this, but until Jean Hallman says it's not real.
So we're waiting on the official thing. Bubba, we I think the conversations from the video that was coming to us from listeners and Speedio, your round maybe could be entitled like the wonderful Clint Eastwood movie, The Great Western, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly.
Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah, and
well, I expected that, so it wasn't shocking, it wasn't disturbing. I hit the worst tee shot off number 1 that I've hit in 20 years.
Okay, I was going to wait for you to say it. We were having a discussion over the years. Is this the worst ever?
I think so.
It's not the most dangerous because, of course, it didn't have enough velocity.
I've hit one OB out of bounds before down the fairway to the right. But it was down the fairway. I hit this one off the heel of the club, and it rolled about as far as the golden ticket seats.
Right.
Up against a tree.
Yeah, we have it.
It was 25 yards tops.
Yeah,
tops.
Yeah, we have it here. This is.
Hey, look, wait a minute. Let me tell you this is what's even better. Okay.
All right.
Jim Dunaway is doing the microphone.
Right.
He gives me this elaborate introduction.
Sure, he does.
And I appreciate. I turned around and said, "Thanks, Jim, for that." He has the entire crowd singing our song.
Right.
I mean, it's the biggest send off the tee I've had in 20 years.
Ever, of course.
And this is how I answered the call.
Let me make one note. This guy right here thinks he's safe.
Yeah, pink shirt is not safe.
Right, and Greg Seitz even does right behind you. He almost gets hit. The listener that sent us the other angle is right beside pink shirt too.
All right, we
Are we going now, or should we go?
You want to break it down? So because we're up against the break, because we know we want to just unpack
let's
that.
take some time with this, boys.
Well, we did on the radio. At one point, we're all laughing so hard on the live show.
So am I. I'm laughing at it.
We can't even pull it together because I thought, well, Speedy, of course, has come here to exaggerate. You know what I mean? And then
He's gonna push me over the cliff. I didn't need any help.
What was interesting is you watched us all try to find something positive about it, and we just finally said, well, you know what? But we weren't sure. I guess that is the worst one.
By far the worst one.
Because I said, the time you hooked it into the crowd, at least, that was at least hit real hard.
Yeah, and at least it was down the fairway.
Yeah.
I mean, this was like I didn't even tee off.
Rick and Bubba.
He's the invisible man.
Greg, I dare you to go lay in the snow.
I'm thinking about it.
All right, Bubba, let me ask you. Here's what we're thinking about.
Really?
So you remember next to us is a Japanese restaurant of some kind.
Was that me?
Yes.
And by the way, I want y'all to know I slayed a room again last night with my wife when we take somewhere where they make the food in front of me. Like, everybody said,
okay.
"Did you go to Japanese?" No, Subway. But anyway, so there it is. But anyway,
There it is.
So Bubba, so they did.
What is he doing?
What in the world is he doing?
It's Bucky Beaver.
Oh, my goodness.
What are y'all talking about?
It looked like you after hunting season.
Bubba, I thought you were going to put an app on.
I took it off.
That's before and after picture. He's doing better now. He really went off the deep end Sunday though. He don't want to talk to us about it.
Oh boy, there it is.
All right, so Bubba, they've got those little Snow White. They've got those little pods next door, those plastic bubbles
Yeah.
where you can eat outside.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now it's 16 degrees where we are right now, and for Alabama folk, we don't do that.
I checked with a well digger.
I mean, we consider it to be cold if it's below the mid 45. I mean, we think that's
with wind.
We think that's ice.
Greg
cold.
said a witch even chimed in.
She did.
She did.
Feels like
she don't want
feels
call
like
it
4,
wind.
Rick.
So so I said a minute ago, what if we did a dare that we had to go eat lunch
Oh my god.
in those plastic bubbles, shirtless today?
That'd be
We
awesome.
had to go sit out there.
So
and eat
let's
lunch.
throw that challenge out there.
Well, you'd be in the hospital.
Yeah, with the bubble.
Bubba's got some hospital.
Would the bubble keep us cold?
Bubba, but I don't.
Yeah, we got the bubble. We're in the bubble. I didn't say out in the elements. That's gonna be cold in that bubble.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, you're going to have pneumonia.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Rick feels like 4.
I'm gonna eat.
Not if I got my bug
Greg,
out back.
Greg, you and I, and if not, which
Oh no, really?
you and I are gonna go in that plastic bubble.
Rick.
We're gonna first of all fix us some Campbell's chicken noodle soup.
So we can warm up
in here in the cupboard.
We got food.
And we're gonna go.
Yeah, don't panic.
Yeah, but Greg claims we got enough food to live here for a month.
Yeah, Speedy act like we
And
would.
Speedy acts like we don't have enough food to live through the day.
I asked. It's called a question.
It's somewhere in between. Greg, he's almost there.
Oh god, he's getting it.
Bubba's still working.
Oh, there it is. No, that is it, by the way. That's it, y'all.
Hey, y'all. What you doing?
He's got it.
He's got it.
We're almost there. The eyes, though. Something's wrong with the eyes.
Yeah, they ain't moving like I need it to. I got the mouth moving.
Oh, that is so good.
It is.
Yeah.
There it is. Campbell soup, 11
That's not
a.m.
the right
in
key.
the bubble.
In the bubble.
Oh boy.
Rick, he's going to be in Pell City by 11 a.m.
Not if I can help it. He gonna be eating Campbell soup in a bubble.
Shirtless?
He gonna be eating Campbell soup shirtless in a bubble.
Oh boy.
Yep. All we gotta do is get through that bowl of soup.
I hadn't seen flakes that big in a
We
while.
gotta eat the whole bowl.
Yes, we're eating the whole bowl. What are you talking about? Why don't we eat just some of it?
Really, wind's blowing.
All right. And I want y'all, as you're leaving, to see me and Greg sit in that bubble. As y'all go down that side.
What if we just stayed
Oh, it'd
in
be
it?
great.
Greg, can we sleep right here?
Okay.
That's so good.
Look, the eyes are close, Bubba.
Yeah.
The eyes are starting to dial in.
No, this is not the right filter. I don't think I got the right one.
Yeah, the face is not moving like the other
Right.
one.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know which one it is.
Please look.
Oh, hey, that's good.
That's still pretty funny.
That's very funny.
That's a big tongue.
There it is.
There it is.
Well, we're getting there.
All right, I see your eyes. Bubba, you're getting real close now.
Yeah. Because that guy the other day with his eyes, that was hilarious.
When he kept looking down.
He was scared.
Oh, we know it's a filter. I'm not a cat.
I'm actually a person.
Got it, buddy. Yeah. But did somebody think your cat took over the computer?
I think the cat's talking.
Yeah. Well, Bubba, there
he
if we
is.
could have that head moving around a little bit. But you're
I
close.
know. I gotta get it dialed in.
That's just funny.
There
Hey. Speedy, here it is.
What I don't need to do is just be able to. My view is just to constantly look outside,
Speedy's not even snowing
so
anymore.
I'm just concerned.
Does your family ever worry that you may get stuck outside your house, can't get back in?
Hey, when it happened, gosh almighty.
Well, you knew it was just going to be
Yeah,
a
thank
bummer.
goodness.
So just for that, you're in the bubble too.
Well, I knew Adler was in. I knew they had their keys.
No, but you're in the bubble.
Well, now why you got me
Now
in the
you're in.
bubble?
And you've actually got to be pantless.
Well, he's got to be in the bubble. We all got to be in the bubble. That's the case.
Bubba's got a cat on his head.
Oh yeah, I love doing that part.
That's weird.
That is
That's
weird.
a Snapchat feature.
minutes past. So it's of the 30-plus years we've been doing this. Anybody want to do the math? We started in 97 doing these live broadcasts from this Pro-Am, so however long that is. All right, so if we started in 94, so I guess we've done that 27 years?
Yeah, probably so. Something about like that.
Yeah, this was probably our 27th or 28th year to do it. I guess if this is year 31, it might have been 28. But anyway,
we've had a lot of fun out there.
Lot of years, and Bubba's teeing off on tee number 1 has just gone. It's just given us so much fun over the years. And
look, Rick, I scoured the internet and YouTube for me hitting a drive down the fairway. Can't find it.
Not go find it.
Now, if I hit somebody, got plenty of them.
Yeah. Well, this one right here, we don't even know how to describe it. I mean, it is. This one,
it was
Bubba, I think
it was horrendous.
I think the line that
Bubba said worse than 20 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Greg, something's wrong. I don't hear you at all.
I don't know.
And I got you up.
Well,
all right, Greg's mic's not working.
Well, that's a darn, just a downer today.
Oh, darn it!
Doggone it!
Doggone it.
Well, I'm gonna leave.
Did it work in the kickoff?
I don't.
He sits
Oh
there.
yeah, this mic's not working.
Hello,
Check one. Check
Yeah,
one.
there was
Something's going.
Yeah, there was some tampering with the mics yesterday. I don't know what happened up here because when I did the Wednesday Bible study, see now what you're doing. When I did the Wednesday Bible study, my mic sounded really weird. It didn't have a lot of volume in it.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
All right, so Speedy's messing with something. So
What? There
you
it
go.
is.
Hey. Okay, now we got it.
There it is.
All right, Greg's
Speedy
back.
tore it up.
There it is.
Greg's back. Yeah, so
There it is.
so anyway, Speedy, I'm glad you found that. I needed that yesterday in the Wednesday Bible study. But anyway, so
Ooh, I'm technical.
well, that's good. By the way, that was our problem yesterday right there. But it sounded fine on the recording, so we're fine.
I don't know. I couldn't hear it on the way in.
Greg, don't say that. But
He's going off a little sleep, and he didn't sleep good, so just warning to the staff.
Right. Okay. Well, none of us are sleeping a whole lot right now.
No.
In the old Burgess family. But all right. So here we go. So Bubba, one of the things we said,
Look at that strut.
if your shot off T1 had been a stream of urine, you would have had to go see a urologist, and they would have said that's a dribble.
You know that's
so good.
I don't think I've ever heard that comparison to.
So I mean, it wasn't dangerous because there wasn't.
It wouldn't have broke glass. Okay,
so
I topped it and healed it all at the same time.
All right, so here we go.
Can we sing along?
Oh, we got the whole thing now.
Bubba, pass the gravy, please.
Bubba's
This
leading the
is
crowd.
syndicated radio host Bill Bubba Bussy.
Split my pants right there.
Oh my goodness.
This guy right there, he thinks he's not in danger at all. Pink shirt.
Yeah, that tree. You see that tree over there to the left? That's where it's going.
Right. All right, so here's Bubba.
Good gracious.
You say pink shirt. Pink shirt can't believe what he saw.
Look at him holding.
Because of syndication, you can see that tee shot again this afternoon at 2 o'clock.
So what did Greg Ken say to you?
Randy. He said, I think, and I may
Yours
be
not working either?
Let me paraphrase this. I think he said, "Nice shot, sweetheart."
Did he? Okay. Okay. All right, now we got to get Hamsy's mic working. Hamsy?
Testing.
All right, now Hamsy's back.
What's making?
All right, do we
him
have
do that?
everybody? Do we have everybody's mic now? Adler, we got your mic?
Yeah, you love holding the pose like it. Surely it's coming back out.
Can you do the slow-mo one more? There you go. Thank you so
Sorry,
much
we
for
were
this.
getting mics going right. Look, here he is. He's looking down. All right, now tell us.
Wow.
I have it
Pink
wrong.
shirt's reaction.
Look at pink shirt. Pink shirt can't believe what he saw. He can't.
Look at those kids over there. They
I
don't
just
even know
hammered
what
it in the ground. I mean, you said I just bounced it right into the ground.
So y'all who know golf, tell me what went wrong here.
Wow.
Everything? Okay.
Yeah.
There's too much to discuss?
Yep.
Well, Bubba, you told us you didn't.
Lack of preparation is part of it.
I thought the pose there was great.
At the end, when you hold it, that's the key.
No,
thought
well,
so.
the gallery started laughing at that because you held it for about 8 seconds,
Which was fantastic.
which was just precious, precious.
Well, you know, when you, I'll say this, our group probably hit the ball quicker than any group I've ever seen yesterday.
Right.
We played ready golf, and at times we had 3 and 4 balls at a time going into the green.
Yeah.
People just hitting from all over the place.
Well,
And Daly takes no setup. He goes up there and swings.
Yeah.
right.
And I think everybody got caught up in that and just started doing
Well,
it.
he is the grip it and rip it guy.
Yeah,
He is.
So here it is again.
Speaking of that,
Yeah. So so we do say of all the years you played,
The worst
that's
by
where.
far.
But listen to the groans. Oh,
Back up for a second. Don't
Yeah.
forget the introduction.
oh yeah. Greg Bubba might as well been jumping up and down,
And the
saying he's a real boy.
Hey, the great PA system. You know, Jim's doing a great job on the
Sure,
mic.
Jim is.
And,
Sure.
He's
it's
a pro.
Yeah, he's a pro.
So
Our theme song is Rick and Bubba, pass the gravy, please. Let's bring him up. The final year of their show. Can we sing along? Rick and Bubba, pass the gravy, please. This is syndicated radio host Bill Bubba Bussey.
I like it.
There it is.
I like it. We're here to see Bubba's last time to come off one.
yeah. Everybody get
Here
this.
we go.
Oh my goodness.
I could watch it 50 times. It's funny.
My other
funny is
favorite.
the crowd reaction. They really don't
didn't
know what to do.
Yeah.
They don't know if they're supposed to laugh
went
at
from
it
cheering
or,
to,
that's
But
sad.
we also
He's
played the
real
video of you walking up to the tree that you were pinned up against, and just getting the ball and just throwing it out. and hitting
yeah, that was. I had to get out from behind that. I knew that hole was already over. Do you have that
it's
shot?
just-
That shot was
we
a lot
showed it
better.
yesterday. Yeah, we
I think
went up.
I think I just went up there with my driver and hit it again.
You did. You hit it off the deck. Yeah. Oh yeah, boy, you hit the.
I hit
my
the top.
goodness.
Wow.
Oh,
See,
man.
I mean the club's already gone. The ball's still sitting there.
Bubba, honestly, that's hard to do.
What you did. Yeah, you
Actually, skill. Isn't it?
Hey, not from me.
You hit
Not
that.
from me.
Wow. Wow.
That is a good one.
I mean, it went straight into the ground first.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
So
Sure
yeah,
did.
that was kind of how the round went.
Still
Like
stay-
I picked
Please.
up on hole number 1, and then on hole 2, I think I had a par, which I had a 5-net 3 on it. Then I lost the ball on hole 3, and then 4, I think I parred or bogeyed it. I can't remember. So it was just all over the road. It was good, bad, and ugly.
So I know we're going to take our time on this. Anytime any of us are playing, you have listeners, you have friends that are on the course, and so you just get obscure video of like, hey, this is so and so on whatever. We got video of you on the par 3 17 and the par 5 18 that we have to watch.
Yeah, well, let's see. Let's get all the bad shots.
Let's get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Because that's the only ones people recording.
And I know we're up against the break here.
Yes, we are.
But we can play this tee shot.
Oh, this one to
where,
hit the sign.
Yeah, where it goes, and then your second one. This is
Are
the
we doing
part.
that now?
No, I don't know. We have
yeah,
enough
we'll
time.
come back.
Can I tell you what I think happened here? The hole prior to this is a, let's see, was that a par? No, that's the one that comes up the
par
hill.
5.
I tell you, when the par 3, is it 14, the signature hole, where we always have a concert?
Mm-hmm.
We stopped there because there's a little bit of a log jam
where you
anyway.
take the picture and all that
then and John Daly had to sing 2 or 3 songs. Then
Okay.
Riley sung 2 or 3 songs, and I felt like I need to go the driving range again. It was a little bit of a delay there.
Well, Bubba, we were trying to do a
Wouldn't
live,
help, but I mean,
we were trying to do a live show after you left with live music as well.
Yeah.
I don't know who's made all this decision about golf and live music.
Right.
And I actually had someone you and I both know said they spit coffee when I said, I tell you what I'm about to do is go tell this person to be quiet in Memphis. Because you're trying to do the show, and on top of it, walking in Memphis.
Yeah, we never had that.
And, I thought golf courses, I used to get in trouble for being loud.
John Daly had a speaker and iPhone hooked up on his golf cart and blared country music the entire round.
All right, we'll come back.
And part of it was his album that's coming out in June.
Okay, there you go. Good promoter. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How do you know that?
Because in the story, it's the company that owns Snapchat is the one that does all those features.
Huh. There it is.
There it is, Bubba. Hey, Bubba.
There it is. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba has found filters as he's coming in from Zoom. Hey, the Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom coming up on March 2nd. Have you registered your class yet? And teachers, a lot of you that were in the line of the winter storm, you're not at school today, but it might be a good time for you to go to rickandbubba.com. Be sure your classroom's information is entered. We'll read Green Eggs and Ham right here on the show live, or you can watch it or listen to it archived. It's your choice. All those details can be found at rickandbubba.com, but be sure your class is added so we can scan the world's largest classroom. So Bubba is playing with filters. Now, Bubba, should we expect this the rest of the show now?
Yes, you should, Rick.
All right, so now he is Shrek.
What time we going to lunch, guys?
Y'all, the mouth
Is he starting to try to talk like Shrek a little bit?
I heard a little bit. What time we going to lunch, guys?
Yeah.
What time we going to lunch?
Please look. There you go. Greg?
I like
Bubba,
you like that one, Greg?
I like that one. That may be my favorite.
Yeah, that's now, are you making the eyebrows move when you move them? Or
Yes.
Is doing that
Eyebrows up and down what?
Okay.
Okay.
Look, I'm going to wink back and forth.
Wiggle your nose. There it is. Look at that.
How about that?
That's Shrek.
And then I'm going to smile.
That's Shrek. What an actor.
What an actor. All right, so we've had.
I can't get the cat to work, though. I've got to play with it some more.
Yeah, well, just go. You can work on that. You know.
Okay.
I get a feeling you're not going to work on it once the show's over, but you might.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, at some point. All right, so we've talked on the show many times about, somebody saw Black Panther, somebody did, somebody didn't. Yep. What is this? All that. Well, this one is straight up in Italy. And Bubba, wait till you see this picture if Adler can find it. They believe that this Black Panther, I mean straight up Black Panther, I mean a leopard that has the black pigmentation, a mafia boss's pet panther could be on the loose. Someone saw a very large, there it is right there, black feline in southern Italy. It's been photographed in several occasions by people in the southern region, and I don't know how to say this, Puglia.
So it let itself out.
And they think this is an exotic pet of a mafia boss, and they have a straight-up Black Panther. I'm talking about like Bagheera from the Jungle Book running around southern Italy. And see, the problem with this, and we've said this so many times over the years, see, if I'm in southern Italy, I understand that I take some risk of things that I don't even know what's dangerous in southern Italy. I can't think of what animals you would
I don't know.
you would fear, but I really don't think that I have to fear a Black Panther.
I don't think they're native.
But they think now that this is a mafia boss's pet, and they think it may have escaped from the villa of the mob boss's son. So they said a while ago, someone in the region had a tiger, and people in southern Italy are saying, we got to do something. Now southern Italy is talking, like the time, Bubba, remember when we had to follow the ongoing updates on the escaped spitting cobra? That was in what, Moody or Leeds, Alabama? And so, that's the problem with the exotic pets, and we've talked about it for years. If it gets out, it affects other people. It just doesn't affect you.
That's right.
And I just can't take that kind of pet pressure. Hey, we forgot to latch the Panthers cage, and now everybody's in a bind. I just can't take that kind of pressure.
Rick, just so you know, they got brown bears in southern Italy.
Yeah, they really.
Italian wolves and lynx.
Okay. All right.
A couple of things. Not a lot, but they're there.
Didn't know that. Bubba, did you know this, that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson says he is still considering a run for president? And he says the answer to whether he'll do that or not is up to the people.
Well, Trump has given everybody hope that you can run and not have any previous experience. You can run on your name. But the problem is, I don't think Rock has the politics that would pull the same crowd that Trump has.
No. Yeah. Did you know this, that he is alluding to also a possible run of the presidency while talking about, and I didn't even know about this, his new sitcom, Young Rock?
Yeah, I think it debuts tonight.
Yeah.
If you're listening live, it's the 16th of February on NBC.
And this. Minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us as we move forward on another show. All right, so simplysafebubba.com. Now, there's no safe quite like simplysafebubba.com. Safe. And if you have not gone to get a security system from them yet, but you're in the market for one, this is where you need to go. Okay, so the industry's changed quite a bit, and some are still lagging behind, but simplysafebubba.com, they're using modern technology. You customize the security system to the property. It's not a boilerplate, system that you have to just kind of adapt to and make it fit. You every single place your property, which will be unique, you would be susceptible to break-ins. You can put a sensor there. They've got indoor, outdoor cameras. They've got monitoring 24/7 that can actually see what's going on in real time and stop crime, alert you of fires, flooding, medical emergencies, things like that. So why don't you go right now to simplysafebubba.com. You can install it yourself. It's that simple. If you need help, they'll help you. But simplysafebubba.com, go there and get 20% off any new security system. That's 20% off. And you also can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe, quite like simplysafebubba.com safe. So reviewing the Celebrity Pro-Am yesterday.
We're trying to find my worst shots on the course yesterday that were somewhat comical and could be dangerous.
Could be dangerous. So
I only hit one person I know of.
We will move and say yesterday Bubba's off of one, the first tee, that is the worst opening shot ever.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
So now,
and can I say this? The most relaxed swing I've had.
I know.
Usually it's a little tense there on that first shot. But I was totally relaxed. Maybe too much.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
This is a big gallery hole here. This is the 17th par 3 here. And the gallery kind of starts to build. Then there's the par 5 18th right behind it. And so you're approaching the tee box here, and you're about to hit. You'll have to listen to where his shot goes.
Okay.
We're winning. We're winning.
He's putting the ball down, putting the tee in the. There we go. Now we go.
It's a long way down there to tee that thing up, by the way.
Yeah. And it is an elevated tee, so he's kind of looking down here. A lot of people everywhere. He's over the ball.
I love the sound effect.
That sound. You're disgusted with yourself here, I can tell. Like, come on, man. Oh, my goodness.
I'm thinking, come on, I know I'm tired. I got one more hole.
Yeah.
One more hole.
Yeah, that back foot just kind of steps forward. Now there's a scoreboard down to the right of the cart path, and you hit the back of that scoreboard.
Oh, right there?
And the ball fell right behind it in Pine Street.
there you go.
Right. So there's the little.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Those people are in danger.
It's a leaderboard, scoreboard, whatever.
Yeah.
And you can see how the gallery's filling up here. And that tee is always really, really packed. And so this is the tee
Only
shot.
the best for those holes.
Right. Yeah.
And.
Yeah. It's such a good dink
really
off
is.
the pole. Too.
Yeah.
It's the vertical pole holding it up.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
All right. So now you go down to find the ball, and it's sitting behind the scoreboard.
In Pine Straw.
Now, the rest of the crew,
they're headed to the green.
they're on the green, and you hear John Daly scream at you, pick the ball up, it's a par 3, what are you doing? But he uses some colorful language.
Does
but
he?
You try to, you can't really hear him, but from the person that sent us this, they said that's exactly what he said. But
look who's standing right there next to me. You see who that is? Moss this, Moss that.
Oh, this is a Moss.
Scott Moss.
Oh.
Okay.
And Bubba tries to warn everybody here. Watch out.
Okay. Hunter running for cover.
I mean, you really better have it. Look, I go behind the board. I can't even see where I'm hitting it, Rick. And I hit a scorcher.
Oh my God!
And hit a patron on the other side of the green.
I got it out of there.
You sure did, bud. And the pine straw, too. That was a good shot.
I mean, it was the cleanest contact of the whole day.
How
That's
tired
how
were
it
you?
always is.
How tired?
You got to get right there. I was needing to get my second win there.
Right. And then you go to 18. And again, send great shots. These were the ones we got. This is not the staff out there video.
I absolutely woofed one on 18.
And I think that's where we're headed here.
Oh, is that where
so
we're going
this
now?
is he's on the fairway of 18 here.
Okay.
And please notice what happens with the ball.
Okay. All right. Oh.
Well, it didn't go.
It's
There's
still
ball
there.
still there.
Missed it
That was
completely.
just dirt.
Oh.
No.
Missed it completely.
Oh.
And
There
then,
it is.
Oh, that's rolling back onto the cart path.
Well, it's back to the fairway.
Oh.
You got to know how to play these hills, Rick.
Yeah. That almost looked like you were trying to get one in putt-putt.
You
ever
play
get
the
it to roll
course.
back down, you know?
Those were definitely the low moments.
Right. Well,
no doubt about it.
Not one person sent us the good shots. You never
You can't find one for going in at 100 yards and lay it up there next to the hole. You can't find them.
I was telling somebody the other day, I said, this is the only show, and we've talked about it, where bad is good.
Oh, yeah.
And
of
I
course,
think that's
yeah.
what everybody focuses on.
Sure.
I've had it done to me, too. It's like if something bad
Of
happens,
course,
it's
yeah.
actually good for the show.
No, I mean...
Nobody wants to see anybody hit a good shot.
No, who wants to turn on this particular show and go, well, that thing that Speedy was at, it went smooth as silk and it all went great, or Bubba, or Rick, or Greg, or Helms, or any Adler. I mean, no one wants to hear, oh, Adler went and DJ'd a wedding and he did it perfect. Nobody wants to hear that.
No,
I mean,
nobody wants that.
all they want to hear is the times that all go south for all of us.
Oh, that's all we're hoping for.
Such a good sound.
It really is. It's wham. A couple of things off the course. Whatever happened to Charles Barkley?
I don't know.
The mystery of Charles Barkley. Now,
Hunter told me that the NBA coach, because he videos a lot of that stuff. He's a big NBA fan. He said they were on at like 2:30 in the morning.
But
did y'all hear us talking about this in the kickoff hour?
I didn't, but because I was there yesterday when this conversation was going on around us.
Yeah.
So y'all probably said, tell me if I have this right. We understand all that, and other people said the same thing, but he never contacted anybody.
Well, that's the thing. His team were waiting on him.
They were
at the
waiting on him at the
airport.
airport. Yeah. He never said, I'm not coming.
Right.
We got off the air too late. I just ain't going to do it. And he's gotten off there late in the past and said he just came straight
This
on.
is normal. That's one of the biggest things with him because we've always asked him that. Like, how on earth do you do both?
Yeah, and his team never knew he wasn't coming.
No, they met him at the hangar.
That was
That's
the part I was
crazy.
telling you in the office this morning that made it kind of unique. No one knows what happened. I mean, they may now. They may now, but as of yesterday, it was like
I thought Bubba was coming
because he and Jake Peavy were supposed to be on in the last close to the.
Did you
end
talk
of the
to
show.
Jake?
So neither he or
Peavy
Barkley
did play because I saw him on the course.
no, he was
when
just
I
late.
stuck
Yeah.
around.
I talked to him quite a bit after the round. He sit down and we talked, and this is so funny because he won one or two World Series. He won a Cy Young Award pitching for the Red Sox, and now he pitches for the Savannah Bananas. And he was telling
that is official.
He was telling me how much fun he
they're
had
having a
with them.
blast. Yeah.
He said, "I've been trying to tell Major League Baseball they need to adopt some of." He said, "Obviously, they can't go the full length of what we're doing, but they are going back to play in Fenway. The Savannah Bananas are going to play in Fenway Park." And he said, "For me to get to go back to where I pitched all those years," he said, "I am just jazzed." He said, "I cannot wait."
I was watching. There's a documentary on the Savannah Bananas, and I haven't watched all the episodes, but that was what they hoped when they first started. He said the goal is that one day we'll go into Fenway Park and settle it out with this goofy version of baseball.
Yeah, well, they're going to have their shot.
Yeah.
And he said they're playing to sold-out crowds. He said the problem is they're having to get bigger and bigger places to play.
Yeah.
So now they're in Major League Parks in a lot of cases.
Yeah, so anyway, I didn't know that was – I thought that was just a joke somebody was making, but he really is.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he didn't – he was late. Barkley, nobody knows where he was.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the interviews we all got, but those two –
I bet Jean has the Barkley answer when we talk to him later.
Yeah, might have an update, but his staff that was updating us yesterday, I said, well, here's what's so weird because Charles, I mean, we can criticize, but they said when it comes to the events and what he's supposed to do, he actually is pretty
Pretty reliable.
Yeah, it's pretty time.
It makes this a priority because it's his home state, and,
Right.
and has done many times. It's been late. It came anyway.
I said I was surprised though, talking to the staff. I was surprised that his handlers didn't reach out to y'all and say, "Hey man, he just can't make it." She said, "No, that's what's so weird. They're waiting on him. They were waiting on him to leave, but there was no Charles, so they didn't even know."
Yeah. So that's why he wasn't on the show yesterday like he normally was. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Chronicles his younger years. It's like young Sheldon, but this is a real person.
Young Rock, whatever.
Is this about the real Dwayne Johnson?
Yes, yes.
And it's based on his childhood.
Yeah. I don't know how it's going to go between, you know how they flash back childhood to adulthood to because isn't that like 3 different rocks there?
It is.
And that's
There they are.
Would you
1982
would you consider
87.
watching this, Greg?
and 90. 87, 90.
I don't know.
Anybody interested?
I know the story. You know, his dad was a wrestler.
Anybody interested in the new
Played college
sitcom
ball for the
on
Kings.
NBC, Young Rock? Anybody interested?
If
How
I'm
about
sitting,
you?
think
let's
that's
say I'm
why-
sitting there and nothing else is on, I happen to come across it, I'll give it a look. Now, I'm not going to change my day to get to it, but if I'm sitting there and I go, hey, there's Young Rock.
How about that?
How about I may try to watch it tonight?
There you go.
You might be in.
Do you think that is why he said that about running for president, just to get in the headlines today?
Yeah,
with
it
the
could
show
be.
started?
That would be smart if
That's
he did that.
probably- you're
I would
right.
consider a presidential run in the future if that's what the people wanted. Truly, I mean that, and I'm not flippant about it in any way. That would be up to the people. So I would wait and I would listen.
Okay.
So on that note, since you brought up, which I agree, this is the success of Trump winning the presidency, but then not getting a second term. Since he was acquitted, do you, Team Rick and Bubba, think that we will see Donald Trump continue to try to have a career in politics and will run again?
I don't think he'll run again. I think he'll be an influencer. I think he'll campaign and make speech. You know what I'm saying? I think he'll help certain people run for office.
I think he'll be more of a kingmaker than a candidate.
But then again, people, they're trying to make him so toxic that you don't want anything to do with him. I'm not saying that's right, but, you know, they
That's
act
their
like
goal.
now that if they find you had a relationship with him, it's almost like a gotcha.
Yeah.
You know?
Which is bizarre.
Which is crazy.
That is bizarre.
So
But yet, if I had any association with Bill Clinton, I'm good.
Yeah, but I mean, Tom Brady had to
yeah.
explain why he had a MAGA hat in his locker. You remember and all that? You know, back.
Well, I tell you what this is about. The left has tried to, and they really, this is not an exaggeration. They've tried to take and equate you having a MAGA hat with you having a swastika on your head.
Yes.
I mean, they really are. Now that's ridiculous.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Especially if you study fascism and the strategy, it feels a little different.
Actually, the other side's more like what the fascists were doing. If you look at it historically,
Yeah, you don't see the thought police over in conservatism and the free market and low taxes and small government, do you?
Not much.
Not much. The fascists are not big on small government. Let's just take that one point.
I will say this: I think on the conservative Republican side, they're a lot more open to dissenting opinions than they are on the other side.
Well, now I at one time I agreed with you on that, but some of the experiences we've had lately, I think there is a part of the right that you can't seem to reason with now, and if you don't line up with them on everything, they also don't allow you to disagree.
No.
You mean the cars?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of a new feature we've seen lately.
Right.
But,
yeah, that is something kind of new.
Yeah. Because, you can, and sometimes you want to say, I agreed with you on like 8 of the 10 things you said. I mean, I'm only, and I'm not even fully disagreeing. I'm just saying, well, I don't know if I agree with you to that degree.
I think if it's 8 out of 10, we can say, hey, we're pretty much on the same side.
Well, that's a typical sellout comment right there.
Sellout.
Yeah. We kind of have
Shrek is a sellout.
We have a close tie to our flagship market on The Rock because the actor that plays the 15-year-old was born in Tuscaloosa.
Really?
Bradley Constant, I believe. He plays the young Rock at 15.
Well, how about that?
Who they call Dewey.
Well, that's cool. All right, we'll come back. Your phone calls are next. Harry Murdahl is lined up and ready to take them. 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you next. Plenty of lines are available. So when we have our big reach here and our big sample, you can be part of that. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We talk to you, the people, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think it's Alabama. Yes. Brett, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, I didn't know, you seen my subject line, didn't know if you wanted to touch on the latest Ravi news that come out, the report that was released and everything. Sad, very, very sad situation this man has turned out to be.
Yeah, it's Where's Charles? What happened to Charles? The common sense answer would be what Bubba Hunter said and others. Hey, the coverage of the playoffs went deep into the night, but that has happened in the past. Maybe not that late, but it has happened in the past, and he came on anyway. The perplexing part is that his team was there at the airport expecting to drive him to the Pro-Am, and he never showed. And no one ever heard, I was just too sleepy. So I don't know, and we'll find out. We're supposed to talk to Jean Hallman, mover and shaker, with the final numbers. There is a chance we will hear the official word that for all that we've had fun with today, and Bubba is with a sense of humor about it as well. I mean, we always have had this about ourselves.
Well, you better have a sense of humor if you play like I do.
Yeah, if you can't handle self-deprecating humor, this is no place for you. And even, if you, and here's the other thing, our team is willing just to deprecate you themselves. It didn't have to be self.
Rick, I'm going to tell you, there's
get plenty of help.
Bad golf shots are funny. I don't care if it's somebody else or me. It's still funny.
Oh, especially with a sound effect. I mean, But Hallman may tell us that Bubba's team actually finished first in the Pro-Am.
I didn't have the final results last night, but we were leading in the clubhouse at one point.
We'll see. And Bubba, in his own way, did contribute. Now, nobody took any video of any of that. And
right, can't find it anywhere.
Can't find it anywhere. No matter how hard you dig, can't find it.
I'll take that all day. As a matter of fact, anytime there's a pause,
I'm just going to leave your channel hot. Okay. Well, on the interview side, yesterday we got some interesting interviews when we were together, and then after you left, and there's always the Saban. We were some years Saban will sit down with us, some years he won't.
Right.
We never know. Saban, we discussed this, I know, together after his time on the show, but now we're back a day after. He is no nonsense.
Right.
Even in his new.
How about the new smiling Nick Saban? Because saw him. I saw him smile after the round yesterday. For his, cumulative time, more than I've seen him smile in 18 years.
Yes, and so he was on with us yesterday, and you were already gone. Now, his handlers said we had 5 minutes. Now, our segments are 10 minutes.
Right.
So we only had 5 minutes that we were granted. Now, he heard that and thought we had made him sit and wait for 5 minutes. And he took those headphones off. He looked at me and says, so we ain't going on for 5 more minutes? I said, no. We're going on in like a minute and a half. We're only going to talk for 5 minutes. And then he looked like I'd said the greatest thing that had ever been said. And we've kind of taken this approach with Saban. We try to go lighthearted with him because I think he prefers that. I played that drop, this one right here, and so he would. I watched
just right out of the gate.
I was watching to see if he would put his headphones on. So he did, and so I knew he could hear it. And so I hit him with this.
Nick Saban has invited them to the lake. It's the final year of the Rick and Bubba show.
Well, he starts grinning, looking at me. So I come out as if it's on. I said, now, I hadn't heard, Sherry's not heard from Terry. And I said, I don't know what we're supposed to bring. Is it beans? And look, before he knows it, he's looking at me like, have you lost your mind? And then finally, he said, well, you're going to have to jump off the boathouse. I said, I'll do a can opener like you've never seen. And so he he wanted. I didn't want him to talk about the state of college football, but I think he kind of wanted to.
Right.
So right at the end, uncomfortably, as his handler kept doing this to me to wrap him up.
Right.
He was in the middle of a monologue about it, and I just sat there. So I know me. He's talking now. I'm not the one talking.
Yeah.
You know. So if y'all want to tell him he needs to stop talking, y'all tell him. I'm not telling him.
Right.
I still got 5 more minutes. You know. he ain't hurting me. You know. I got plenty of show left. But it was, you know, it was about as I think I got on his nerves as is normal, but for the most part, I thought it went as good as it could.
I was thinking about this last night because we did talk about it after Bubba. You know, we kind of broke it down and talked about where you are and we ever get an invite to the lake and those type of things.
Yeah.
But here's where I think I'm at with him and us as a team.
Right.
I think he views going to do an interview with us as that family situation that Terry has taken him to and he don't want to go.
Right.
But when he gets there, he leaves and goes, golly, I had a good time.
He loosened up a little bit.
I didn't really think I'd have a good time with that.
Yeah, the odd thing was him
wasn't that bad.
Having to admit he's now part of the media. I think for him that's the toughest thing to say. And he was like, well, you know, I said, well, you vilified the media, and I don't hate the media. And I said, and then he said, I just want people to ask good questions. And I said, well, I got that. That's no problem. And then I realized that's probably directed at me. Maybe. I told him, I said, I'm not going to ask you football questions because I know what you're going to think is I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And so let's just talk about the lake. And so but then he did talk about the state of and what we heard from him. We heard from Hugh Freeze. We heard from Kirby. Kirby Smart. We heard from Trent Dilfer, even though he says it is what it is. So I don't know why we're going to keep complaining about it. All of them are saying Tommy Tuberville. There just needs to be some sort of structure. It's just completely out of control. Nobody knows the rules.
Yeah.
You can't abide by rules when they don't exist.
Yeah, and every time you turn around, a court guts the NCAA a little bit more, so you don't know really what's going on. I did get to talk to Kirby a little bit on the first tee. He borrowed a tee from me to tee off.
Did he really?
And it happened to be a Nike tee. He said, thanks. That keeps us in, the logos.
Okay, good.
And he just crushed it. And he said, wow, good tee. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, nice deal. How about dinner?
Right.
I said, I think you're buying. He said, it's on me.
Yeah. At first, when he sat down, of course, you and I were going to go that way at him. I looked and I said, hey, by the way, congratulations. And at first, he thought I was talking about the season or whatever. And he said, well, and I said, no, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I said, I'm talking about the deal.
Oh, listen, Daly was on him, too.
Oh, yeah.
He said, hey, got you a deal. I mean, he was like, when are we going to eat?
Yes. And so we had a little bit of discussion. And then finally, because, he's got a little fire to him.
Yeah, he is. He's
he
smart
finally said what I don't blame him. He said, hey, I'm not going to apologize for it. He said I've earned every bit of it, and I'm never going to sit here and apologize for making money for doing what I do and doing it well.
That's the fact.
And I said, you know what? You don't know anybody an apology. If somebody's willing to pay you that, oh my. I mean,
hey, congratulations, Kirby.
I don't
Great
know
job.
that anybody else has made an impact on that university like that man has.
That's right.
I mean, can y'all think of one? Maybe Herschel Walker.
I know.
Well,
Herschel Walker. Yeah,
it's been a while. But it's been a while.
You go back. He's kind of in the position that Saban found himself in.
100%.
At some point, a Georgia fan is going to have to uncomfortably say, as far as continuing to win year after year, he may be surpassing anything Dooley did.
Yeah. I mean, year after year. And how about this?
As far as the program sitting there going ready to go every year.
Let's look at the bigger picture of Kirby. Pull up to 50,000 feet. He played there, so he has a passion for the school.
Sure.
He trained hand in hand with the greatest ever. Okay. He has been able to emulate that with his own style.
Pulled it off.
And he's not he's not stoic. He's a much more passionate, get in your face kind of guy. And he's been able to do it his way, but with that all that training he brings with him. And he has put Georgia at a powerhouse position year in, year out, while being next door to the greatest of all time.
Right. Yeah.
He has not suffered being that close to Nick Saban, and Saban and him recruiting a lot of the same players.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is incredible.
Yeah. He has pulled it off.
Yes, he has.
And has got him sitting pretty heading into the 12-team playoff.
Yeah. I mean, you look right now. You consider Georgia's going to have one of those spots nailed down for many, many years, no matter what they do in the SEC.
All right, let's talk to Hallman. Let's get the update on everything when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for being with us on the Rick and Bubba Show, brought to you in part by our friends at firstcup.com. Love these coffees. You will too. They all have themes based on American history. You know, it's one thing to say I love American history, hey, I'm a patriot, but how about when you're getting to enjoy delicious coffee while remembering the great history of our country? Go to firstcup.com and use the code Bubba. Save an additional 10% on your order if you subscribe. Save an additional 10% for the life of your subscription by enjoying this delicious coffee and also the history of our great country by going to firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba.
And how the church, defends against this. I know we don't put our trust in men. We better not anyway. But how do you speak to that?
Well, here's how, and you need to give more details because I think a lot of people may not know what you're talking about. Ravi Zacharias is what he's talking about. Ravi Zacharias died. What was it? It was in. It hasn't been that long ago, and
first part of last year. And
he was a highly respected man of the faith. He defended Christianity all over the world. Many of us, in all honesty, when I saw things like the Hillsong pastor in New York, that didn't surprise me in the least. When Jim and Tammy Baker, that didn't surprise me. Even Falwell Jr. at Liberty University, not really surprising. And I can give you a list of people that have claimed to be one thing when it comes to the faith, and they're living a life in opposition to what they claim to be representing. But I got to tell you, just straight honest, Ravi Zacharias surprised me and broke my heart. And and I think the reason why we now can come down on it's the truth is I think it was handled the right way. Not the way his life was being lived before this, but I'm talking about when these accusations came out, is the Ravi Zacharias International said, we will investigate this. They told us in December, and we're not going to let Christianity Today be the final word on this, but we will, on our own, go look into these accusations of these women that claim that he was inappropriate with them sexually while they were his massage therapists at spas that he was invested in. And they came back, to their credit, just last week and said, we have completed our investigation and these accusations appear to be valid. And that's heartbreaking. So no one is trying to sidestep it. But I think this is an opportunity for us to look at the first point you make, Brett, that we don't put our trust in the messenger, we put our trust in the message. Because we are all flawed and capable. And the thing that hit me was this, and this is something that I've tried to do in my own life, is if you look into the story and you start seeing what happened, here's what I don't understand. When you are Ravi Zacharias and you have a ministry like God gave him, and all of a sudden one day I'm one of Ravi's dear friends, or I'm a man inside his ministry that holds him accountable, or my goodness, his wife. And I hear that Ravi has decided to invest in health spas, which he was a minor partner, where massage therapists work. I would be like, Ravi, I don't know why you're investing in spas. I mean, I think that's something, and I'm not saying that all spas are shady. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying if you have your platform, I don't see any win for you to be a business partner in investing in spas and massage therapy. I don't think that's if you want to have a massage therapist come into your home where your wife is, and if you have a need for that, or sports therapeutic massage come in and have somebody work on your injuries, man, or your problems, that's fine. But I don't know about you going into rooms with a woman who's not your wife at a place that you run and these women you've hired, and have them massage you, and you don't think anybody ever came out and said, hey, I was in there with Ravi and something went kind of weird. I didn't feel good about it. That never happened. So what happens is when you start being kind of a well-known name, even in ministry, people become enamored with you. And the last thing we need around us is anybody who's enamored with you. And so we don't need to surround ourselves with people who are enamored with us. We need to surround ourselves with people who love God so much, they love God so much, that they will love you and love me properly, and they'll hold me accountable. And then at the same time, I must never be naive about my own potential for depravity. And I think if you'll follow those rules, you won't find yourself in these situations. I'm capable of anything if I step away from the authority of Christ. And I have people, but now keep in mind, you can't be held accountable by people you won't give access to your life. Nobody can just walk up and say, Rick, I'd like to hold you accountable. And I say, yeah, I don't think so. Well, then it's over. You know, I have to allow people to look into my life and say tough things to me and to be hard with me and to hold me accountable. And if I'm not willing to do that, then there's nothing these people can do for me. And somewhere along the way, Ravi Zacharias came up with a bizarre version of his place in the kingdom of God. We go. Thank you for being with us on a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. And we welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So here we go. We've got Hallman is on the line, Jean Hallman, who has been kind enough to include us for years there at the Celebrity Pro-Am, all those historic moments that you all are pretty well versed with. If you're not, you can go out there and find them on best of CDs from the years past. And we're trying to get some clarity on a few things. Gene, first of all, welcome back, and thank you for inviting us yesterday.
Oh, thank you, guys. It was a great day.
Well, it was, and the weather was kind.
Very kind.
Because we thought it was going to be a lot hotter than that. Turned out to be very pleasant. I do have a few critiques that I would pass along to you today. That because we're always trying to make it the best experience for everybody. But let's get down to a couple of biggies. Number one, a review of Bubba's round and his team. Where are they in the rankings officially? And where is Charles Barkley? So
did anybody ever find Charles?
Did anybody ever find Charles Barkley? You start with the second.
We'll start with the first question.
Okay.
We'll start with the first question.
Okay, good.
Bubba, his team finished fourth. Bubba's looking at the results that said 2023.
Bubba, there's the confusion right there.
That explains.
That could be it.
Good night.
That could be it.
And it makes sense why his name wasn't on the list.
Right. Good gracious alive.
Bubba, maybe the fact your name wasn't on it would have been a hint. It also explains why Randy Owens on there.
Yeah.
Bubba texted me 20 times last night, did I win? Did I win? And I was just waiting for this moment to say, no, you didn't. You finished right outside the money. We give trophies to the top three, and he finished fourth.
Y'all.
Well, that kind of goes with my golf game yesterday, Gene. It really does.
So typical. This is hilarious.
So
wait a minute.
But Gene, you know what? We had
Pete Van Weird all over again.
We had big fun though. We definitely finished first on the fun wagon.
You know the fact my name wasn't on
Bubba's moved right off the award, hadn't he? He's on something else.
No, Gene, here's the part you'll love is we were getting livid. We were getting livid. How can they leave Bubba off the winning team list? He played. Why is he not on there?
He sent us a screenshot on the text group last night. Oh, man.
He sent me a text and he said, can I come over and meet your staff so they can know who I am?
Well, I still think I need to do that.
Right. Oh, Gene.
Just introduce myself to everybody.
Please tell me it says the year, too.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, thanks for that clarification. That does make sense. That clears things up.
It answered a lot of questions.
It did.
The main one being, why is Bubba's name not on there?
Well, it is strange. It looks like the same group.
Yeah,
it is the same group.
Well, that explains Randy on there, though, but then that got confusing because Randy's son played, so we thought we had that covered. So
it was good to meet Heath. I'd never got to hang out with him before.
Oh,
go.
My goodness.
Well, we
Was
gave
that
it a
last
run,
year or this
Gene.
year?
Oh,
we
Gene.
did all we could.
Well, let me say this. I thought I would never say this. Bill Bubba Bussey's group had more people following it than Coach Nick Saban.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
no doubt.
Well,
Watch out now.
That's probably hard to believe.
That's
We
right.
No,
did
it's
have a
true.
good time.
You're gonna make Dickie mad.
It's true. It was the biggest group of the day, and great fun. The group just got along super well. Of course, John Daly has this new adult beverage called John Daly, and he was passing those around quite widely.
Okay, I
He
did
was
not know
promoting his
that.
product.
Well, he is a promoter. He's playing his new album, and here's my new drink.
Yeah, it was the first time that we had music during the whole round. That was fun.
And Gene, if I could address that, John Daly, he is what he is, but I don't. We've added live bands during those of us trying to do broadcast over in that area, and I was always told over the years, is it our fault? Because we were always told don't be so loud, but yet now we have live performances over on where the practice tees are and where we're all set up. And at one time, the song is forever stuck in my head. We were trying to do a segment while somebody was singing over us, "Walking in Memphis," to which I said, "I'm about to go tell our musician, could he do a song called 'Be Quiet in Memphis'?"
Rick,
just
golf,
trying to help. I'm always here trying to help.
Golf is a sport with decorum.
Yes.
But we realized in 1997 when you guys showed up, the decorum went out the window.
So it is our fault. So it is our fault.
Yep.
Yeah, it is our fault.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Actually, I think we were just laid back and comfortable, and it was a really enjoyable day. We had a lot of fun out there.
It really was.
It was.
Yeah. And I got to tell you too, I know you depend on your staff. They knocked it out of the park again. They're great to work with.
Oh yeah. So did you talk to Saban at all yesterday?
Oh yeah.
Did he mention
like a different person?
Did he mention Memorial Day?
His lake house.
Memorial Day.
Any word on that?
Well, he just looked at me with the old Nick Saban look and kind of scoured.
Yeah.
So that'd be a no.
Right. Yeah, I put a shot up that Speed or somebody took of him looking at me as I'm sitting there talking, and you can tell he's like, sometimes you just have to go to work. So anyway, but thank you for setting all that up. Other than what's happened to Charles Barkley, let's get to the second question.
Yeah, did we find him?
We found him. We believe he's got a bad case of the flu.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had to bring in paramedics to give him an IV, I believe, but he's fine.
Oh no.
Just an illness and never got out of bed. We kept calling him, and there was a little bit of concern there for a few minutes, and then we finally got him to the door at his room in Atlanta, and he was disoriented and just didn't feel good, and profusely apologized. He's just such a class act. He's always been the guy that's been there, and then he wasn't, and it caused some concern, but he is fine.
Yeah, people start talking about how late the NBA coverage went. Was he sick on the air, or got sick after?
I don't know the details. He must have been feeling poorly on the air.
Yeah.
And then he just could not even get up, and we had to wake him up.
Okay.
So,
wow.
Well,
we hope he's doing better.
Yeah. And that's the reason why everybody on the air has said it, and you're confirming that. The reason why people got concerned is, they didn't hear that he wasn't coming, and he usually, no matter how late he's working the night before, he's always there, and he likes coming, and he makes it a priority. So that's what got everybody concerned. That was way out of character for him to just not.
Well, we had a plane ready for him, and we were holding out hope that even if he joined mid-group, mid-round, that we would still get him into the Pro-Am. But finally we reached a point where it was clear he couldn't play golf. So
yeah, well, I hope he gets better, and hope it's not anything beyond that. So anyway, another great day and another successful Pro-Am, and again. We have recapped Bubba's round. I don't know if you followed any of that.
Some really dandy shots.
Well, let me say this, too. I was prepared if Bubba had won, much like the Masters. When you win the Masters, you get a lifetime exemption into that tournament.
Right. Right.
And I was prepared to give that exemption to Bubba, but since he did not win, it's going to be year-to-year decision.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it possible for you to give him credit for last year's win? Well, Gene, thanks. Always fun.
I know you're going to have a fun weekend, Gene.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Thank you, guys.
All right. And it looks like that weather-wise, once you get through today, it's
going to be great.
It's going to be a little cooler.
Yeah,
in the
be
70s.
nice.
That'll be nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you, Gino.
See you, buddy.
All right, guys. God bless.
Jean Hallman, mover and shaker, another successful Pro-Am, and now moving into the tournament. That all starts today, goes through the weekend. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he abused the influence that he had, and now, and I know everybody's saying, but it's not about Ravi Zacharias. And you're right. But I will tell you something. If you think when men like this fall, it doesn't do damage and it doesn't cause confusion and Satan doesn't have a holiday, it does matter. It matters greatly. And there'll be a lot of people that, hopefully will go off into this world, because you know what happens? And I've seen this happen personally. I've had people sit down with me when pastors have fallen in these positions and say, am I even saved? I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, this is the person that baptized me. This is the person that led me to Christ. I'm like, he didn't save you. And you go, well, Rick, they shouldn't think. Well, I know I didn't say they should think that way, but they do. And that's why it matters. Sin always matters. It always matters. And it should be taken extremely serious. But I understand the depravity of mankind, and I understand the depravity potential of my own life, and so I try to take it extremely serious. And it's a sad, sad story, and it's a story that is too familiar. And I don't know where the accountability was in this man's life. Where were the people that said, hey, Ravi, I don't care how many millions of people or books you sold, you're wrong. What you're doing is wrong, and I'm going to out you, or you're going to stop. You shouldn't be doing that. That's not appropriate. Where were these people? And maybe they were there and he just wouldn't listen. But it's led to a terrible confusion, and now a legacy has been damaged on this side of heaven. I hope he's right with his Lord and Savior that he claimed to serve. I hope he is. It's not my place to say or not, but I tell you what I can speak to. You did damage. Hey, but Ricky did some good. You're right, he did, but he did some damage, because it always matters. Let's go to San Diego. Steve, Bubba's going to try to help you with your CPAP situation.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
3 acres. And
thanks for going.
Found you through Blaze TV. Mm-hmm. So I have CPAP. I have sleep apnea and live in California, where we have a hard time keeping the power on.
Yeah.
And so I bought an APC battery backup and surge protector, like you would use for your computer. And it just, as soon as the power instantly goes off, the CPAP stays on. So it's completely uninterrupted.
Bubba, there you go.
Well, I understand the UPS format. The problem that I run into many times is the fact that, we've already got quite a bit of hardware there on the nightstand, and Betty's not really big about having a battery backup supply next to it there. I mean, I'm kind of
limited. Oh, you're saying, you're saying I agree with you, but I don't think I can get away with it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
All right, so I think, coming back to your phone calls, I think Bubba has dialed the cat in now. I think he's got it.
Well, I'm getting pretty close.
Greg, please look at this. I think you got it. I think he's got it.
Meow.
Yeah. All right, so look around at something. The eyes. No.
No, you're turning your
It's
head.
close.
It's
It's
the
close.
head's turning, but the eyes are not.
Lean
moving.
in, Bubba, like you're confused and you're trying
There
to
they go.
figure
Something's
something
happening to your eyes.
Pick
right
your
there.
nose,
There you
pick
go.
your nose.
There you go. Bubba, the eyes are moving now.
Oh,
yeah.
there
Come
you
on
go.
in.
Yeah, say, I'm Bubba, I'm not a cat.
There we go. Right there.
I'm Bubba. I'm not a cat.
That looks like a ferret.
Now look down with your eyeballs. Yes.
All right, we're getting there,
Okay,
Bubsy.
man, really good.
That's better,
Getting there.
Bubba.
That is much better.
Getting
Now,
there.
Shrek's hard to beat, but that's good.
But the cat almost, you think, there's just something.
Meow, meow, meow.
There's just something else me about.
Meow, meow, meow.
There's just something else me about this cat thing.
The head is the shape of the head.
Look at that.
I want to go meet Buddy.
Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow.
He wants to go meet Buddy.
Look, he's looking at the screen. Did you see it?
Boy, it don't take much for us. I love that.
Still snowing.
You know, some of you that try to make us laugh, y'all working too hard.
Yeah.
Do something
like that.
Sanders out of Huntsville. Hey, Sanders.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're good, man.
Hey, Rick,
Sure, no self-hots.
it's when you was at Troy State, I was at UNA. I texted a couple times. Enjoy your show. Love
Thank
it.
you.
Hey, I just think the butter biscuit was warmer than the Jeep this morning. For Bubba.
Yeah. I tell you what, he decided to stay home real quick.
He did.
Hey, guys, my power went off. Got it back on. Think I'll just stay here.
I'll stay here.
Well, I'm just going to stay here.
Yeah.
Look, kitty's okay here.
Are y'all talking about me?
Yeah, I love that cat talking. That is so good.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up bottom of the hour as we work our way back. And you can tell us if you were there yesterday. We can get your experience, or you can comment on anything. We don't. A lot of you were saying, "Hey, I was just listening." There's a lot of folks out there, so we'll do that bottom of the hour, and then we'll hit a couple of other things, and then get there. So we got the update from Jean Hallman. I think we've got all that. So we got the what they're saying that Barkley ended up being really sick. So I mean, hopefully he's okay.
Yeah.
So
I
was he on the NBA coverage all the way till it was over?
I don't know. I didn't
know either. I just know it went on late. But I mean, do we have that?
I think they had 3 games, and the last one was on the West Coast.
Is this one of those things where everybody just assumed? Because nobody was up watching it that late.
Right. Maybe
we just assumed
maybe he
that's
had
just
to
what
leave.
he
My son told me that he was on it like at 2:30 in the morning.
So he was there.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Bubba, please tell everybody what you told me in the break, or unless you don't want to, when you were getting your food, what year you thought it was.
I said, thinking back on this, I really think I may have been dating stuff 23. I don't think I ever flipped the calendar in my mind.
So in your mind, think it's 23?
Yeah, I'm thinking 24 is next year, and this is actually 24.
Yeah, it is.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and that may explain all those return checks.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's so you're not sure you flipped to 24.
I'm not sure I did. No, I think I've tried to block 24 out or something.
Right. So when you saw 23 winner, you thought, "Hey, that's us."
Well, no, I pulled up Pro-Am results.
Okay.
From the regions, and that's what came up. So But I knew we were close. I knew we were in the hunt, and you never know because there's groups still out there and all that stuff. So.
You've actually done.
We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, you've actually done a pretty good segue into a Biden update.
Yeah, there we
go. So there you go. So
everybody sing.
Let's look at threes. Let's look at the threes. Because I want to get to 3B because to me that's pretty funny stuff. So let's try first. So he had a Cinco de Mayo celebration. All right. So let's see if we've learned. Okay. And Cinco de Mayo is what? Is what's everybody supposed to be celebrating right there? Remember, for years we've tried to.
It's a Mexican victory over the French army in some battle.
That's correct.
Is it their revolution?
Yeah, it's not the day they celebrate.
Not even that big.
No, it's actually it's not their independence. It's not it's been made now, and it's not even really made a big deal out of in Mexico.
No, the Americans have adopted this as another excuse to drink.
Yeah. So here is Biden. Here we go at a celebration, and he's trying to recognize y'all. We'll just listen.
On Friday, I had the honor of bestowing our nation's highest civilian awards on 19 incredible people, 2 trailblazing Hispanic Americans as well. Teresa Romeo, the first Latina to lead the National Union, an a National Union, American Farm Workers. And if you look inside the door here, I got only a few busts in there, and one of them is of Cesar Chavez, who started the whole deal.
Yeah, the communist?
Guys.
And Dr. Elaine Ochoa, the first Latina to travel to space. I'm glad she decided to come home.
Don't jump,
guys.
The trailblazer word was completely lost. By the way, the woman's name he's trying to get that he calls Romeo is Teresa Romero. He never gets that right. He goes Romo, then he goes Romeo, and
what's the
and he doesn't
got to do with Cinco de Mayo?
So listen to Trail. Can we do it again? Listen to Trailblazers.
And he got the last one wrong too.
Yeah, he did.
19 incredible people. 2 trailblazing Hispanic Americans as well.
Picture of it.
Is he saying trailblazing Spanish Americans?
Romeo, excuse me. Tracy Romeo, first Latina to lead the National Union. Hispanic Americans as well. Trailblazing Hispanic Americans as well. 2 trailblazing Hispanic Americans.
Oh my gosh, I can't.
This really, I know you want to go through all the threes. Really, this sets up one. This is gold, Rick. You're going to love this.
So do we go to one? Then?
I think we do.
Okay. So
I think we do if Adler can do it.
Yeah.
Who does it better, Biden or a baby?
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Liz Schuller, President of LCI, thank you for all you do for the benefit of the American Union movement.
So good.
That is good.
All right, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you, Adler.
That's 10 seconds of fun. So back to 3B.
That'd be a good ad
That wouldn't
for
be
Trump.
bad. That would be bad being in the instant replay there every time we try to. Bubba, you know how he makes up stories, okay? So he's talking about a theology professor at his Catholic high school, and he somehow has him that he was going to be drafted by the Green Bay Packers, but decided to be a priest. So here we go.
I went to a Catholic high school in Delaware, taught by the Norbertine priest from St. Norbert's College. A little team called Green Bay. Now, here's the deal.
Oh boy, watch out
We
for
were
that.
the only high school in Delaware that overwhelmingly rooted for Green Bay. Not a joke, I'll tell you why.
There you go. They're not a joke.
Every single Sunday. Not only did they have great teams at the time, we still do, but not only that, my theology professor at the Catholic school I went to was a guy named Riley, last name, and he had been drafted by the Green Bay Packers.
Last name?
And he decided to become a priest before that, so he didn't go. But every single solitary Monday that Green Bay won, we got the last period of the day off. Now, we Catholics call that indirect bribery, but it worked.
Okay, I don't think he was supposed to say last name.
No.
But I think what it had on the teleprompter, it just had Riley, meaning that was his last name beside it, and he said last name.
Yeah. Does anybody know, is that even kind of true? Did this guy get drafted by the Green Bay Packers?
All right, so
anybody?
Is he trying?
Do I Google Riley last name?
I'll tell you this will easily help. He did get off his signs, the warnings we're looking for that what he's saying is not
Yeah,
true.
right.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding.
He gave us all that.
Serious.
Here's the deal. I'm not joking.
I'm not joking.
So,
Don't jump.
is he trying to please? Is he in Wisconsin? Is that why he's doing this? If there's a reason for the Packers to endear people to him, he's 100% making it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
if
no
there's a
doubt.
reason for the Packers to be something in the speech that would make those people like what he said, is it in Wisconsin where he's doing this?
Must be.
Or somewhere he's somewhere in Packer Nation, isn't he? I mean, and if he is,
gotta be.
then he's just pulling that out, in my opinion.
Okay, here I Google that, and it comes up right out of the gate from the New York Post that Biden falsely claimed his Wisconsin teacher was drafted by the Packers.
Here we go. Yeah, we could feel that, couldn't we?
And he was in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin.
Okay, yeah, there you go. All right, yeah. There you go. It all works. We'll take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our first phone troll of the day, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show. Fired up and ready. Fired up and ready to go. We start this hour as we have since the attack on America back on 9/11. We start with the national anthem.
Okay, it's been 25 years.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Still a little chilly out there, but welcome in.
Maybe they're on to us, Bubba. Doesn't that sound like today, those lyrics?
Oh, I know. Funny.
How about I feel their eyes all over me. It's looking like a conspiracy. I'm out of friends that I can trust. Maybe they're on to us. My heart is filled with suspicion. I've got a fearful condition. It's more than just paranoia. Maybe they're on to us. That sounds like our country right now.
I wish you'd use the term self-destroy you.
I know I may be paranoid, but that doesn't mean they're not watching. Bubba, welcome back.
Hey, glad to be here.
I don't recognize you without some sort of filter over your face.
Oh, yeah,
well, that got out of control, didn't it?
That was a little fun during the last hour yesterday.
It was. If you missed that, go watch that on the YouTube archive. It was a dandy.
Yeah, we'll show you one of the funnier pieces of video that came out of that because I don't think any of y'all saw it. The dog barking at me as a cat on the TV.
See that. No, I didn't see that.
You can hear us yucking it up.
Oh,
the dog
sure.
is just going nuts. He don't like it.
I bet it is Yuck City. Bubba, I don't know if this is some sort of ploy. I know what I've been told, and I don't have any reason to doubt that. But, you're trying to do better on your eating, and you're trying to lose a little weight, and we're trying to work with you. And we're really worried about today because we're going to hand out a check from the Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba Charity Charge. And normally they will inundate us with delicious food from Buffalo Wild Wings. And we were very worried about this with you today. It looks like you've had a stay. You will not have to worry about it because the food's not coming.
Yeah, I heard that. I'm
Y'all
kind of
think
sad
that's a
about
good
that.
thing?
Yeah, I don't think it's a good thing.
For Bubba, it is.
Well, no, I've got to, under live fire, I've got to work on portion control.
I totally agree with that, but I think
I agree with Greg. Greg, I'm with you.
But even when they're training people who have to face, live rounds, they don't do it so fast.
Who's behind this?
Yeah, I wanted you to build up to live rounds.
Who's behind this?
You saw what happened Sunday. I mean, you didn't do well Sunday.
Well, Sunday was a pre-designated cheat day anyway, so that wasn't a fail. They wasn't no attempt on that one.
Right. But I just I'm kind of glad you don't have to face that today. Honestly, I think now next week you may be ready. It just.
Well, I mean, things keep going like it is. I think we're just going to roll breakfast out every day, so that won't be a problem. We'll learn to eat 2 meals a day.
Yeah. so you don't have to face that today because of the snowstorm and all that yesterday. They're unable to get it here today.
That's good.
They're recovering.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I've come to the conclusion that I continue this ongoing war with my trash pickup in my neighborhood. Have you ever heard a business getting a game plan together, and you're kind of like, I think y'all got that all backward, because if you remember where we live, and we were extremely fortunate when it came to this winter weather.
Oh boy,
extremely fortunate.
Continue to be.
And I know a lot of you are struggling, but I don't know. Some of it was even weird, as I heard you guys talking about the kickoff hour, and I agree with how little it affected things where we were. But anyway, so with that note, Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. First phone troll of the day. We talked about a good bit, but you can add to that your own question, your own comment. The Patriot Mobile phone troll is ready. The real Greg Burgess taking your phone calls. Make that phone money matter. Make the switch today to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. All right, so the lines are available. You can get in now. dial that up. But let's finish what we were doing because we ran out of time. But we'll add this for your consideration. Biden also tries to insult President Trump. We didn't have that in the Biden clips today. We had it. We just didn't get to it. But it seems to not go well. So here is Biden attempting to insult President Trump. Here we go.
Seriously, just like they did January 6th. The guy is not a Democrat with a small d.
What does that even mean? Did he say he's not a Democrat with a small d? Did that just happen?
I mean,
what are we talking?
I'm thankful Greg's not in here.
Yeah, me
right now.
too. I'm glad we sent him to the phone.
I'm act like it didn't happen.
My goodness, Bubba.
He said
what is he?
what I think he said.
Who knows? Who knows?
Okay.
Thank you, Adler.
I'm not either.
It's got Bubba choked up.
Right.
I'm not a Democrat either, guys.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, Bubba, we're going to find you another source of protein.
When you have to swallow that last bite as the music's playing, it's just so easy to suck egg down the wrong way.
It is.
You know?
It really is. Scared me. It's happening. All right, so here we go. Josh in Georgia. You get us started with 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
I was listening to Kickoff Hour this morning, and old Helms was talking about a comedian. I think he may need some counseling because he's talking about the Netflix roast, how bad it was. And I listened to his comedian. The man went dropping F-bombs and calling me trailer trash.
That's not true. You got the wrong guy.
Is it the wrong guy? Yeah.
I've gotten several emails this morning saying the guy's pretty clean. He'll talk like your uncle from time to time, but it was nothing like dropping F-bombs. And I listened to like 20 clips. I never heard the F-bomb at all. Now, he may do it, but hey, here's where people don't listen and where this guy's wrong. I asked Speedy and Greg about this comedian this morning specifically for that reason, to go, how is this guy?
Right.
And I'm getting emails saying now he went to Jacksonville State. And
what's his name?
Derek Stroop. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I mean, I know I'm saying Derek right. I don't know if it's Stroop or
with a small.
Right.
But anyway, so it's funny. I showed Greg some clips, and he's like, he's got a Nate Bargatze, and I know I'm saying that name wrong. We all have been.
Right. I thought you're the only one that says it right.
Oh no! See, remember he actually said it was Bargatze, but he never corrects anybody.
Oh, okay.
He's got a demeanor like that.
Right.
Anyway,
yeah. So,
like I was just asking about him. Like I mean,
I think none of us ever heard of him, so it's not like.
And then we started having. It's
one
really
thing,
our fault because then we started having fun with Helmsy. The fact he watched the roast, I was like, oh, you're probably yuck. You know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were like, you love that Helms, that kind of thing.
And we didn't know he is probably
He may not be like he may be the dirtiest comedian since whoever was up there the other night. Can't think of any of their names. But I wanted to know because Amanda and I actually watched it together last night. She was laughing. It was funny. He had some funny stuff.
So you're just saying what you saw didn't have all that in it?
No, it didn't.
Okay. Oh, he's an Alabama native.
Yep.
Nice.
Of course, I said that. I said he grew up in Harvest, Alabama, and Greg goes, "Yeah, he probably drove through there when he was a kid." Like
sounds like Greg.
They didn't believe that he was actually from there. He moved to Colorado like 8 years ago. Something
listens
like that.
to the river. I heard.
Yeah, so, sounds accurate.
He may listen to the show. I don't know. Listen, his content seemed like our kind of guy.
Yeah. Somebody said he listens to the show, and for some reason, his favorite person on the show is Greg. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So to the phones we go. Let's go to Greg in Alabama. Greg, go right ahead. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. I was just letting y'all know I did some research on Joe Biden as a truck driver, and it is true. He was the first African-American truck driver.
Also Polish and everything else.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, well, that's you better leave it off.
Yeah,
I'm still struggling.
Drew in Alabama. Drew, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Hey,
Hello?
Drew, you're wrong. Go ahead.
Hey, sorry about that. I was going to tell Bubba if he would have took off his glove while he was putting, he probably could have made more putts.
Well, I just like leaving it on.
He's always done that.
I hate taking it on.
Yeah, he's always done
golf
that.
thing.
Some people don't putt with a glove.
Most people don't putt. But in your defense, that's something you've always done. That was not different from yesterday. Wish people would get things right today.
It really kind of goes back to playing baseball with having a glove on your under your catching glove. I just never took it off.
Yep.
It's too much trouble taking it on.
It was, and from time to time I'll do this. There was an email or something, and they were talking about, well, I got a right to say what I said. No, you have an absolute right to say whatever you want on an opinion, but you do have a responsibility for your facts to be correct.
Yeah.
Now you still got to have
gather some facts.
Right. Now, once you have the facts right, then you can tell us how you feel about facts. But if you have an email that doesn't have any facts in it, then you got to get that part right. Right. We continue. Let's go to Johnny. Johnny out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Johnny, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I spent about 3 years in Wuhan, China. So ni hao, Zhao Shanghao, as I should say.
Ni hao.
Mandarin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ni hao. And so my views on Xi Jinping are that he took what was going to be a very successful future for the Chinese and has basically tried to get in there like Mao Zedong and just tear it all up and make it,
Well, now, if you're watching some of these Nimrods on college campuses, they don't think that what you just said is a bad thing. They love Mao. Now, of course, it's convenient to love Mao when you didn't have to live under his regime. I was shocked. I've seen some of this drift of somehow that these evil communists throughout history and dictators are somehow being coddled a little bit. We continue. Let's go to Jim in Alabama. Jim, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I have a thought for you on Bubba's golfing thing where you have Captain Kirk there saying, Bubba, you are intelligent.
Yes.
You should change it to Bubba, you are dink.
That would be funny.
Bubba, you are ding,
ding. Wing, ding, ding. What was that? Ricochet Rabbit?
Yeah.
Ding, dong. Milton, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds. We don't get a lot of Milton.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
what's up? What's going on, guys? Just had a little comment on this. You've probably seen it on TikTok where the women are saying that they would feel safer alone in the woods with a bear than a man. Well, look up Timothy Treadwell. She was alone in the woods with a man and a bear, and see how that turned out for her.
Right. Haven't seen that, but some of the Nimrod things I keep hearing are on TikTok. That wouldn't surprise me. Like the one I just mentioned that somehow someone was saying that Mao did a good job and we should all desire to live under a Mao type regime.
Really? Did they mention the number of people he killed that opposed him?
Well, here's where it's going to get a little dicey. On the clip that was sent to me, this college person was saying, because they were working somewhere that was a high-tech place, and they said after dealing with the elderly people, the aging, that they actually are sympathetic to Mao, who just killed them, because they became a drag on the system.
Yeah. Well,
that was actually said by a person.
Yeah, someone not of age, I guess.
Yeah. Robert in Alabama. Robert, go ahead. Robert, come inside the vehicle.
I'm thinking he dropped the phone.
Robert, bring your body and your phone back inside the car and roll the windows up. You sound like you're on the hood of the car. Okay.
Do you think he dropped it in the car and he was trying to find it?
Well, and I thought in a minute I don't want to cause any sort of accident. Right. But normally a call to the show should not be on the hood. Come inside the vehicle, maybe take the windows up.
The worst case, roll your windows up.
Do y'all drive with your windows down much?
Never
anymore.
No. Never.
Not much.
As a matter of fact, I can't stand sunroofs. When people open up, Sherry will open her. Sherry opened her up on her car like on a pretty date. I'm like, man, yeah, this is great. Can't even hear the music. All right, so
you didn't know you like sunroofs.
So we come back. Speaking of that, Bubba, you weren't aware of this because you were playing. I have the answer on the napkin left on the car. I have the answer.
Okay.
Yes,
I have the answer.
Oh, good deal.
So I'll give you all that update when we come back. So I'll tell Bubba what happened, update him on that, and those of you that missed us talking about that yesterday. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Money. Here's how they think. Hey, Nancy Pelosi at press conference,
if you're going to do away with farmers who farm livestock, what are they supposed to do for a living? Oh, well, we'll just have them making this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. That's a good one. Make fake meat.
Yeah. Now,
currently,
how tell me how does the guy who's the cattle farmer y'all put him out of business in the next couple of weeks, and he magically becomes a synthetic meat producer? How does that work? Well, when you do that, they don't know what to say. They don't know that. You know what they say? Well, that's just how I want it to be. Just cause I don't like hard questions, and I don't like to come off as mean. So what we do is we destroy industries while telling you we'll just put you somewhere else. Then we never do.
Yeah, because we work that way.
Because we haven't walked that out, so we don't know how that works.
That's the
It's
Keystone
not
people.
interchangeable.
Yeah.
A farmer is not a food processor that's going to get in the business of making fake meat.
There's almost 750,000 people that are directly involved in cattle production business in our country, 226,000 across America. Texas by far has the most, followed by Oklahoma, Missouri, Nebraska, and South Dakota. And, it's just these people are like think tank people. Bill Gates has never even raised cows. He's never done that. I mean, he's got a lot of money off of windows that he made. And by the way, I hope the synthetic beef works better than windows. Okay,
I knew that was coming.
Remember all the patches you need for windows?
Well, again, if he and his wife have gone out and they've helped people have clean water and feed people and help third world countries, that's great. But they don't need to get over in this area because this ain't their area.
Right.
We'll come back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Bubba, as the left continues to prove they never took a basic math class, the minimum wage hike. Now the National Restaurant Association is screaming to Congress, please don't do this to us. You're killing us, Whitey. You're killing us. And when I say that, I don't mean like ethnicity. It's a term from a Kansas City. What was this? Stram?
Hank Scram.
Hank Scram. Stram. However you say his name. He would holler out there to the referees. I guess the guys
killing me, Whitey.
No, he looked at his assistant coach and he says, "They're killing us, Whitey. They're killing us." But anyway, the National Restaurant Association says this minimum wage hike, if it goes through, you're killing us.
Rick, the Congressional Budget Office, which was created to be a fact-finding office to give Congress real data on financial things, which most of them have no expertise in. And it's supposed to be nonpartisan. Now, that would certainly be up for debate. But they estimated that a $15 minimum wage would lift 900,000 Americans out of poverty. Now, poverty is a line they set, they say if you're below this, you're in poverty. If you're above this, you're not. Right. So it's a little fluid too. But it also says that it would kill 1.4 million jobs.
That's not the kind of math you want.
So I'm just looking in round figures here. If it would lift 900, but it would put 1.4 million back below the poverty line, because if you have no job, I would assume that means you're below the poverty line.
I would say no income can get you at that poverty level pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm going to say that means that this little venture will cost 500,000 people, put them below the poverty line. That's the net gain of this, right? I mean, how else are you supposed to look at this?
If you say we're going to help 900,000 people, but then we're going to negatively impact 1.4 million. I mean, if you sat down with me and said, "Burge, got an idea for Rick and Bubba Inc." Okay, shoot me, Bub. I believe that I can make us 900,000. I said, "Man, that's awesome! What a great Bubba! That's going to help tremendously for we've been through some tough times. Now, wait a minute. What we need to do is going to cost us 1.4 million."
Yeah,
I'd be like, "Hey, Bubba,
you need a guy that works with windmills to figure that one out. Make it work. I mean, it's
that's good.
Good night. And again, Congressional Budget Office. Do you trust their numbers or not? The Foundation for Economic Education, their editor, argues that the hike would be a recipe for disaster, not only because of the jobs lost, but it would undermine opportunities for those starting out in the workforce, those young folks who would be looking for a job. It'll put the wall higher for them to ever get in to begin with.
You got it, baby. Thank you for being with us today. Well, the Association of Mature American Citizens. If you don't think this show's been around a while, look at our new sponsor. Well, and a lot of you out there have responded to this. Thanks for the emails. I'm glad. We were like, I'm glad we found this organization because I didn't want to be part of AARP. I just didn't feel good about it, and thought, well, from a political standpoint. So is there another option? And yes, there is. The Association of Mature American Citizens, AMAC. You can go to amac.us/Bubba. All the information is there. Remember, AARP, they went all in on Obamacare. That doesn't sound like an advocate for mature citizens there. But anyway, they also supported bigger government, Inflation Reduction Act, all that's been a disaster. Not AMAC. They're lobbying for those of us that are in the mature citizen category. And yeah, they're helping us out with insurance discounts and also, free Social Security and Medicare advice, which you need. It's very complicated. And also you get all those, discounts on food and movies and theme parks and shows and cruises and car rentals. All that's there. So go to amac.us/Bubba. And you can get a 4-year membership for only $30 or 1 year for $16, okay? amac.us/Bubba, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, a couple of updates. So, as you know, Greg and I, our mom is in the hospital, and so we're all running shifts with Mom at the hospital, and hey, Tag, you're out, try to go sleep, I'm in. And so we've been, we're there quite a bit, and so I was leaving late night before last to go home and go to bed, and I think on that particular night Greg was staying, so thank you, buddy. Sherry stayed last night, and so and then my sister stayed, and so we've got a lot going on. So anyway, I noticed that my truck, which had been parked in the hospital parking deck, had a napkin on it on the windshield, and it had a number and a guy's name. It said, "Call me ASAP." Mm-hmm. So I think to myself, well, does this person hit my truck or something?
That's your first thought.
Yeah, it's my first thought. Because first of all, when I thought about the show, I've only been in this truck for a month, okay? It has not been – I don't know that anybody would have ever said this looks like one of the guys on the show because I just don't – what are the odds of that? Unless you saw me get out of it or something, So I think, well, it has to be something to do with the parking deck or something. But it was late, and, you don't want to let somebody have your cell phone number that you don't know who it is. And
right.
So I waited to come to the office yesterday after the Pro-Am and before the Bible study, and I said, well, I'm going to call this out of the office phone. That way there's no harm there, and see if I can get to the bottom of it. Now, I will tell you how the guys went, Bubba, and I'll see if you agree with this. They all agreed because of some sort of reputation I've got that I don't pay attention, and holding my attention on details is not one of my strongest areas. And they said, you didn't even look. There's something on your truck that you didn't even see. Because I gave it a scan, and I was like, this looks good.
You went back. Yeah. You went back, though, didn't you?
Well, so I called the guy.
You didn't look before you called?
I looked again. I still don't see anything.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Yeah, okay. You're right. That is in the right order. Okay. So I looked at it in the light. I mean,
nothing.
I see some little scratches up here on the top that it's a used truck. The truck might have been that way when I bought it. I don't care about that at all. So I call him. He says, "Hey, man, thank you for calling me. I just want to apologize." Oh. And I'm like, "What for what?" And he said, "Well, my wife said, wasn't even him, that she was parked next to your truck and she wasn't paying attention. And when you come in, when you whip into a parking spot, if you don't straighten your wheels out, the front will swing. Yeah. Like you came in, it would swing." She said she swung the front end and hit your truck. And I said, I don't see anything.
I want to go look at it.
I do too.
And
I feel like you're missing something.
And so I said, well, tell me about her car. And he says, well, no, it's not bad. I mean, she has a little mark on her car. And I said, well, I don't see anything. I said, let me just say this. I don't see anything I care about. And if there's something there, the truck's not altered in any way that concerns me. And it's very kind of you to do that. That's very responsible.
Sure.
And you're good people. And then he begins to realize that randomly he has he's talking to somebody from the show. He's like, I can't believe the odds. Then I said, oh no, look, we're out there. The odds of hitting one of us is actually pretty high.
Or us hitting one of you.
Us hitting it. So he was very, very nice, and he said, look, we'll pay for anything, and I said, I'm telling you, I don't see anything.
What side? What?
It would be the driver's side.
Driver's side back or front?
If she's whipping the front of it, should hit the front panel. Or if she came around, maybe the door.
Was he there with her when it happened?
No.
Is there a chance that somebody else pulled in that parking spot, like after you were gone?
Yeah.
No, that would make sense.
I was late. She was already gone. She was already gone because I got the
Or was there a truck there that left? You pulled in.
And then I took their spot.
Yeah.
That she actually.
That's what I was trying to say. That didn't sound so stupid.
Shouldn't you be watching Dirty Comedian?
But that's later today.
But anyway, so I was like, and y'all are right. I don't. These kind of things are not a big deal.
Speedy's going to check
big
right
deal
now.
to me.
He thinks there's probably something wrong.
And I said, as of this point, I appreciate it, but no harm, no foul.
Right. Yeah.
I'm good, man. No, don't worry about it. So I think what happened, which also was wise on his part, my wife did it. I wasn't there, but I don't want my wife's name and her number on some random truck. Yeah. So that's just smart on his part.
Yeah.
Let me handle it.
Gotcha.
And which is wise, and that's a good husband. And but it was. I don't. Everything's fine. But that's what it was. Okay. We started coming up with all these scenarios, but because the simplest one is somebody's hit your car or truck. But when I couldn't find anything, I thought, is it something else? Is this somebody that maybe wants to let me know something? Does he know how to get an MRI quicker at Grandview? I don't know. But it was so anyway. So Speedy's going to examine it, but that's what it was.
Okay.
And yes, I did look at it again, and I even one time tried to really look. I even told myself, Rick, really look, and I couldn't stay with it very long because I didn't see anything that jumped out at me. So I just went,
And like I said the other day, these are the luckiest people. If you're going to hit somebody, you want to hit Rick because, one, he don't really care, and two, he's thinking, I'm not going to be without a truck while you fix that.
No.
That's a hassle.
No.
Unless it's impeding the way it drives, who cares?
It's a truck. Do you see anything? Do you see anything at all in there?
Well, I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't think that one of the spots I saw had to do with her. I think it was you throwing in something in the back, which is funny to me.
Yeah, that's possible. Is that the scratches up there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you got there?
I think that's from a bike.
All right, so this here is your back left.
Okay. Is that it?
That's
may be it.
Rick. That's the only thing
I
I
didn't
can
see that.
That's the only thing I can find, and some of that might be able to be buffed out. I don't.
You
know.
didn't see
I wouldn't
that.
even blink.
I'm not
But
gonna
I
worry
get
over
it.
that.
But you would see that.
So here's the video, but
That's
then this
funny.
here was interesting to me.
Yeah, that's me. I think I did that.
That's
Good,
That's
nice.
substantial
Hey,
there.
that's a new truck.
It's not a new truck. It's a used truck.
I said that, but that there
Was that
is
already
the
on
only
when
thing
you
I
got
can
it?
think of.
I think that scratch was already there.
I had some on
You think?
mine.
What about this?
Yeah, that's probably it right there. but
That's
I'm
got to
like,
be it.
Yeah, I wouldn't care about that at all.
I don't care about that.
I wouldn't.
That's
I
not
wouldn't
worth
care.
anything
I mean, I
there.
may look at it and go, "Wish it didn't happen," but
I
it wouldn't
probably
bother
won't
me.
even try to wipe that out.
No.
I probably will never even touch it.
No, Rick.
Maybe the rain will
I
get
want
it.
to know what
Rick,
happened here.
you need to repaint. That's going to rust. You got down in it there.
Now, that is a little.
What happened with that?
I don't know. I think it could have been a bicycle that I was putting in there.
You didn't notice, Rick?
No, I don't.
First of all,
Rick
why
Burgess.
would you put a bicycle in like that?
Over
well,
the
maybe
side.
not.
He's throwing it over the
All right,
side.
yeah, by the way,
By the way, it does drop down, right?
I don't think that's
Rick,
it because I put it in the very back and put
I'm
it
like
okay.
you.
Yeah, that
I don't
wouldn't
think
be-
the
that
handlebars
wouldn't
would go
be
that
it
far
then.
down. No.
Yeah.
I'm like you in this situation, but this scratches on the side.
That looks
are-
like somebody's keyed your car.
Now that may have happened.
Yeah, I didn't think she did that unless she was.
But there's no way her bumper would get up that high.
Unless she
No,
bought
no,
your.
she
That's
didn't
not
do
it.
that.
No,
Unless she
the
bought
bumper.
Big Lip.
Yeah, I really don't care about either one of those.
I got you.
Yeah,
Okay,
so,
buddy.
So there
I'm
you
with you on the bumper.
go. Yeah. All right, so top
I
of
wouldn't
the-
be able to sleep if I had that scratch.
Rick and Bubba.
Let me tell you something. Paint your life. What a cool idea. You know, we started being approached by this as a sponsor. And one of the things they wanted to do, which we won't, is, hey, let us show you what we can do. And what they do is they take photos that you love and their artists turn these in to beautiful paintings. They have all kinds of sizes and the way they can do it. And so we were thinking about, all right, what would we send them? At first, I sent them like some landscape stuff of the farm I thought would be great. And they said, well, that's great, but give us something we can give you more details. So when you talk about it, you can really see how wonderful our artists are. So Sherry pulled out one of the wedding pictures from one of the weddings, and look at this. This is a photo that they turned into a painting. I mean, this is absolutely gorgeous. We were so pleased with this. We're able to give our son and his wife one, and then of course we've kept one and have it at the farm. And they have different sizes, that you can do and everything. But the work is just incredible. And boy, would Mom love one of these for Mother's Day. Maybe take a family photo, maybe like in our case, maybe, one of your parents has passed away and there's a good old picture of them that would be really cool, and give it to their artist. And they do an incredible job, and it will be something that you will just value forever. So we're going to do a little different here. We're going to actually use texting for you to get 20% off, okay? So text Bubba, B-U-B-B-A, to 87204 to get 20% off. Now, remember, when you text, you're agreeing to receive recurring automated marketing messages from paintyourlife.com. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at paintyourlife.com/terms. So text Bubba right now to 87204 and get 20% off. Get in touch with Paint Your Life and go ahead and have their artists, like they did for us, make you something that will be of value and be an heirloom in your family forever. Let them paint some of your most precious memories by going to paintyourlife.com. But first, text Bubba to 87204 to get 20% off. Only fruit and here for 27 years. You've said that into that microphone in front of you how many times? About entry-level jobs?
Yeah. It's been 27 years. I don't know, 2,700 times. So, I don't know.
And these aren't deep thoughts. Guys, we don't have deep thoughts about this.
And here's the thing.
This is pretty elementary stuff.
We had the lady call here before. It was kind of fired up, a little feisty with us about the whole deal. But look, we're all trying to get to the same place. We want people to be able to work and earn a living. And what does that mean? Afford your housing, afford food, cover your family's expenses for clothing, child care, whatever that would be. We all want that. Nobody's against that. But the question is, how do we really get there? How do we really get there? Is this how you do it, by setting an artificial boundary? Well, the CBO says no. They say it's going to cost jobs. Do you not do anything with it? I don't know. Should we try to? I just feel like we're not. Say this, get email. I'm not blaming teachers, okay?
Oh boy,
they're doing what they're told to do, but I do think that maybe we're not spending enough time understanding the economics of the American system, capitalism, because it's demonized. And you hear that in the media all the time, and you see a lot of the people coming out of school now, they're little socialists, want to be commies. But they don't understand the system, so they don't see it as working. They don't understand how it works. They don't, it's just, I don't know. I mean, and none of us know enough about it. We all could be educated more. We kind of know what we see's in front of us every day. But I know in college, I took some business classes, and it was just like stories about business, how they started, why they started, how they were successful, why they played out, what happened to do. You saw the whole business cycle. And to me, that was one of the most interesting classes I had, because it was just interesting learning how all these things had happened. I mean, Rick, Sears and Roebuck at one time owned the retail market. And then they were pushed out by other stores, and then those stores have been pushed out by Amazon. I mean, it's an ongoing thing. What's next? How do you get ahead of that curve? That's interesting to me.
Well, but you can't just, this fantasy world of, I want something to happen just cause.
Yeah, just cause. I want to get to point A, and I don't care how I get there. It don't work out.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Here we are, once again from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. So let's update you on a few things. You're going to watch the YouTube channel. There'll be lots of videos, some of them already there, from yesterday's Pro-Am that you can enjoy. If you've heard us talk about some of the stories from the live broadcast yesterday. The live broadcast archive on our podcast channel is there. So if there's any of those interviews or fun we had out there yesterday, you can go grab those on the podcast archives. Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be with the Birmingham Stallions, now 6-0, the UFL, probably the most intriguing matchup in the UFL so far this year, as McCarron comes home. But he will be with St. Louis's team, which they're called, what's St. Louis's team called?
Battlehawks.
The Battlehawks, who are 5-1, Stallions 6-0.
No, the two best teams.
AJ comes home to take home the Stallions at Protective Life Stadium, and our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be there working that stadium into a frenzy. So if you're coming to town for that game, enjoy that coming up.
That's a good name. I like that for a mascot. I mean, it's no Stallions, but I mean, it's all.
It is right. Good. Yeah, it is good. So we interviewed the vice president of the UFL yesterday on our archives. You can catch that till old Pop came by.
Yep. Yeah. By the way, they followed up late yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, well done.
They followed up yesterday afternoon, and they thanked us. They said, "I know that was a little weird moment there on there, but they thought that we knew and we didn't know, and so they did nothing wrong. But they were very. They said actually he really enjoyed meeting y'all too.
Yeah,
so it was good.
Jim Pop.
Don't think he liked the new nickname we gave him, Jiffy.
Yeah, right.
Jiffy Pop. But anyway, so that is a big matchup this weekend.
Yeah.
And then yesterday's Bible study archive is on YouTube and our podcast channel. And Bubba and I do a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today, where we will do letters from the audience. Now, I've looked at some of them. Be some fun topics coming out this weekend. I enjoy those letters from the audience. Those,
always interesting.
Yeah, because,
well thought out.
And plus, unlike when we're interviewing like guests and stuff, there's no need to do any prep because we should know these answers.
Right. Well,
you would think. That's kind of the point.
You would think.
Right.
So this life at the hospital.
So go out there, isn't it?
So anyway, those of you that are praying here sometime during the live show or right after, those of you that have loved ones in the hospitals, you can't plan anything because it's so fluid. You don't know anything, and a lot of that has to do with they don't know what they're going to deal with. There could be an emergency or whatever. So, and someone like me, that is I want to know what our plan is, and I want to take the schedule of the day, and I want to be efficient with the time. This is a living nightmare to try to organize, like, can we do that right now? Can we eat? Can we leave? Should we? When is that now? So when should we hear that? So when are they coming to get her for that? When? And people can't really tell you because there's so many factors. And so today we hope the MRI that they did do last night. Finally. Right. That took some time. For a minute I thought we were in Canada. But anyway, hopefully this will show us, what happened with Mom. Why did it happen?
Right.
And so we're praying that it's something that they can control with medication, and she can get back to living at least the baseline she was living, which she was still independent.
Yeah.
And even not driving great distances, but she could still get herself to a grocery store. And if she didn't want, we were picking her up and doing it too when her car was with our sister. After my sister had that scary wreck, but no, it's we'll see. So your prayers are very much appreciated. Mom yesterday, at one point, she had a pretty good few hours where she was pretty alert and began to remember even what happened before.
Okay,
that we found her confused. She finally is remembering things she couldn't remember before, and this is when I knew that she had made a turn. We hope for the better. is she says, I'll tell you one thing. If they come here and ask me my name again, I'm tired of telling people what my name is. And I said, Mom, that's big. They need to know that. They're going to do that.
There's a reason.
They're going to get you a few questions.
And what gets me is, and let me just be 100% clear. Where we are, everybody we have dealt with, they have been top notch.
Yep.
They're very kind. They have wonderful bedside manner. They do care about Mom. They do their job well. They're giving us the information they can get it. It's just the system. It has nothing to do with the individuals. They all have been wonderful.
It truly is a broken system.
The system, and one time, we had the best health care in the world, and some of the things that we've done to them, they're not the problem.
Right.
It's the way we're running hospitals and the way we're handling health care now. It's just, it feels chaotic. It feels like, you everybody's not on the same page. The communication is very difficult. And so, like, and I know I just got to get out of this mode. Like, even yesterday, I ended up not getting anything to eat in the cafeteria because I kept being told we were about to hear something.
Right.
So I'm like, well, I'm not going to go.
Yeah, you don't miss it. You don't miss it.
So that never happened. And then by the time I got down there, they're like, well, the cafeteria's closed.
Sorry.
And I probably did one of the most dangerous things I've done eating in a long time. My nephew was there. He's young. He's not old like us. And he said, Uncle Rick, I'll go down there and try to find us something to eat. I said, buddy, what do you mean? He said, I saw a bistro machine. I said, so we've got a bistro in a machine? And he said, are you willing? And I said, I'm willing. I said, do you think we're going to regret this? He goes, I'll go find out. So he calls me. He goes, okay, Uncle Rick, I'm looking at the bistro in a machine. Got a calzone here I'm considering. And I said, read me the list and let's eat the least dangerous. And we came to the conclusion that a calzone might be the least. How can you really mess up cheese and whatever and whatever? And
just that coming out of machinery, it gives me kind of a creepy, feeling.
Should a bistro be in that machine?
I would rank
delicious
that
food in just 1 minute.
I would rank that up there with service station sushi.
Yeah.
How does it work if it needs to be warmed up? Do you heat it in a microwave?
They do it inside that machine.
That's impressive.
Now,
that is impressive.
Let me tell you all
delicious
this.
in a minute.
When you decide to do that and take that chance in a hospital in a bistro machine, your prayer before eating changes.
You're real hungry.
You're not thankful anymore. You're asking for protection.
Right.
You're not thanking for the food because you know what God would say. I didn't have anything to do with this. You know what I mean? And as we almost start asking God, protect us from this food.
Yeah. Right.
We're real hungry and we just want something. We're not even expecting to enjoy it. We just don't want it to kill us.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And so you start kind of praying differently.
Yeah.
Lord, save us from this food. And so I look over and I'm eating mine and it looks pretty normal. And my nephew decided to go with the 4 cheese calzone.
Ooh.
I went with just some meat and some cheese. And I said, I hope one of those 4 cheeses is brown. Your cheese looks brown.
Oh, no.
And he's like, I know it does, doesn't it? Maybe one of the 4 cheeses is brown in presentation. Let's hope so.
Like overcooked brown or a different brown?
It was a scary brown.
Okay.
And, but he's in his 20s. I said, you'll be fine.
I'll check it out. It just pops right out.
Yeah, it was about what you would expect.
Yeah.
I tell you what, to your point, Helmsley, the crispy wasn't there.
Oh.
You know how something is supposed to be crispy isn't crispy?
Yeah.
It's been heated up, but it's not crispy. It's not oven heated.
Very good.
Where
Let's just call it.
Yeah.
At what point will fast food become this?
They're trying to outlaw it in California.
Yeah. They keep coming up raising that minimum wage. We all gonna be eating out of bistro boxes.
Rick, were you so hungry that it wasn't so bad?
My hunger exceeded its inefficiency.
Okay.
Or inadequacy. That's a better word. It was inadequate. But I was so hungry.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
Yeah, it was almost like, you know what, this is not great. And if I wasn't hungry and I didn't want to have a great meal, I'd be disappointed. Right now, I just don't want to be hungry.
Did you make a happy plate, or did you have something left over?
I went all in.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost. There was something like, I know this isn't true. It's actually the opposite. I thought if I could eat it out of my sight, it would be gone. It would be okay.
Yeah, get it over with.
Yeah,
I've done that.
I almost just want to get it over with. Yeah,
Let me go ahead and eat this.
You know
so
what it's
I can't
like
look at it.
jumping off the high dive. Let's just jump.
Yeah, that's good.
The longer I stand up here, the scarier this gets.
Let it rip.
But just like last night, the MRI in about an hour, and then 3 hours later, people show up, and then you go. So will we hear the results? Probably in about an hour. I've noticed that's their 2 weeks of a contractor. And then I said, nobody's going to give us these results tonight. Why do we think that? And so today we should get them. I hope so.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Healy. To the phones we go. Let's go to Craig out of Gardendale, Alabama. Craig's got us on 104.7 WZZK. Hey, Craig, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, fellas. Good morning.
Howdy.
First thing I want to talk about is try to throw common sense out when you're talking about the Democratic Party and their policies they're trying to pass. Talking about the $15 minimum wage. These are the same people who paid people to go out and destroy American businesses and then bailed them out of jail when they got arrested and then had their charges dropped against them. So they really don't care about small business. And as far as the math doesn't matter because it sounds good, and most people will buy into it.
Yeah, I've heard this before, and the guys have heard this. We've all got our little things when a topic is brought up, we say the same thing. But it's the famous child wants a pony but has no idea how much a pony or keeping up with the pony costs. They have no idea. It just sounds good. I just want it. I just want a pony. You have any idea how much food costs for it? I don't.
I don't have a place to keep it. I don't have a fence. I don't have a barn.
Daddy's got to do a fence. Daddy's got to do a barn. Daddy's got to. Do you know all these things?
Vet bills.
I don't got to go feed the pony.
I just want it. I just want a pony.
I got to saddle the pony.
So, Jug, Alabama. Jug, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What's on your mind today, buddy?
How about it, Biggins?
Come on, Jug.
Hey, I was just going to tag on with what Bubba said about economics not being taught in public schools. I actually was a public school teacher in Alabama for right at 25 years, and economics is not taught till the senior year and only a semester then. So, kids aren't, they aren't thinking much in school anyway, but certainly ain't thinking much in senior year. They're ready to get out of there.
Well, let's use your logic and Bubba's logic on this. It's pretty clear, apparently, that schools are really good places to indoctrinate people into fill in the blank. Yeah. So why don't we indoctrinate them into knowing what in the world is going on with the economy and how it works? Why don't we indoctrinate them into like good math?
Yeah.
Indoctrinate them into how all that works. I mean, if we can indoctrinate them, let's make it a positive.
Yeah, sir. I found it Go ahead.
I'll tell you this too. To tag on that as well. Government's not taught but a semester, and that's in senior year too. They do have a semester of civics in 7th grade, but in Alabama right now, you have a semester of civics in 7th grade, a semester of government senior year, and a semester of econ senior year. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, and to me, the economics.
World history.
Yeah, the economics needs to be more than how to balance a checkbook, which obviously a lot don't know how to do that too, but. Right. Dave Ramsey's Financial Peace University. I'm thinking about something like that. Know how credit cards work. Know why they want you to get it. Know how they make their money. Not demonizing them, but be sure you know how the game is played.
Know how student loans work.
Yeah, know how student loans
need to know
work.
that.
Know how to finance a car. Know how to do this. Know what is good and what's bad. Appreciating versus depreciating assets.
Understand what they say your salary is not what you're taking home.
Yes.
Understand what the difference between gross and net. And you can't plan your life over gross. You better plan it over net.
And just these people throughout American history who have been trendsetters. And it covers all races and sexes and everything else for everybody worried about diversity. When you look at some of these leaders in business, what they did, what the demand was, why they did it, how they survived, it's the same thing as what people, 100 years from now will be learning about Elon Musk, people like that. And some people I think that would be boring, but it's really interesting if you learn the people and you see the personalities, and you learn why they did things.
Well, for instance,
and follow them through their business cycle.
Do we all agree if you have someone who has the education and the training that is going to get up and expository teach from the Bible, when they're able to get up and tell you the history of when this was written, who it was written to, what was going on, does that not help you better understand it? Well, wouldn't the same apply to what Bubba just said? Just the same thing he just said. So anyway, Steve in Alabama. Steve, welcome to the program. Go ahead. Steve?
Hey, hello?
Yeah, you're on, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, I want to point out something ironic to me about the whole $15 wage hike. You know, one of the things that people haven't discussed that the price is going to skyrocket on, and that's the cost of daycare for kids. And a lot of those workers make minimum wage now. So if they raise that, you know, the cost of daycare is going to go through the roof.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, here we go. 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Much to talk about. We've hit a lot of it. Let's do a Your America. We touched on this story yesterday, but so much was going on location. We didn't get to really unpack it. Bubba, you broke this on our show yesterday, but like I said, we didn't have a lot of details, and we didn't get time to land on it. Because let's face it, there was a lot going on out there. But we want to come back to it. This is because I think election integrity is one of the things that is the most talked about topic. You and I get the emails anytime we do these podcasts, you know, where we have somebody on, is that people are going, can somebody reassure me that I hear all y'all saying, let's get out, let's vote, let's do all that. Can we trust that that the votes will be counted right? And then of course you were just told, if you bring that up, you are so backward. Well, so now we said yesterday, Fulton County, which, you know, Georgia's big. There's some issues that are now being confirmed, and people may be in trouble. So here's a little update from Adler. Here we go.
Does the investigation confirm that there are missing ballot images?
Yes.
Yes. Do you know why 380,761 ballot images from Election Day machine count are not available?
We subpoenaed Fulton County for all of their ballot images. We received approximately 518,000 ballot images.
From Election Day?
Those are for the recount.
Those are from the recount, but we have no ballot images for 380,761 ballots from Election Day, correct?
What was subpoenaed was the ballot images for the recount, because that's what this case was about, not the Election Day.
Does Fulton County know why there are not 380,761 ballot images from Election Day?
Hey, this is a sharp bunch.
We have not been apprised of this allegation. This is the first I'm hearing about it. I have no idea what the basis of that allegation is, and so we would have to we can't answer that at this time.
Would Fulton County agree that every vote should have a ballot image?
It was a mess, and this went on for a long time.
I tell you, that's a sharp bunch there. I bet they can get to the bottom of it.
All right, guys, I know that Bubba and I have been trying to encourage you about Election Day. We just all took a step back.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
That was the state election board.
We kept saying it's going to be okay.
The lady with the microphone ringing is in charge of all this?
Listen, I am a high-performance machine compared to that.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. That really makes me feel good.
Doesn't that
about
make you feel great, right?
So, but according to what she's saying, there are 380,761 ballots with no ballot image. In other words, they scan them in, and keep them that way,
Right.
and
Yeah,
then throw the paper away. And 380,000 of them missing.
Yep,
it's a lot.
I mean,
These swing states, y'all. It's getting crazy. Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, all within the last week. Everything that everybody was saying about this election was stolen. It's starting to trickle out that it's not good.
Easy, Alt Adler. Let me say this.
We looked at this graph from Wisconsin overnight. How many months ago? How many years ago, actually? We looked at this little curve right here from Wisconsin that happened at 3 a.m. or whatever. That's a statistical impossibility that Biden's votes can just rocket straight up like that in one count, in 1 hour, overnight, while people are counting behind closed doors. And so basically what I'm saying is January 6th was justified.
No, stop saying that.
Let me ask you this. Okay, I'll do this. Why couldn't it go up like that? I mean, I'm worried about the truth. I really don't care who won. I want the truth in this.
Good luck with
but
that.
If the ballots they were counting was from a heavy urban area that normally votes Democrat, wouldn't it go up like that?
You'd still have a curve.
Is that what they were doing?
There's no
Well, I don't
curve
know.
with that.
Okay.
I think that's what Adler's saying is there's always a curve.
Yeah, there's not a
and it may be
not
a
a
steep
straight up.
curve, but that is a straight line. You can't draw a line straighter than that.
Yeah, it's almost as straight as your putt.
Here is on. Here's a guy talking about that curve right here.
168,000 votes. 138,000 was it, Tim?
Yeah, 138.
138,000. You see the same. And see, look, this makes no sense. This is not even statistically possible where you have linear movement along voting like this, so you have a skyrocket. It should have been moving
now the
along.
argument is these are votes that came in, and they all came in at once. But the thing that's the irony of it, every last one of them broke for Biden?
There was not a Trump vote in there. They all vote, and you do not have a place in any state. Maybe Dixville's Notch, where there were 5 voters at the first thing, and they all 5 voted for Biden. Maybe there, but not when you have something of 138,000. You don't all break that way, and it still shouldn't be linear because you have so many counters that are counting across the way that they're all tallying and reporting, and you don't bunch them in and report one thing. So that doesn't look right for the process. It certainly does not look right for the fact that there is no place of 138,000 where you don't have both candidates represented. I mean, even the bluest city, you're still going to have somebody voting for the other party. And so these two things, it would not be a tight race right now had this not occurred. And this looks like it occurred maybe 4:30 in the morning.
There you go.
And that's Wisconsin
that's
there.
interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. All right, quickly, running out of time, let's get this in, and then we can come back and do another discussion with the Republicans, the House GOP. They've announced the SAVE Act. Let's hear that clip. 8A, because it's only 26 seconds. I think we can do it. And this is going to require proof of citizenship to register to vote. So here we go.
Announcing a voter registration bill called the SAVE Act. They say it is designed to protect election integrity. It would be in place to amend a federal law to require proof of U.S. citizenship in order to register to vote in federal elections. We will monitor this and bring you any news out of it.
Well, you know,
Is that not just common sense? I mean, only
watch out,
citizens can vote.
racist.
Oh, look at you.
It ain't that hard to become a
Watch
citizen,
out.
guys. I mean, it's just not that hard.
Well, there you go, Whitey.
There you go.
It's not that hard.
Uh-huh. So,
I mean, it's just not.
We'll come back. I tell you what this election fraud thing is starting to feel like. The pandemic. Where all of a sudden, we got a clip from Cuomo, all of a sudden people are like, okay, we were all told we were crazy and that we were, in dark places, and now y'all are agreeing with us. What?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And one of the key demographics that voted overwhelming for Biden was these woke, progressive, suburban white women. And these, or as James Gregory would call them, these brain-dead soccer moms. So that's just, something that people need to consider, that the cost of daycare is going to skyrocket.
Yeah, because the people who are doing that, if some of those were doing that at entry level, the cost of, because we've said this 1,000 times, when taxes go up on business, they pay those taxes off raising the cost of things. When overhead goes up, the things that happen, prices go up or a number of people goes down. Sometimes both. I mean, you have to understand. And here's the thing I don't get. Let's talk about my wife, for instance. When she went to college, there was no way she was just not in a situation that her family could pay for her college. Okay. So my wife, from 18 years old to 22 years old, would work third shift doing computer boards at a factory, okay? And then she would sleep till her classes started, go to class, go back and and then on the weekends she would wait tables. So she's doing 2 jobs and going to college. Is that just something y'all don't think people should have to do anymore? What's so wrong with that? What's wrong with busting your tail to make ends meet however you have to legally? And if that means that you have to work an entry-level job till somebody thinks you do a great job and then they pay you more, you have to work 2 jobs. You do whatever you got to do to put food on the table and pay for whatever you want to do.
And
when did that become demonized?
And think about this.
Well, man,
Rick.
people shouldn't have to do that. Who said people shouldn't have to do that? It might build character.
And think about this. How do you create demand for entry-level people to move up to higher levels in the company?
Right.
The company has to be expanding.
Right.
It has to be doing a good job. It has to be making money. So it needs to have an environment where it can prosper and make money. Less regulation, less taxes, more freedom for whoever. If it's a corporation, it's the stockholders. If it's a private deal, it's whoever's the partners in it, whatever. When you create a situation where they have to expand and grow, that's when they need more people. They'll need more people at that second and third level.
Of course.
You don't do it by shutting them down and forcing them to pay people at the bottom more to push them up through a company that's not growing. All that does is take away profit to the point that they go, I just soon go home.
It's communism.
That's why communism doesn't work.
Notice I whispered, it's communism. Communism just gets people jobs, and there's no supply and demand, whatever, and they just assign you a job no matter what it does to the business because it's all run by the government. And so I guess I'm just getting back to this. Hey, man, I have to work 2 jobs. So what? When did we ever say that there's anything wrong with working 2 jobs? Do whatever you got to do to get to where you got to go legally. Okay, when did we decide that we want to raise a generation of people who don't have to work 2 jobs at the entry level?
Yeah.
Okay, so what my wife did, no one should have to do that. Why not? How about she's got a great work ethic? She got her education.
Yep.
And she paid her bills. I mean, when did we start saying, well, people shouldn't be required to do that?
It teaches you to be responsible.
How about that? Who said? Well, I got
Plus, it keeps you out of trouble. I hate to say that that's one of the great parts of this, but if you're tired, you go home at night and go to bed.
Yeah, you know whose responsibility my children were? Mine. You say, whose responsibility of things that I did that may have been choices that led to things that maybe caused me to have to do things different? Well, that's me. I got to make all that work, not the government. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From the broadcast plaza and teleport, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Will meet back in play. Hasn't spun yet this week, so it could happen at any time today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, and Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussing.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Thank you, Bubba. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so
Thank you.
We got a couple things we want to hit. We have this Biden clip. And Greg, of course, has found something on it.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
So we have Biden, and it's only about a 13-second clip. And so Greg, I'm
a little off. This was actually same subject, but Kamala claimed that Biden had to start from scratch on the vaccine.
Oh, okay. And yet Greg's found somebody off my. Yeah, 35 minutes past
Really tying in nicely to some of the things we're talking about right now. In the fake world in which we live, which we have some more of that today, especially when you hear the accolades that will be heaped upon Kamala Harris, you'll discover we don't exactly live in the real world. That'll be coming up here in a moment, but we'll finish up this Cuomo thing here. But this ties in nicely. You know, the wellness company just actually said, hey, we're in with Rick and Bubba. We're in twc.health/Bubba. Now, because of these immigration politics, new diseases are entering the U.S. through our open border. No one can deny that. The University of Nebraska just put out a report tracking some of them, including deadly ones. I mean, we're talking about we've got a Congo fever, Bubba, and we've got things that up to 75% of people that. Have you ever heard the one that is called? Is it Nipah? NIPAH viruses. 75% those that are affected, die. They've got one that we're just calling Disease X. So this kind of stuff, and it you're like, well, I mean, do I have? What about? So when you think about medication shortages, we did have that in the pandemic. Why don't you just be ready to be sure that doesn't happen again? Maybe you might be able to have some of these basic medications that have been around for a while, and we're going to talk about one of them here in a minute. But in a kit, now we're not talking about a first aid kit. We're really talking about an urgent care unit inside your house. Well, the wellness company can help you with that. twc.health/Bubba. You will have inside your kit essential prescriptions that treat over 39 medical issues. They're doctor prescribed. They're antibiotics for infections for all types. Strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, bronchitis, so much more. And you have a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly when and how to use each medication. So if we, God forbid, but if we get into some sort of, prescription shortage like we had during the pandemic because of some of the stuff going on at the border and who knows what's ahead with our economy and where we're going, why don't you just say, I'm not going to be worried about that? So why don't you get a medical emergency kit right now? And you can do this easily by going to twc.health/Bubba. We'll get you 15% off. Get the medications you need to safeguard your family so you're never caught short. Like having an urgent care unit right there in your house. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So we're talking about how we're just like what we're seeing with the voter fraud, what we're seeing with vaccines, what we're seeing with ivermectin, which we're going to feature here.
Yeah, how about that?
This deal where we're all being told, if you raise your hand and say, hey, I'm kind of question about ivermectin. Hey, what are you going to do? What are you going to go down to the vet and get a shot? What are you, a horse?
Go to the co-op.
Well, we've actually had the human form of this that's been around. It won a prize.
Nobel Prize.
It won a Nobel Prize. No. Okay, for river blindness and eradicating that. Humans have been taking this for a long time, over 50 years, and it's really inexpensive and pretty effective and safe drug. No! What are you, some dark web conspiracy theorist loon? And, hey, the vaccines, you said 100% safe and 100% effective? You doubt that, you loon? Yeah, I don't think we've ever said that about anything.
No.
That we've researched. That
aspirin is not 100%.
We've never made that statement about anything. So now we're realizing that myocarditis is a problem with some of the vaccines, so much so they put it on their own warnings now. You were not allowed to say that. There are vaccine injuries. No one's allowed to say that. Look, I'll tell you right now, you talked to our mother today, and by the way, she's doing much better this morning. Thank you for your prayers. Keep praying. MRI did not show a tumor or any kind of stroke, so praise God for that.
That's good news.
But anyway, so maybe we can get her fully recovered and be able to treat the seizure while she had that, and she can get back to the base where she was. That's our prayer. And she may be moved out of ICU today, which would be great. But anyway, even my mother has said, look, I really was doing great till they hit me with them boosters. She said, I have not felt right since I took those things. And she said, looking back, I wish I'd have never taken them. Now, we don't know whether that's what has caused some of her health decline. She thinks it is because she's saying, before it, I was here. After it, I've been here. But we do know that 100% safe and 100% effective was a lie. 100%, if they want to be 100%. So now, do you remember Cuomo and how he vilified ivermectin in 2021? And and at one point, I thought we were going to declare him greatest man in the universe.
Well, he wrote a great book.
Only to discover that what he was doing was actually quite wicked.
No, that was his brother that wrote the book.
Yeah, he was the one that was reaching out and touching something.
Yeah. So here's Chris Cuomo. Remember how he acted on ivermectin? So here he is now.
And we're going to hear from him first in 2021, and then he's going to flip-flop. It's all in the same clip.
Yeah,
Okay.
there we go. Yeah.
People who are injecting drugs for animals and horse.
And people telling them to. Oh, my God. What person? You talk about, cancel culture and who to shame. Ivermectin, a dewormer, really?
They are shaming themselves. No one has to shame them. They're shaming themselves.
No, they need to be shamed.
Yeah.
They need to be called out and shamed, brother.
I am taking a what do they call it? Like a regular dose, whatever. They're trying to build up of ivermectin. Ivermectin was a boogeyman early on in COVID.
You couldn't talk about it.
That was wrong. We were given bad information about ivermectin. The real question is why?
Yeah.
I can tell you why.
Yeah.
I told you why yesterday.
Yes.
You make no money off ivermectin.
They could not move ahead with emergency authorization for the vaccines unless no other option was available. Ivermectin was an option. They had to have it declared unuseful for this and shame it publicly so they could move ahead with their billions of dollars of research. Look, I'm an American, I'm a patriot, I'm a capitalist. I love the drug companies. I think we have better living through pharmacology. Don't mean they're angels, okay? And don't mean there ain't profiteers that would sell us down the creek for $1 billion. I mean, it's true, guys.
Yep.
It's just true.
And he was the anchor on a big-time news network. A simple Google could have shown him that ivermectin has been used billions of times. It's not a animal dewormer. So he actively, he was active in that. He can act like he didn't have the information. He was active in silencing this. He was complicit.
He was because he was told to say that.
Absolutely.
And now that he's out, I've seen an interview with him and Tucker, and I thought it was two different people.
Right.
Like I thought, what in the world? Like I could probably hang out with this guy a little bit. But the bottom line is he's sitting back there. I'm serious, Greg. You go listen to it. It's really strange. CNN and all those other MSNBCs, they're giving a script every day. I hate to play, but and when you get out on your own and you don't care anymore because you can do these podcasts and say what you really feel and what's on your heart, it comes off. Tucker did the same thing.
Yeah. So he did flip flop completely. So.
And now he's just taking a daily dose of ivermectin like it's a vitamin. I don't know that's good either.
I don't know that makes sense either.
He says he's vaccine injured, or he has long COVID,
okay.
whatever you want to call it. But so that's why he's taking that daily dose.
That might help. I don't know.
Y'all, they changed Joe Rogan's color. Joe Rogan took ivermectin. And he took
made
a video.
Him red looking.
Yeah, exactly. He took a video. Hey guys, this is what I'm doing, and he felt better in 20 hours.
Yeah.
And they on CNN they made him look all red and sick, and it's just
they doctored
active.
the video.
Yes,
doctored the video, guys.
Guys, that's so.
It's insane.
Man, gaslighting, man.
Look, and you can have your commentary and you can do comedy and do what we do, but what they're doing is just that is immoral and ought to be illegal, really.
No, guys, y'all remember this. Y'all do remember this. So we're certainly not journalists. We just are, just play them on the radio,
right,
from time to time.
Right.
But seriously, this. Everybody remember. We tried in the pandemic. We did. Let's try to be a place that can inform the people who are desperately looking for information.
Yeah.
It got to the point that we would look at each other and go, "Why bring that person on? We can we all can write down what they're going to say."
Yep.
If they came from this team, they had this slant on it. If they were on this team, they had this slant. No one was telling the truth.
100%.
And it became a waste of time for us.
Yep.
So if we let this person come speak, they're going to speak on behalf, what you said about MSNBC and CNBC and all this. They're going to be given a script, and whatever organization they represent, whatever their company line and talking points are, that's all they're going to say. What good is it? Because you're not getting information.
No.
You're getting propaganda.
They're not searching for the truth.
No.
I shouldn't be more interested in finding out what the truth is than Chris Cuomo on CNN. I wear a horse head on a radio show.
Well,
right.
Okay.
Well, you clearly take ivermectin then.
Right.
Look what it's done to
For
you.
deworming. I tell you, when my whole feeling about the whole thing changed, and I've talked about the incident where I had somebody I trusted very much told me to wait to get the shot until my natural immunity had burned off, and 2 days later called me back and said, go get the shot. And I said, hey, wait a minute, what's
You're
up?
100%
You
right.
forgot we had a conversation 2 days ago.
He got his talking points. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe and give us a thumbs up and hit that bell for notifications. I'm going to show some pictures from the Regions Tradition yesterday. And thank you to Pete Collins. He is a friend of the show that has been coming out to our events for quite a while. And he took some great pictures for us. So thank you, Pete. And thank you guys for watching and listening to Rick and Bubba on YouTube.
screaming BS when they said
It's
something.
a former Trump person.
so anyway,
Kudlow.
Yeah, it's Larry Kudlow.
Yeah,
So-
I can hear in the background yelling BS.
this is a love fest because CNN is so pleased that they got Biden and not Trump anymore, and so they're having a love fest town hall. And Biden says something about vaccines that everybody's like, "What? What?" He's claiming that we didn't have any vaccines till he took over as president. All right, so here it is.
And the biggest thing, though, as you remember, when you and I, no, I shouldn't say it that way, as you remember, but when you and I talked last, we talked about it's one thing to have the vaccine, which we didn't have when we came into office, but a vaccinator. How do you get the vaccine into someone's arm?
Where did he go? Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement.
The Rick and Bubba Show. We got a couple things to hit, and then we'll get to some of maybe your phone calls coming up next hour. All right, so things you need to know. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Letters from the audience. Yes. So we'll have that for you. Enjoy that wherever you get podcasts coming up this weekend. All right, so we were just discussing in the break that Helmsley's son is finishing his senior year of high school.
Wow, this is it, like
today,
day, huh?
Yeah, and
wow.
Yeah, and so Adler, pull up 10, video 10. So Braden is going. He's done. I mean,
I sent Adler a picture. You could tell Amanda wanted to get this last day of school picture. I don't think Braden was too happy about it.
I remember.
But I sent it to Adler just now. Adler, it'll probably come through in a minute via email.
So happy.
But it's his last day. Yesterday I was on a group text with him and Amanda, and she said, "Hey, have real happy about that picture."
Yeah. I really wanted to pose for that one.
See how much different that is the first day of school?
I know.
I have similar pictures of my going out on their last day, and Mom Sherry won't get a picture, and they're like, "What are we doing?"
Yeah.
So,
I know his last words were, "Would you please take it? Like,
right.
hurry up.
Here we go. We got to do it."
So he had text, or she had text yesterday and said, "Hey, enjoy your last day of school." And he's like, "Well, it's tomorrow. I've got an exam, and then I'm done. So, but today is that day." So
that's good.
Cannot believe it.
Well, let me tell you this, and then all right, who's next in line out?
Caroline.
I mean, but where? I mean, how far along is she? Is she a junior?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So next year she's gone.
All right, and then,
then Maddie's 11, so we're gonna have a little while with her. But,
okay. All right, little delay.
Little delay there. We talk about that a lot.
Yeah.
We were like, love her. She's a joy. Yeah. Love having her around. But wow, we'd be done. We'd be done.
I know. Hey, let me tell you something. The empty nest world is fantastic. What was funny, I mean, something serious. I'll tell you about empty nest world. What is serious? It was a serious moment, but it was so funny. We were reviewing with all of our kids about what happened with Nana and all that, and we're getting a good report this morning. Prayfully, we're on a road back now. Hopefully and prayfully. But anyway, so far nothing serious has been found. So, of course, it's serious. Did you have seizures and you didn't know where you were?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I meant they haven't found like a tumor. They didn't find that.
Right.
They didn't find anything like that. So anyway, so when we were reviewing it, and this is typical of especially our youngest, he goes, whoa. So y'all started getting worried about Nana, and you said you were eating dinner? I mean, how did he pick that up? I said, yeah. He goes, what time did you go get Nana? I said, about 4:30. He goes, y'all were eating at 4? And I said, well, yeah.
Of course we were.
And I said, let me break you in. I said, let me tell you what empty nest people do. Yeah. Whatever they want.
No, Rick,
I said, if empty nest people, you know who we had to check with about eating? Each other.
Yeah.
That's it.
This came up Saturday night at our house. It was like 8:15, okay? And at night, Braden was doing his thing, Caroline was doing her thing, and Maddie was spending the night away from home. And Amanda said, I hadn't really ate anything all day. I'm starving. And I'm like, and I'd already eaten, but I'm like, I'm not going to turn down another meal. I said, what do you want? She goes, I'm kind of in the mood for Mexican. And so we'd never done that. Like it was 8:15 at night. Good. I'm like, well, they close at 10, but I guess we can go ahead and go and all that. So and I said, hey, this would be our life right here.
Right.
This is it.
Oh, yeah, we were
this
talking about
it.
It was Saturday morning. We had Saturday off.
It's a lot cheaper, too, with two.
Yeah, and had nothing going on, and we both declared Saturday, it's rest day. We're just going to lounge around the pool. We're not doing anything today. I love this. We're just kicking around, getting up when we want to, drinking our coffee, having our little devotional time and all that. And I'd already gotten, a shake filled with greens and had grabbed me a little something. She goes, you know what I'm in the mood for? I said, what's that? She goes, what do you think about me frying us an egg? Sounds good. Not the gather the whole family. Okay, everybody in here. We got. What is everybody gonna do for? We got this for breakfast, y'all. You want a fried egg? Yes, I do. What do you think about putting it on a piece of toast? I'm in. And
Rick, I got the check, and I'm like, sir, it's only $26. I don't know what's wrong here. Something wrong. Did you include the queso?
People forget about that raise.
I know. There's two of them.
People forget about that raise.
Yes.
When your kid leaves college, that raise. That's easy to see.
Yeah.
But you forget about you get a raise when they're gone, period, because you're not feeding them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Feeding them, especially males. Good gracious. And so it is weird for them to come over. I remember I didn't know how to leave a tip because the total was so low. I was like, I put down. I'm like, I just tipped more than it cost. I'm like, I'm so used to, what the? Sure, we just ate for, like you said, it was almost that same number. We just ate for $26.
Yeah, I know.
And of course, at that time we were at 5 guys, but no, I'm just kidding.
But next
phase, that's a little low.
Next phase, I can't wait for that, and I'm pointing at Helmsy for you to go through. Is we got to move to college now. For him, and I can't wait for that experience.
I signed an application for housing this morning.
Okay, is he on campus or off?
He's going to be on.
Yeah,
okay. They have to.
They do.
Play it. Yeah.
Okay.
He's staying with another buddy who's actually playing tennis there too.
Well, we've known you for a long time.
Baseball. That's our request.
So they're in good hands because this move-in thing requires your personality.
Oh yeah.
You got to have somebody in the family that says, "Hey, we got to get our act together on this. Yeah. We got to have a game plan, and if you don't, it'll eat you alive."
Yeah.
What I mean?
Eat you. Just skin you like a bicycle wreck on asphalt.
Yeah, and yeah, right. And all right, and let me prepare you for this. Okay. Yeah, it's going to happen. There's a, and we all have talked about it. There's a drive away from college that you got to watch yourself on, because you're going to be elated. Your wife is going to be sad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so and you got to act a little more upset than you really are, because if not, they'll almost get mad at you because you're not upset.
Yeah.
Or don't let them stand in the driveway and watch them drive off. Just try to lower the. Don't build it.
Don't make
it
so traumatic. Don't do the. Well, this is the last time we're going to see. You don't do any of that.
Greg, you may be able to.
Even though you want to think that.
Chances are you'll get them back at some point.
You're the most recent. Well, no, Bubba's been recent on this. This would be right up your alley. Is I feel like I think I'll be more emotional when Caroline leaves.
Oh, probably.
I'm with Braden. I'm like, let's get him in and get out of here. With her, I'm gonna be like, I kind of want to linger around here a little bit. I feel like that's the way it's.
Well, it's two different approaches, because with him, you need to huddle him up and go, hey, look, here's how the day is gonna go. Mom's going to want to take lots of pictures. Yeah. She's going to do this. Just be all about it, and we're out of here, man. Yeah. I mean, don't have a bad attitude about it, because now I'm going to hear about it on the way home.
Something else. Let me reward me out.
And he'll be like, okay, got it, Dad.
Let me review this relationship, because this is another thing that I didn't expect on the third one. Okay. I didn't expect this. What's the relationship between Caroline, Maddie, and Braden? Are they close?
Caroline and Maddie are close. Do a lot together, watch a lot of TV together. Caroline takes her places, picks her up, like she'll drop her off at practices and those type things. And so they're going to be happy Braden's gone.
Okay, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Because what I was
I mean, seriously, they are. They're going to be. Now, when he comes back,
they'll be closer once he leaves.
Correct. Right? Exactly.
All right, so that's going to work for you. But when Maddie is with you, I would, if you take her with Caroline,
that's going to be a tough one.
Keep your eye on, because we weren't ready for that.
Yeah.
We dropped Brooks off, and we're all, Sherry's doing, she's sad, and I'm doing the, well, we got that done. And we look in the back seat, and we see Brody. Yeah. And all of a sudden, I was like, ooh, I miscalculated this.
Yeah.
It was pretty upsetting for the sibling if the two of them are close.
And they are.
And
I know the age
you
is.
take one, and you think the other one's going to run in there and say, I want your room, and I want all this. They struggle a little bit with it. And I had miscalculated that. I wasn't ready for
Well,
that.
they share a Jack and Jill situation where you got they share a bathroom and then the bedrooms, and so they're constantly doing stuff together.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you got a year for that, though.
Yeah.
But just make a note of that.
No, they're going to celebrate when Braden leaves.
Okay.
Yeah. There'll be a party.
The basement's going to be like, boom.
Yes.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba. Does anybody know Basement Joe?
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Good to see you.
Can nobody call him on that?
God love you. What am I?
Big response to backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. Bubba, you know why? Hey, just because it's got that sticker on it, you know what that means? That just means it was packaged here, baby. I don't mean it was farmed here. So when you talk about backyard butchers, this is a beef company. They're not gonna. It's gonna be American from the moment where it grazed, American farmers, all the way to that little product.
Are you saying American grass?
I am saying American grass because they are grass fed. You're right. And I will tell you this because what they're saying is when you go in there and you look at the meat in the cooler, and it says product of the USA, it just means packaged. It doesn't mean raised. But when you go to backyard butchers, different. It is going to be packaged and raised here. And as Bubba mentioned, grass-fed and grain-finished. The meat tastes amazing. We got the fillets and we got hamburger patties. Really good. You'll taste the difference. This is delicious, and it's delivered right to your door. Now, if you go to backyardbutchers.com, and thank you, by the way, for the emails we're already getting about how much you love this, you save an extra 20% off the entire order if you use the code Bubba. Now, if you decide I'm going to subscribe, meaning I know how much meat I need on the month, and I want to trade, I want to have a reoccurring, well, then you're going to get an additional 10% and free shipping. So backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. It's a Christian, conservative, Texas-based company dedicated to delivering the best deals in the market on high-quality beef right to your door. backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. Get 20% off your entire order, another 10% in free shipping if you become a subscriber.
Received his first dose on December right before Christmas.
Right.
So
right,
that means
we
did.
Means we had him.
I mean, I got video.
Guys.
Like I see him getting a shot.
Oh yeah, we made a big deal about it.
Should we hear it again, Adler? Can we hear it again? Are we missing something?
And the biggest thing, though, as you remember, when you and I I shouldn't say it that way, as you remember, but when you and I talked last, we talked about it's one thing to have the vaccine, which we didn't have when we came into office.
No, well, see, that's incorrect.
What?
Operation Warp Speed. It's been going on for 9 months or so.
What?
Well, we didn't have that, Rick, when we came into office. You know what's so silly? Seriously, I think he really believes that. We've seen statements he don't remember. He has no idea he's already had it. He probably thinks he hadn't had the vaccine yet.
No, you're right. No, I'm with Bubba. I'm trying to give benefit.
It was January the 11th. Was that the second shot?
That's the second dose. Yeah.
Well, am I not understanding what he's trying to say here? Because what I just heard you said we didn't have a vaccine when I got into office.
Yeah, we didn't have it.
Well, now, why wouldn't that be the lead story on all news today?
Well, come on now. It's love fest.
You've made your king. Now you can't question him, huh?
Well, Bubba, and
is that a misspeak, or he doesn't know, he's slipping? Well, I mean, because that's not
maybe
right.
a combination of all those.
Yeah.
The first thing he said in regards to remembering,
they say it's a misspeak.
That didn't make sense.
Yeah, when he says remember, I shouldn't say remember.
Yeah, but that
I didn't understand.
See, he does that a lot.
Well, I can tell you what I think that was. That meant we talked about what we were going to talk about out here, and then he realized what he was saying. Last time we talked about, but back when we talked,
I shouldn't say like that.
He said Corn Pop got a vaccine.
But listen, him saying there was no vaccine until he was president. Now that's odd.
Makes sense.
But this thing of all of the media except for conservative talk radio and Fox News, according some Fox News shows, you can't say top to bottom anymore because they're starting to coddle more and more, and they're not as far right as they once were. But certain shows are, your Tuckers, your Hannitys, your Laura Ingrams. If you run through that on primetime at night, it seems a little like the old days. But we knew that if a Democrat wins, I mean, let's not act like this is new information. Well, I'm just aghast that they're coddling this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Well, why are you aghast? Of course they are.
I guess.
I mean, we knew exactly this is what they were going to do. They've always done it.
They're going to do the complete opposite of what they were doing.
Right. And pouncing. And what they have is they've got they're going to do the best they can to help him. A conservative talk radio and Fox will do the best they can to undermine it and try to show the hypocrisy of it all. And then when it's all said and done, the people will, dissect it the way they want to. And the days of here comes the topics, here comes the news of the day, that's over.
Yeah,
that doesn't exist anymore. Hey man, I tell you what, he knows what he's going to be asked, and they're not giving him any hard questions. Does this surprise you?
Of course, this is exactly what is. This is no longer. I wonder if this just is the way it's going to go, and so don't expect it. Now to me, so I'm not intrigued by that at all because we know that. I was intrigued by the fact that he said there wasn't a vaccine before he was president. Now that I was intrigued by.
Yeah.
Hey man,
CNN.
Hey Greg, CNN, MSNBC, they just give Biden a pass.
What? Wait a minute. Huh?
Oh, nobody's ever said that before, really?
You think?
Huh? What? Huh? Hey, major networks. Fake news. Why do we keep hearing these notification things? Where's that coming from?
I don't know.
We hear them all the time, though. Like we've heard. There's a little thing up there on notification. You can click it. And because I had to do it when I was doing the Zoom thing.
I always panic when I hear it. I go, was it mine? And no,
that was mine.
The problem is you have to do it every single time.
That's what I was
you have to start over every time. But I heard, sometimes they'll just appear out of nowhere. It's like I'm just like.
That's us, baby. Here we go. A brand new hour. We appreciate you being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. We have looked back at yesterday's live broadcast from Greystone, Bubba's Pro-Am round. If you missed all that, catch it in the archives today. And anything you miss, you can always grab on our YouTube channel archive or our podcast archive. You got a Best of Hour on Blaze TV as well, and also an audio Best of Hour on our podcast channel if you just want the nutshell of the daily show, any parts you missed. So welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
So, Bubba, we've got some clips that we will all review, and this is dealing with CNN and what's going on with the Stormy Daniels testimony. Now, you were telling me this Stormy Daniels testimony.
So this was the hush money, the NDA thing with Stormy Daniels, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And it appears, we were asking all along, what is the real case here? Well, it appears that they're saying that the money that was paid for the NDA, the non-disclosure agreement, was not properly fed into the accounting system. Right. They simply lumped it under legal expenses. I don't know what NDA money falls under if it's not legal expenses, but I'm not an accountant, so who knows? But
maybe it falls under paying off adult film star.
Well, maybe it does, but it still seems like that would be. I think that would still be a legal expense, wouldn't it? I mean,
you would think
it's not like
it wouldn't be
down
office supplies.
Yeah.
Well, so I don't know.
By the way, in Las Vegas, perfectly legal.
Yeah, right. So this is where they're going, but I thought it was strange, and I think we talked about it day before yesterday, that they brought Stormy Daniels on to testify, and she is basically given all her details of her side of the story, how she claims that this happened. And whether he did or didn't, or you think he should have or didn't, or whether the case is political or not, I never really saw because they were making a paperwork argument, okay, it was an accounting issue, why they wanted her to testify, to give all these details. And I think it was just to embarrass Trump or cause a problem or whatever.
Of course.
But it appears this testimony is backfiring on the prosecution. And here's some of the debate about it.
The cross-exam, boy, her responses were disastrous. I mean, do you hate Donald Trump? Yes, of course she does. That's a big deal. When the witness hates the person whose liberty is at stake, that's a big deal. And she's putting out tweets, fantasizing about him being in jail. That really undermines the credibility. The fact that she owes him $500,000, she, by order of a court, owes Donald Trump $500,000 and said, I will never pay him. I will defy a court order. The defense is going to say she's willing to defy a court order. Why? She's not willing to respect an order of a judge. Why is she going to respect this oath she took? So I thought it went quite poorly on cross-exam. At the end of direct, I thought, okay, they got what they needed, but I think the cross is making real inroads.
So they took a chance, and this is CNN, not exactly a Trump election headquarters, and they don't think the cross-examination went real well at all, and the things she said almost make her not credible as a witness at all.
And we've got the next cut is a former federal judge weighing in on his opinion of the trial, or her.
The material that came in was not relevant to this criminal case at all. And I think it shows that she was trying to get Trump. I actually thought there was a motive there. She said she hates him. She said she'd like to see him in prison. I think she was purposely throwing out this stuff to make sure the jurors were prejudiced, particularly the women jurors, but probably half of the men too, were really put off.
So is it backfiring?
People
on them?
who were watching it, and I saw one story where they've been watching the jurors trying. You know, number 8 was appalled by this.
Face.
Yeah. They think the jury is not receiving this information well.
Dershowitz weighs in. Now, he's on Fox News now, but again, he's not the get to Trump reelected campaign guy either. So he is breaking down what Bubba just talked about too, and why this was disastrous. Here we go.
Well, first of all, it was clear reversible error today committed by the judge and by the prosecution under the reasoning of the recently reversed Harvey Weinstein case. So much information came out that was utterly irrelevant. Let's start with whether they had sex at all. Utterly irrelevant. The only issue is whether she threatened to expose him and whether she extorted him and whether he then paid money to avoid the embarrassment to his family, to his business, to his children, and, according to the prosecution, to help himself get reelected. The issue of what actually happened is utterly irrelevant. And then we get to the details, the silk pajamas, the kind of lotion he was wearing. I can't imagine how the Court of Appeals in New York that reversed the Harvey Weinstein conviction, which was a harder case to reverse, wouldn't reverse this conviction if it got up there. I would certainly recommend to the prosecutors in this case that they study the Weinstein case very carefully, because it gives a roadmap to what you can't do. And this prosecutor is just following the roadmap of what you can't do.
Well, this stuff you're hearing today, all these clips we're playing, it's almost like even if they accomplish something, it's going to get overturned.
Well, it just, again, it's bizarre what they have decided to prosecute and the timing on it, even more so. Okay, well, for instance, Stormy Daniels, this NDA happened before Trump was elected in what year was it? 2016.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So you had his whole 4 years. Now you've had Biden's 3.5 years, and now we're bringing it to trial. I mean, it just seems like if there was that big a crime, it was that glaring, we would have prosecuted it sooner.
Well, you know what.
Even if you couldn't do it because he was president, wouldn't you done it the day he steps off? You'd have had 4 years, over 4 years, because it happened several months before the election. You've had over 4 years to prepare your case, and you didn't bring it till now. Well, that just looks.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. You don't have to be. I mean, we don't have. I think it's real simple. You know, sometimes some things just are what they appear to be. They went to try to find what they could find, and this is all they could find.
Right.
And so they said, "Let's go with what we got." And
they don't care what rules they're breaking.
No,
they just want a conviction so that Biden can run against him as being convicted. It'll obviously be overturned or whatever, but by then it's too late. So that's all they care about.
But can you imagine trying to get Biden to repeatedly say things like convicted and criminal?
Oh, that's going to be so hard.
FBI also 7.
Yeah.
So we'll finish this up. Also 7, it looks like the FBI, which I didn't want to be in a country that can't trust the FBI,
like this. Yep.
that they actually tampered with evidence and planted documents at Mar-a-Lago. So here this is from Fox News.
Photograph, what we have now learned, and the government has had, Jack Smith and his prosecutors have had to admit that was staged, and those top secret classified sheets that all the public saw and said, oh my God, look at those top secret documents, those were placed there by the FBI. What Jack Smith admitted in court this week was that, in his word, they mishandled the classified documents and misrepresented those to the court. Maria, that's a kind way of saying we tampered with the evidence, then we lied to the court about it, and they got caught when President Trump's lawyers and the other co-defendants raised this issue and said, look, the documents here don't match up. The documents that were presented to us don't match the digitally scanned records of when they were taken from Mar-a-Lago. And Jack Smith, not only did they tamper with that and lie to the court about it, but he's now admitted to the court that he doesn't know how that happened. He's only offered a number of possible explanations for how that could have happened. So he's absolutely blown the chain of custody. And again, he has a prosecutor, lead prosecutor in this case, Jay Bratt, who met with White House counsel and a representative of the National Archives in several times in the weeks before Jack Smith was even appointed. This reeks of crossfire hurricane when the Obama-Biden administration fabricated evidence before the FISA court, lied to the court about it to pursue Donald Trump, and now we're seeing it again in this classified documents case. The judge could dismiss this case at any point in time, Maria. I think the only reason that she hasn't is she wants to document this publicly.
Wow, again,
it just gets ugly. I mean, it's now it's like I think we can all see the narrative. It's all quite clear. The question is, how will Americans react to all this reality and clarity when it comes time to vote?
So not all, these classified images that everybody was showing all over the internet, it's looking like not only did the FBI leak those images, they faked those images.
Right. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you... We had one in a spot, and I don't even know how that even got in a spot. Do you ever want to tell the computer? We don't need that. I mean, I can look. I can see when something like that happens.
Turn it off.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about.
I have to figure that out.
Well, you know what?
Notifications.
You got to learn how to do little scrolls. You have to do those little scrolls over there and all that kind of stuff. But I wish you could go there though. When I'm talking about it, and it'd be a forever amen.
Yes.
I don't want this to ever make that noise again. And then
I want it removed from the computer.
Do it in notifications. That'll get it.
But every time you turn your computer on, you have to do it again. It goes right back to starting over. I'd like to say I don't want you to ever do that again. I can
You
see.
You can. I can show you.
Forever?
Yeah, mine. I think so.
Do that. Do a forever for Greg.
Forever, amen.
Notifications.
Yeah, I don't think Greg ever wants to hear that sound. I really don't.
I don't need it. I've never go, ooh, let me look.
Yeah.
Never.
Ooh, let me look.
I'll get around to looking when I have time.
That's it. I will check eventually.
Sure.
I never check the minute it does it. Never.
You know when I know when somebody's I look and see it.
Yeah. I look there it is. Rick, there was 479 messages. Now I got 450.
It's amazing how many we get, by the way. All right, we'll come back. Greg breaks down the new TV show from The Rock. You saw a little bit of it?
I did.
I didn't see it.
You saw a little bit of it.
Yeah. I saw it.
It's no Young Sheldon, I tell you that.
That's the thing now, young.
I guess so.
That is weird.
It is.
14 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 19 minutes past the hour. The Rock brings us back. Last night, the debut on NBC of his brand new sitcom, Young Rock.
Yeah.
Young Rock. And see, I didn't realize, whenever he was asking about running for president, and he keeps saying that, if American people want him to run for president, he probably would. Well, I mean, I could see how somebody could ask that just from a celebrity standpoint, but then you're telling me the premise of the new sitcom is he is running for president in 2032.
It's like 2032, I think. And he sat down to talk to this guy. It's supposed to be like a TV show, interview show. And the guy's asking, and he's a pretty funny guy. And he asked him questions about his life. And then when he does, they flash back to when he's a kid, to when he was a teenager, to when he was in college.
Okay.
And little different
And
scenarios.
so you watched episode 1 last night. And
how was it?
How was it?
It was good. It was just a little corny.
Here we go. What was corny about it?
It just the writing seemed corny.
Now, what you showed me this morning with Coach O was corny.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, they got a guy playing Coach O because when he went, I didn't know this. When he went to Miami, Coach O was an assistant there, and first of all, the guy's not a very good actor, and I know you're not going to get somebody who looks exactly like Coach O, but maybe close or in the ballpark.
Bubba could have played a better Coach O.
Absolutely.
We got that clip. Actually, you could play it for something. But no, it's not a bad. I mean, I couldn't find anything evil about it. But I mean,
Were you entertained by the new TV show episode 1? I'm not saying the whole season. That episode 1, which is important because episode 1's where you're grabbing everybody.
Yeah.
This is the one you got to sell.
Will you go back?
I'll give it another shot. There's Coach O. I'll give it another shot, but it's just to me, it's a little corny. But you may like corny.
When you say corny, you're saying
hokey.
You're saying it's not clever, like the
jokes are not that clever, and it's just one episode.
You're saying the writing's bad.
You're saying they're not clever, like say Third Rock from the Sun,
Exactly.
or any of that.
Seinfeld
or
Frasier. I didn't have no knee slappers going.
Did you laugh at all?
I don't think I did.
Not one laugh. Is it designed to get a laugh?
I was going to say, is it a comedy?
Yeah.
Like the
Partly.
Goldbergs?
Or is it a drama?
No, it's not a drama.
So it is.
No,
meant to
you're
be.
going way too deep. Believe me.
So it's more like
don't think this is a serious look at The Rock's life. No.
All right. So you found it to be
corny.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'd say that's not. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not. Especially a lot of the stuff that's on TV nowadays. It's just yuck. It's nothing like that.
No, you're not talking about that. I'm strictly
it's the writing. For me, my taste of comedy, and I'll watch it again. It may grow on me.
Eric, I know you.
Well, it's like last night. It's not appointment TV, but I happen to be sitting there, and I went, "Hey, look, The Rock's coming on." If I do that again, I'll watch it.
Let me ask you this:
and there's nothing else on that time of day.
I forgot about it.
Is he in the show?
Yes,
as
himself running for president. He's on a talk.
He's
show.
looking back over his life.
So he talks back, and there's a young man from Tuscaloosa plays him as a high school.
You know who I blame? All these shows now.
That's right. It's phone call times. Thank you, Ken Osborne. Lines are available. Speedy taking calls now. You want to join us? What's your topic? Doesn't matter. Come on. We've had a lot to talk about today. There's plenty on the table if you've been riding along with us. So if you want to comment now, you can. Lines are available at the number Ken Osborne just gave you, and that is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Taylor. Taylor is in the great state of Mississippi. Taylor, welcome to the show. How are you today, sir?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey. Good morning, buddy.
Hey, I was just wondering, I apologize if I missed it, if y'all would play Bubba's clip from his little next round interview yesterday.
Oh, thank you for bringing this up.
I saw it. I listened to it. I laughed. We have not played it because, once that gets on the board, that means if Greg joins in, now we're off and running.
Yeah.
And but did you see it, Taylor?
Measured response.
What did you think about it, Taylor?
Well, the first time I was shocked, and then about the next 5 times I watched it, I was been under laughing.
Yeah,
I'm good for the quarter. I mean,
I will tell you this though, accurate, very accurate answer.
Yes,
it was very, very accurate.
I don't know anybody would ever do that.
Right.
As a matter of fact.
Here it is. Are we playing it?
I would think we should.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Here we go.
Absolutely.
I hit myself hard enough and I started crying. Would you consider me a weak or a strong man?
Say that one more time.
If I hit myself in the face so hard that I just started crying in the fetal position, would you consider me that's a weak or a strong man?
Where I come from, you would be considered a dumbass.
Bubba, that's awesome.
How's that, Greg?
By the way,
awesome.
Look, Greg literally moved his chair closer to you.
Hey, Bubba.
Is this your first time?
I forgive that opening shot. First time I've seen it.
Listen to the
Pal's
other.
little bow leg.
Listen to the other
That's
responses.
Yeah,
Isn't that Rockstar?
Yeah, it's Rockstar.
So they send out Rockstar like we did with Speedy,
Right?
And he's asking people this question and getting an answer, and you gave him yours.
Yeah,
I did. What did you say? Who's he, Michael Jackson?
Yeah,
Look at Riley.
It's a freeze frame.
Riley basically says the same thing. He just doesn't say it the way you say it.
If you punch yourself, I think you wouldn't have a lot of sense.
That's true. I'm not going to do it today.
Very weak man. Because if you hit your own self, it shouldn't hurt.
What about a strong man? Oh,
John, if you're going to do it, you got to knock yourself out.
Man, you got some loaded questions here. I would say strong.
Weak man. I mean, if you fall down after getting hit, yes. But if you just cry, I think if you show all emotions within a day, I think that's a great day. Whether you laugh, you're happy, then you cry. I feel like that's a whole day of emotions. I actually try and do more of that.
Bubba, if I...
Okay.
That's a great answer, buddy.
You know what? I still, no disrespect to my other golfing brothers there, I still think I was right.
Your answer, the thing I liked about your answer was it left no need for anything other.
Well, I asked him to say it again because I thought, surely I'm hearing this wrong.
Yeah.
You know, there's got to be something else to it.
To the phones we go. Let's go to Kyle.
So I'm done for the quarter. It's okay, folks. Save your email.
No, you get one more.
I want nothing else till when? What is this, second quarter?
And remember,
I think you earned a bonus.
Yeah, and remember, there's so much more leniency non-denominational.
Can I ask this question? At what point did you get? What hole were you on when you were asked that?
That is, gosh, when was that? Maybe hole 10.
Okay,
maybe it was 10.
Because I felt like you were a little bit done with everything. That's why I think if he had asked you that on one before you teed off, you wouldn't have had the same answer.
Yeah, well, you're a little tired at that point.
Or maybe right after breakfast. Like he just finished it up. He's walking his way over to where we're going to do the show.
Man, that breakfast was excellent.
Wasn't it? Let's go to Kyle.
St. James puts out a spread, doesn't
Yes, he does.
Sir.
Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Good.
We're good.
So with the Trump trial, what's stopping the jury with New York hating on Trump? Half, three-quarters. What's stopping the jury from just, making history and saying, we're going to find him guilty? You know
they
what
might.
I'm saying?
They might. Yeah, they absolutely might. Yeah, because we've seen OJ. Sometimes all the evidence and everybody commenting on the evidence and how the evidence so clearly says one thing. You're dealing with the jury.
It's got a term when is it called the jury nullified? A nullified jury or something like that, where they just disregard everything they've seen and just vote how they want to vote.
Right. Yeah.
That's what they say.
What is it? It's got a term.
We found out.
Used it earlier in that last.
Yeah, that's it.
Greg, we found out. This is what I was afraid of, Kyle. Not Kyle, the other guy. Let me say this: when you look at what happened, we now know, just like we're finding out. I would love for people to tell the truth when we need them to, not years later.
But
we
how that works.
Right, but we now know that the OJ jurors have told us we were out to get the LA police, and we never listened to anything else.
Yeah, once we got the option that they planted it.
Once we got this, once they gave us some reason to go after the LA police, we were in. Everything else we heard, it was like womp 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 womp. Yep. It didn't matter how much evidence was produced of any other narrative. We had our narrative predetermined.
Yeah.
Now, if you think this jury in New York is the same way with Trump, then yeah, you got problems.
Are you talking about a hung jury?
No. Hung jury would be where they can't reach a decision.
Right. No.
This is where they just decide how they want to vote.
Okay, I was confused.
That's not it.
Oh, is that
okay.
it?
Yeah, we know where we're going with that.
Okay.
Jason, and by the way, based on the testimony, no. Jason, hello. Welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys?
Good.
Buddy.
Hey, I know why the Democrats are so power hungry.
All right.
That little D.
The way he said it.
That's what did it for me. It was the delivery.
I know some people say so. Bubba is not dumb. This guy is. But well, see, that's that thing. That's that line.
No, Bubba's definitely in the clear on that.
Yeah. There's that. There's hey, that was a little rough talk versus profane. They're two different things. Yeah. Bubba's was like any football coach that got the most out of you. Or your uncle that you're not supposed to go do things with without people knowing.
Well, that statement it gets the point across.
Or, Greg, as we grew up, what I thought my name was.
Exactly.
Right. So,
like if somebody looked at you and goes, "That wasn't very smart," that don't affect you that much. But when they go, "Hey, dumb,"
right?
Do we want to hear Biden, the clip that Biden was referencing to again, or are we good?
You talking about the hung jury?
Yeah, this was the caller. What the caller was.
We played it earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, did we? No.
Talking about the D by his name.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Let's see. Mike in Mississippi. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning. How are you?
We're good. Hope you're okay.
Doing great, thank you. I need some advice. I do impersonations, and I'm trying to figure out how I can get out there and just make a living off of it.
Just kind of be like Speedy. Do it no matter what. And sooner or later,
give us an example.
Yeah, can you take us to
Can you do one?
Any potential?
Okay, well, I'll ask Bubba, what is your favorite Christmas movie?
Mine, Christmas Vacation.
You sure it's not Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jingle
Oh, well, it's in the top 5.
What's that got to do with it?
He wants to do Arnold.
He wants to do Arnold.
Just do Arnold then.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Jingle All the Way.
It's jingle all the way. You got to be a jingle all the way. Get to the chopper right now.
Not bad.
Not great. Not bad. Not great.
It's not
the meter's
Carl,
too
I
quick.
think.
Rick and Bubba.
Have to have all these flashbacks. And I blame This Is Us or whatever that
Well,
show
This
was
Is Us
that
is a
started all
drama.
that.
This is a flashback of corny funny.
But there's too many flashbacks now. You can't even the whole thing is flashbacks. You know, a lot of shows I've seen.
And we're really into flashbacks.
Yeah,
let me tell you
really.
something. This Is Us. You better not miss an episode. You won't have any idea.
You got to pay attention.
Do you think? Let me ask you this: do you think this is a way to get him out there in primetime TV every week to be the foundation of him actually running for president?
I don't take that serious. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they think it's a good
When
idea.
he started
Smart.
senator and work his way up.
I think it's the opposite. I think he's talking about running for president to promote the show.
That's what I think, too.
Since it has him in there as president.
I don't know.
As a candidate.
It's a good question, Bo. I don't know.
And
Yeah.
then another show came on after with Kenan Thompson, and it was new, and I think Kenan's pretty funny. And the Saturday Night Live.
Yeah,
and
yeah, I
all
got
that. But it was corny too.
The writing's
back
gotten
to
bad.
back corn.
Well, I do. I think that the industry is struggling because the pandemic has killed so much of it, and
these are not bad shows. I'm not saying it was horrible. It's just a little corny.
Little
there
corny.
it is. And if you may like corny,
I think there's a lot of that out there right now. I think our demand for like I'm thinking about a great. What was the name of that show? Good gracious, had Fred Savage in it.
Yeah.
What was it?
Wonder Years.
So it had an adult narrating his life, but it was so. And I know
it was well done,
and it had some. It was comedy and dramatic.
Yeah,
but that was really well done.
It was.
And
now,
so
if you're expecting something like that here, you're in trouble.
Right. So this is. I know what you're talking about.
I'll put it this way:
this is more in the Saving Silverman
as far as
mode.
No, it ain't that good. As far as comedy writing for a sitcom. The Connors is better than this, even when Roseanne left.
Okay.
I've tried to catch that a few times.
As far as writing and jokes and
does the Connors really appeal to anybody here? I mean, do y'all?
They're gonna throw in their typical, but as far as they got some pretty good jokes in it, pretty good lines in it.
Just better writing.
Yeah, and this is episode. This is just my opinion. It doesn't mean anything. I hope it does well.
Well, guys, I want y'all to think.
Show,
I want you,
show.
but I want you to think about it. Nothing. I like that, but we kind. So I'm wondering now. This thought just now entered my head, so it's undeveloped. But that's never stopped. That's never stopped us before.
Undeveloped.
You know what I mean? It's never stopped us before. But it seems to me we kind of were waving a caution flag that turned into a red flag. That comedy is going to cease to exist if you have to think about every little thing you want to get a laugh over.
That's right, Rick.
That you may be canceled.
I think that's what we're seeing
here.
So
this is so vanilla, it's not even funny.
Not even thinking about that, I believe that you're right.
Humor.
Greg, it was an undeveloped thought.
Think about what we had on The Office, what we had on 30 Rock,
good humor
what we
has
had
to
on
bite a
Parks
little
and
bit.
Rec, those type of shows. If you're going to compare this to them type of shows, you are in trouble.
Well, let's take something that's even more wholesome than the ones you just mentioned, the Goldbergs.
Yeah,
the Goldbergs. There's no real yuck factor to it. Some of those others every now and then, like The Office and Park and Rec, sometimes they would go down a road you wish they wouldn't go down. But let's just compare it to something that was really kind of family entertainment, the Goldbergs. But again, they probably look at some of the stuff the Goldbergs did and said, "Well, I don't know that we can write that kind of stuff."
You're right. That may be. That's what it felt like. It's almost like we're so just. I don't know, right down the middle.
Yeah.
That we.
If I'm going to get up and do comedy or I'm going to write comedy and I'm not allowed to upset anyone.
To have a little bite to it.
And I can't.
Because those both shows came out back to back and both of them had the exact same feel and you're all over it. I didn't realize it. Well, if that was mine.
Yeah.
There's no way it was turned off.
Yeah, I don't know whose that was. I don't think that was yours. It sounded further away.
You can't tell when it goes on the mics. You can't tell.
No, this little tone on notifications, it kind of when it happens here, it literally feels like it comes from the middle of the room out there. So
I thought I just turned it off.
Yeah.
So. How about this? How watch it?
Right. Watch this move.
But yeah, you're all over it. I think that's it because it just had a feel like, oh, that started to be funny and it didn't finish. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's almost funny. Wait a minute.
So think about it. Let's say right
they
now.
didn't go for the hard laugh.
Exactly.
Let's say right now I'm the supervisor, and you three are comedy writers for this next sitcom that I want to Bubba, I want it to slay on prime time on NBC.
Right. Here we go.
And I walk in and say, hey, guys, I want y'all to write. And all of a sudden, by the time I'm done, now don't say anything about this.
Don't say
anything about that.
This is off limits.
And do not. That's off limits. Do not go there.
Stereotypes are out.
And don't do this, and don't do gender, and don't do stereotypes, and don't do race, and don't do this, and don't. And all of a sudden, I walk. All right, guys, y'all kill it. Hey,
go be funny.
I got to have knee slapping.
It's tough.
And again,
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. We have enjoyed our time together. Got a little more time, though, so we got more to cover. Patriot Mobile, have you made the switch yet? Make your phone money matter? Boy, we got real clarification, didn't we? Chatting with the team there at Patriot Mobile, talking about not only is it great service and great coverage, they're even developing it and making it better as they go. So you really don't have to compromise with your wireless provider on their political views, their moral views. You can say, you know what, I think I'd just rather be with Patriot Mobile. They seem to reflect everything that the way I see the world, and it feels better to be spending my money with them. But again, we talked about this with them when they were a guest on the show. We're not trying to guilt you into that. We're saying that that's a nice bonus because we're talking about quality customer service, U.S.-based team. We're talking about great service, access to the same networks. So, and even they're developing and already have international plans, but the international plans are even getting better. So if you'd like to find out more, go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba. You also can call 972-PATRIOT. If you use our code Bubba, either way, you're going to get free activation. And if you want to keep your same number, fine, same phone, that's okay too. But if you want to upgrade, you can. It doesn't matter. All right, so one thing I do want to say before we get to this next story is a little, because I think this happens a lot to the guy who wants to be an impressionist. I will say this in the entertainment business. You cannot be a working impressionist unless you sound exactly like the people that you're impersonating. Okay? Mm-hmm. Now, there are people that can do pretty good jobs, and that works at family gatherings, at the office, in the break room, on the loading dock, that kind of stuff. But if you're going to say, come hear me impersonate people, you really got to have it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you got to sound just like them. And
to your point, Rick, don't ask us questions that we don't know the answers to when you're going to do this. Just go into it,
right?
And we should be able to tell who you're impersonating if you're that good.
That's good.
And let's just call it, Arnold's not a tough one. If you're going to be
low grade 100 level.
Who should he have tried to do?
Who should he have? Let me think. Tom Hanks. Because nobody's doing Tom Hanks.
That's a good one, Greg. That's actually really good.
I
don't know where you came up with Tom Hanks.
Those are like when John Madden. Yeah. The first time I heard Caliendo do that, I thought nobody has ever done.
See, he needs to hone in on some people. Yeah. That's a great point, Greg.
It's kind of like the guy that everybody in the family says, my cousin or my uncle, they're funny. And they are funny in that setting. But that doesn't mean they can take a microphone and stand up in a theater. Yeah. And do 60 minutes of stand-up and slay the audience.
Right.
It doesn't mean they're not funny, but that doesn't mean they can be a comedian.
So say he needed advice and you're giving him advice.
And let's talk about Carl that calls from Arkansas. Mm-hmm. We've had a lot of attempted Carls. A lot of people can sound like Carl, but this guy separates himself. He does sound like him, which a lot of people can. Mm-hmm. But the details he gives that are from the movie, when he inserts it in the conversation, that's the difference.
He did make his first mistake last week. He thought he should call. And he thought everybody likes what I'm doing, and he called and didn't have really good enough material that day.
Oh, he just felt like
that one fell off a little bit. So he's got one loss. He's had wins all the way up to that.
When he pulls up obscure characters that you forgot about, knows their names.
And see, that's a good thing because nobody really does that. Like this guy has got a niche. Nobody does that.
Yeah. See, Carl, the guy who is good. Yeah. See, now he's to the point we're doing second level adjustments now. Yeah. Be careful how much you call.
Sure.
Make sure that you got something really gold. Level. And then if you don't have first, I'm talking about the highest level of material, then just don't call.
Greg,
people are hearing you enough.
You have to edit yourself.
Right, yeah.
Name me an actor that plays a character that you wish people would be able to. Like Carl's one that this guy does. What would be the next one you'd like?
Does anybody do Robert Duvall?
No, but what character
of
Robert? See what I'm saying?
I got you.
See, like this guy does
Carl.
Whoever Carl is, who's that actor?
Billy Bob Thornton.
So he's not doing Billy Bob Thornton. He's doing Carl. So who is the actor that's playing somebody else?
Yeah.
See, I've never heard anybody dial in Forrest Gump.
What?
Okay.
I'm joking.
Okay.
Of course.
But that's a good example.
That's perfect.
Yeah, it's a good example.
Okay. So now everybody's in.
Edward Delacroix off the Green Mile.
That's pretty good.
Buddy, you in the Green Mile.
I love it.
If it stops.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind.
Greg Mile.
Back
But
to
the end, all this foolish mint.
I wouldn't mind,
there,
even
bud.
though because that was a real person that he was actually acting, so that didn't work. It's not a created character, which is what you're looking for. So I think I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind.
That's a tough one.
I've never heard anybody do Scarface.
Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay. I did that. Like
All I'm trying to do is get Adler to do stuff. I'm sorry. That's on me.
It's a good question. Yeah.
Back to your Robert Duvall.
A lot of people did The Godfather. A lot of people did The Godfather. That's Marlon Brando, but he's doing The Godfather.
Right.
A lot of people have done that one.
Yeah.
I don't know that Robert Duvall, if you heard somebody doing a good imitation of him, it would stand out.
Right.
Because a lot of these people we're talking about have very unique, And Robert Duvall's a great actor.
I never grow tired of people doing Christopher Walken. Never.
Yeah.
Christopher Walken, I never grow tired. Greg and I watched the guy at the hospital today. We didn't even know who he was. He was good.
Wouldn't you love to hear somebody dial in like John Wayne?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Say, honestly, what are you doing?
Soldier.
What's your name? Hey, I'll tell you one. How about Richard Nixon?
Pilgrim.
But no, I know what you're saying. But I will tell you, Bubba, you're 100% right. But there's something about the intrigue. I've had people before say, I'm going to do someone, and I thought, what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Well, who would
I
do that?
noticed it.
He's not unique enough. And then they do it, and they've picked up on facial expressions, little movements, how they do a certain
and
word.
exaggerate it.
And they bring me into going, wow, I never even noticed that before. Like I saw a guy do, and I've never seen about Matt Damon. I've never seen anybody do Matt Damon.
Those are the ones intriguing.
Yeah, and all of a sudden when he was doing it, I was like, oh, wow, I see that now.
I've heard people do Mark Wahlberg, and that's another one.
They did Matt Damon in Team America, World Police. It was good.
Thanks, man.
Matt Damon.
That sounds like Forrest Gump.
For some reason, that's how they portrayed Matt Damon in that movie, and it was hilarious. Okay. What about Trump? I've never seen anybody do Trump.
Okay.
Never. I would like to see
Stormy Daniels.
Okay.
Listen, we had a.
You've been working on.
What about John Wayne?
One time, and this really applies because we're talking golf. We were with the Sports Czars, and we were doing the golf show out there at the Regents thing.
Right.
And this guy walks up. He goes, "Y'all see who I'm impressing? Who I'm doing?" And we were like, "No." He said, "Tiger Woods." First of all, he wasn't. He wasn't a person of color.
Yes.
Second, you know why he said it? Because he had his red shirt and his black pants.
No, wait a minute. Was he being serious?
Yes, he was.
He said that just because he
thought
had
he was
red,
messing with us.
But he wouldn't be wearing that in the middle of the week. That's only a Sunday.
I know it, but did he not? You remember? Because we looked at him and we're like, yeah, okay, but he said, y'all don't get it, Tiger Woods. We're like, why?
He was very serious.
Got my red shirt, and my black pants.
There he is, right there.
But it looked nothing like.
He does look like it.
Helms looked more like Tiger Woods than this guy.
It was bad.
Hey, how far is it before Tiger can play on the seniors tour?
2 years.
2 years.
I don't think he will. Phil Mickelson's already there, and he's not playing in it. So
yeah. There's some. I don't know who
as long as the Live Golf Tour is going on, and you bring in the 50+ like Phil, why would you do the championship?
Have you seen this one impressionist? And they're starting to do this now because of social media. Everybody's got to develop their act for that, and it's Reels or TikTok or something. And she's a female impressionist, and people send her a list, and she'll just sit there and go, "All right, here we go." And she'll just do one after another, just bam, bam, and the name of who she's doing will come up on the screen, and she'll do 2 or 3 lines.
Now, I've seen the one that does Kamala Harris.
Oh, no, she's good.
Yeah,
she is good.
But this person said, like, she will do Emily Blunt, followed by Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, I haven't
by,
seen that.
And it's just one after another, and it's amazing how much people. And as soon as she changes her face, you almost know where she's going if you know the person well enough.
You're right.
And that's the new thing now with that these impressionists are going, all right, in the next 60 seconds, y'all sent me a list, I'm gonna knock them out. And it's now that's talent.
I was impressed the other day. I heard somebody do Clint Eastwood. I'd never heard that.
Okay.
If I didn't want to drink this, I'd throw it at you.
You talking to me?
Okay. Good job, buddy.
That was
I thought
Taxi Driver.
Yeah. You just did Robert De Niro
put you
following Clint Eastwood.
I thought that was Sylvester Stallone.
I did too.
You did.
Oh, Rocky Balboa was in it.
Let me tell you,
nobody else here.
Hey, do not.
Here, I got one. Yo, Adrian.
Okay. Hey, how about this?
No, he's ever done that.
Adler, do not take your talent and hide it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Megyn Kelly.
Let it shine.
Let me tell you something. That guy right there is working on his trump.
Yeah, he is. He's been working at it at home and don't want us to know it.
I'll go as far as say I think he's looked in the mirror.
He's tried it out on
Kelly, beautiful face, beautiful body, beautiful mind.
See, now you're drifting.
Buddy, that's just
now you
just came out.
Now you just became
that
a
sounded nothing like Trump.
Yeah. You know, Rick, he sits Ruby and Ezra down and doesn't do it.
That's just you whispering, buddy.
Yeah, what you just said, that guy said that to me as I walked past the dumpster at the hospital yesterday. There was a guy leaning up against it.
That's scary.
Yeah, it was. Very scary.
Proud of myself.
All right, we'll come back.
That was Speedy, by the way. That was not me.
The man of 1,000 voices, we all should stand down.
You play.
I was going to show out a little bit, but I didn't.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us talk a little bit about it without you taking over.
Right.
Thank you, Caliendo.
Frank. But, I mean, the level you have to be is it's very high. Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tough situation.
Has a chilling effect on creativity.
The weird thing on the one with Keenan in it is the story. He's a widower, and he has 2 daughters, and his wife's dad lives with him too. But guess who his wife's dad is? Don Johnson,
Greg.
So that's kind of weird. And then he's got a brother that's funny. It's on Saturday Night Live now, but again, he wasn't even funny on it. Chris Red, I think is his name.
How do you write comedy nowadays?
Well, and you think about this too. So The Rock is the main character. So you have a bunch of people who are not comedians writing it. Maybe they're comedians to a certain extent. But when you look at Everybody Loves Raymond, you look at Last Man Standing.
See those.
The Middle, because you've got the woman that was on Everybody. Y'all know her, right? Michelle Wheaton, maybe, or whatever her name is.
Yeah. Patty.
They've been around comedy. You've got comedians writing right out the gate. So you know it's going to be funny. And with this, you got The Rock.
I know. Well, you know what I'm talking about? You know how we love the Progressive commercial about teaching you not to become your parents? That guy's a comedian.
See?
And so he knows.
That's the point.
He's got time.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
This, now, the Rock, when he remembers when he's a kid hanging around a bunch of wrestlers, his dad was a wrestler and all that, it had potential to be really funny. But it wasn't as funny as I thought it'd be.
Yeah, you'd think that topic would just be open for all kinds of stuff.
His dad's talking about how the gimmick, you got to keep the image. It's got its moments, but it just fell a little short, I thought.
Is it me or as absent-minded as Joe Biden is and easily led as he seems to be? Does he not seem to remind you of the governor from the movie Blazing Saddles?
You know, I was a kid when that came out, and so I've never really seen it as an adult, so I can't make that comparison. But I'm sure there's a lot of people laughing right now.
You know, I saw Blazing Saddles again when I was laid up with COVID-19.
Surely they've yanked that off there.
There's no way that movie can be on in today's
No,
movie.
it is. I bet there's a whole section where their mouth's moving, there's no sound coming out.
I don't remember
the sheriff's coming to town.
The governor. I don't remember the governor in that.
So which one's the mayor, Harvey Korman or Mel Brooks? Is he the mayor?
Okay, I'm thinking about something else.
Yeah. Which one is it? I don't. Which one of those two is the mayor in that case? I don't know.
I think the one sitting. Right?
Sitting, Mel Brooks. Yeah,
I have that right, Adler. I think. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just don't. I can't. I don't remember the details of Blazing Saddles. And
why wouldn't the guy just say it looked like Mel Brooks?
Well, he probably didn't know who Mel Brooks is. He's young. He was a young guy. I think sounded young to me, but yet he's seen Blazing Saddles. So how can that be?
I don't
know. But I don't know. And Bubba, no, there's no way in modern time you saw Blazing Saddles.
No, I did. I saw another one. I was confusing it with another.
I
can't remember the name of it.
Have you ever seen Blazing Saddles?
Yeah, I did one time. It was a long time ago.
Do you remember the breaking wind scene around the campfire?
That was my favorite when I was a kid.
As a kid, I remember seeing that. But
they got to eat a lot of
There's
beans.
no way that movie can be played in modern time.
No, Rick, no.
No. When the sheriff shows up, they'd know.
When they're letting everybody know he's on his way in.
I mean, that movie cannot air.
Guys, I watched it recently.
Oh, did you really?
Is it completely
Blazing
silent
Saddles.
now?
I think I own it, or I have a hard copy or something. I didn't watch it on any kind of TV
well,
channel.
You can't. There's no way. They like Greg said, everything would be. You wouldn't be able to hear any dialogue.
And wow. I forgot. Blazing Saddles, I forgot.
Yeah.
Here comes the sheriff.
Yes. Also, I watched Airplane as well recently.
I did too.
And it is. I forgot about a couple things in that one too, but it is funny. And to me, in fact, Airplane holds up better than Blazing Saddles.
Oh yeah,
Blazing Saddles a little more controversy driven, just by what they say, shocking. Whereas Airplane has a little more. I felt like a little more clever slapstick.
Yeah,
more rapid fire jokes too. You watch Blazing Saddles, and you got to wait sometimes 4 or 5 minutes for a joke, and then that joke is them just saying a particular word to a particular person. Very, very funny, but I was surprised it didn't hold up as good. And I'm a huge fan of Blazing Saddles.
Yeah,
but
I can't remember Blazing Saddles except for that campfire scene, and every little boy remembers that.
Yes. Yeah. A couple choice words in the film.
And as the sheriff's coming into town.
Yes.
And they're announcing.
Greg,
I think
we get it, Greg. We got it.
I think that's 6 times.
But Airplane, if you don't pay attention, you'll miss 5 jokes.
It's flying by.
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a great day. We got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What are you yelling for?
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being part of the program today. All right, so we have been waiting on this update. We all remember we talked about it. Jelly Roll, the artist.
Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll he's heavy man. And he was telling us he was going to do a 5K.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. We all were going, wow, that's a big jump there.
And we were watching the training and certainly pulling for Big Jelly. And so
he dropped about 70 pounds.
At one point, and good for him. And at one point we were thinking, now there's no way he's going to run it. And then we got the clarification he was going to walk it.
Well, both. I think a little combo.
A little bit of, you talking about 30-30?
I don't know if he's ready for that.
Okay. So
30-10 is what you're doing.
30-10, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. 30-30 is actually an ESPN special.
It is.
So Bubba, what's the update on Jelly?
Well, it appears that he has completed a 5K, and he was very emotional about being able to complete it.
Okay, well, so Jelly Roll actually completed this 5K. I don't know if it's on.
Rick, what they left out though, he actually was riding a 4-wheeler. But it still counts.
Yeah. They said, as Greg said, he lost 50 to 70 pounds in preparing.
Good for him. That I mean, look, he needs to.
And then I also thought
he doesn't look healthy.
An article that he was getting off social media because he was being shamed.
Who's shaming him?
Wasn't there an article? Well,
shamed him about what?
About his weight.
Yeah. Being too heavy?
Yeah.
And his face tattoos.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But.
I thought you said that this morning.
So, in other words,
or maybe you were shaming him.
No, I said
I will say this.
He said he regrets it.
I will say this. If I, and he had this happened during a real tough time of his life. But
Sure.
if I am, morbidly overweight, and my face has like somebody has written on me with a pen all over it, I'm going to have to develop kind of a hard shell.
Yeah, you better.
And then just keep, yeah, I know, man. I did that when I was, hey, let's face it, I was probably on drugs when I did that. Look, my face alone tells you shouldn't do drugs, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. I need to do something about, hey, I've lost 70 pounds. I'm working on it. Just kind of keep that attitude.
Yeah.
Don't do the, everybody's hurting my feelings.
Well, it really doesn't go with being tatted up, doesn't it?
No, it's not very edgy.
No.
So how about he had been training for a year?
Good for him.
He said it's the coolest thing how people stopped to tell him how motivated they were.
Yeah.
Coming out of my computer, I have just maybe 13 seconds of audio out of my channel.
Okay.
It's just him talking about it.
Okay. All right.
Me and Bert got really emotional at the finish line. Whenever I started doing this, I couldn't walk a mile when I started trying to do this back in January. So the fact that we got 3-point whatever it was done today, I feel really, really good about it. I left here feeling really motivated.
That's good.
Yeah.
And and you're right, because I think when you see somebody where he was, and they are showing others who are where he is, oh, you can do this.
Right.
I mean, I think it has a huge impact because none of us is to be lectured by people that aren't struggling with what we're struggling with.
Yeah.
Right. You know, I'm like, all this, you realize where I am compared to where you are. Now, if you're somebody said, no, I was where you are, and now look where I am. Now, that's different. Mm-hmm. Or I was where you are. I totally get this, and I was able to accomplish this step. You can get to this step, too.
Yeah.
I think he'll probably, with the platform he's been given and all that, I think he will help other people that are in the same situation. And if he's going to have, and I think he realizes this now, if he's going to have longevity in this business and the demands of touring and doing shows, I mean, he's going to lengthen his career and his ability to answer the call. Because you can say, I understand the call, but if you physically can't answer it,
that's tough.
Then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but going from I can't walk a mile to I just walked a 5K, that's big.
I didn't realize he couldn't walk a mile.
Good for him.
That's a good accomplishment.
Way to go, Jelly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm with you on that.
Now, Greg and I were having a conversation.
Can you get the stuff off your face? Is there a way?
No, and he's kind of made fun of the tattoos. That helps a little bit.
Oh, I told you
when you make fun of yourself.
When I heard him go, that he had the Gerber baby smoking a cigarette, and he goes, I don't know why, but he has a tattoo of the Gerber baby
there you
smoking.
go. See, that's funny.
he goes, I really don't know what I was thinking.
Can you plastically?
They can laser them.
Okay, that's okay. He's probably got the money now to do that if he wanted to.
Well, is it one of those things that where you go to the laser place and they go, wow, we didn't know you had that many? We thought we were going to take off one.
It's just one. You have to go multiple times just for one. It's like it takes time. I hope he had some biker shorts on.
I got to tell you though, if he
Can
does,
you imagine?
Scalded.
I bet you ain't enough cornstarch in the whole store.
Does it take away from his?
I was trying to help Jelly.
I am too.
And just trying to pat him on the back a little bit.
Woo, he said, God, I need some powder.
You're on fire today with your impressions. Yeah.
All kidding aside, though, y'all know that had to be.
Does it take away from his image, though, if he gets it taken away? If he removes this, like if you remove that and you put his face up, I don't know who he is.
All right, so we have another somewhat
similar
similar situation. Not a singer, but Fat Amy.
Yeah.
You know, has said she's not getting the booking she used to get because people don't think she's as funny as she used to be after she lost a bunch of weight.
And she became a lesbian.
Thank you, Greg.
She did. She announced that.
I'm out.
I'm just saying changes in her career.
I don't know about all that. I was simply making an appearance connection between the two.
Greg's just over there trying to help him.
What in the world?
Yeah. What does that?
I just remember that being like, hey, look, I got my new self. I discovered who I am.
Well, Greg, but what I'm saying, I don't think that one would hurt.
That
her.
was
I said hurt. I just said that's just
not in Hollywood.
Changed. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
You're just saying
I
like
think I saw a picture the other day. I think I saw a picture the other day. She's put a little back on.
Thank you, Greg.
Well, I know you're rooting for that.
Let me tell you what Greg is good for. If you ever think you've made a little progress and and people are saying, I hope somebody will encourage him, Greg will walk in and knock you right off that little. I mean, you climbed up there. It took you a long time to climb up there, and you'll stand. You'll get your foot and go, look, I'm doing better. Bam! And Greg,
I was just thinking about the whole transformation.
Yeah. Is that what you were thinking about?
You said there's
those were all in the headlines.
You were thinking
those were headlines. I didn't make them up.
Right. Good for you, Greg.
I'm not sure about her putting a little back on.
Just Greg being a reporter.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
Celebrity reporter Greg Burgess weighs in. A lot of changes.
But you're right, though, and there's been other comedians that were overweight when they lose it that people go, you're not as funny as you were. I've heard them say that Melissa McCartney.
Yeah,
right. She's funny.
I was going to say that's also part of the arc of these comedians. You know, they get huge, they go on a run. It happened to Jim Carrey, happened to Kevin Hart. So I don't know if that has to. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if the weight is the number one driver.
Well, you got to
maybe not.
You got to learn how people are, and you got to do it because you think this is the best thing for whatever reason. Because you will fall victim to this. Everybody makes fun of you because you're large. Then you lose it, and they give you a hard time because you were once large, and now you forgot who you are. You've gotten you can't make people happy.
Imagine,
so if you think you're going to find a presentation that nobody hacks on you, good luck.
Yeah.
Well, like in the movie,
don't do it for the people.
In the movie, when she was Fat Amy singing, it's funny because
hilarious.
She moves the way she moves for the size she does, and she splits her pants in the second one and all this stuff. That's not funny if you're a normal sized person. The comedy part of it doesn't work.
She got the oversized role,
and let's say
that made a living out of it.
Let's say Chris Farley had lived, and he lost. I bet in today's world he'd have probably lost weight. Do you? Because part of his size was part of his act.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it would have changed his role.
He'd have an endorsement deal with those imps.
No more fat guy in a little coat. Couldn't do fat guy in a little coat.
No,
which is hilarious.
I miss Chris Farley.
Well, the big thing is if you are large and you're funny, And with us, we did it to an extent too. If you've tied that to the act, then you got a bigger problem than just.
Exactly.
It was never part of my act. I just happened to be large.
Yeah.
That's a little bit different. But you can't do big man, little coat.
Let me just say this: if Tommy Boy came out and Tommy Boy was in good shape, it wouldn't have been as funny a movie.
No.
Yeah.
Doggone it.
Right. The fact Tommy Boy, the character, was overweight, it added to it.
Yeah. Al Roker's still out there.
So did he portray himself as I'm the large weatherman?
He did, I think.
You don't remember that?
I don't think he did.
Oh, that's why I wear that little coat.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What are you yelling for? What are you yelling for? What are you yelling for? What are you yelling for?